check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Hey, hey, hey. Check. Hey. Check. hey.
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅದಿನ್ನೊಂದು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ
Check, 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 check. Hey. Check. Hello.
ಎರಡು 7-8 ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ತಪ್ಪ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸೀವರ್ಗೆ ಇದಾಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗದಾಗತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಕ್ಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ 16 7 ಹಾಕಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಯೂಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ 7-8 ಎರಡು ಕಡಲೆ ತಪ್ಪಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ
Hey. Hello. Check. Hey. Hello. Check. Hey. 1, 2, 3, check.
Hello. Check.
Hey, 1, 2, hey.
Hello. ನವೀನ್ ಇದು ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ಕೊಡಿ.
Manager at the Indian Music Experience Museum. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the Inclusion Beyond Agenda Conference and to the Indian Music Experience Museum. We are truly honored to host this important gathering, bringing together change makers, thought leaders, and advocates who are truly committed to the cause of building an inclusive world. Our director, Prima John, deeply regrets that she is unable to be with us this morning due to a recent back injury. However, she has sent her opening remarks, which we will share with you. Thank you once again for joining us. We look forward to a day of meaningful dialogue, of learning and collaboration. And now, to set the tone for the day, and let's hear from our director, Prima John.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi. Namaskara and good morning, everyone. I am so happy that all of you are gathered here at IME today. I'm unfortunately unable to join all of you because of a back injury, and I've been told to take bed rest, but I hope to be able to join you all for the second part of today's conference. So having said that, let us please get started. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I welcome you all on behalf of myself and the entire team of the Indian Music Experience Museum to, of course, IME and to the Inclusion Beyond Agenda conference on cultivating community through the arts. Many people have been asking me why we named the conference Inclusion Beyond Agenda. And the reason for that is that as arts organizations, institutions, arts workers, we all tend to get lost within our project deadlines, project timelines, meeting funding criteria, and we sometimes miss the opportunity to really look at what our work has meant for the communities that we serve, and also what inclusion really, therefore, we have been able to achieve through everything that we have been doing. In recent years, of course, diversity and inclusion have become central tenets and also buzzwords within the arts sector, with the view, of course, to increase equity and belonging for marginalized communities especially. It is a well-established truth that art does not merely reflect societal structures, it actively shapes cultural narratives and profoundly influences societal perceptions. And in this context, diversity and inclusion within the arts don't then just remain simple aspirational ideas, but become important hallmarks and pillars and indispensable components of what we need to do to create a thriving and authentically representative arts landscape. In the context of India, there are many arts organizations and institutions that are doing commendable work to ensure that they all stay open and relevant for all communities, especially those who have difficulty accessing the arts. This conference is designed as a forum for us as practitioners and also community members to collectively scrutinize these efforts. It is a day for critical introspection, to evaluate the genuine impact we have achieved, and more crucially, to identify pathways for even greater inclusivity. This conference is also more than just a mere series of discussions. It is a direct extension of our co-mission at IME and the heart of our flagship community program, Project Sarita, which we have been running for the last 4 years now. Thanks to a generous grant from Kotak Investments, Project Sarita has been the cornerstone and beacon of inclusion for us at the museum. Since 2021, we have worked closely with children from underserved communities across Bangalore, creating a safe, nurturing, and non-judgmental space where they can explore and engage with music and other arts. We organize immersive museum experiences, art intervention workshops, music therapy sessions, and joyous drum jams. And through this, we witnessed firsthand the transformative power of inclusive cultural spaces. Over the last 4 years, we have served over 7,000 children from marginalized communities. And over the last 3 years, it has been a matter of great awe and pride for me to observe that the program's impact now extends well beyond its immediate scope, that is no longer operating in a silo. We now have neurodivergent children participating regularly in our monthly open mics, and it is profoundly heartwarming to see that their caregivers feel secure in bringing their children to these events. I must also commend the broader IME community, which has cultivated a deep appreciation and understanding of the needs of these children. We also had a brilliant young neurodivergent teenager who was a valuable member of our Youth Advisory Board. And it remains humbling to witness how their peers, our team members, and our wonderful volunteers collectively foster a safe and welcoming environment. The performance by the children of Shrishti Academy that you will see later today is also an extension of this work. Project Sarita was initiated and continues to thrive through collaborative support of numerous organizations and individuals, many of whom you will hear from today. For us, one of the most significant lessons learned is the undeniable truth that creating an inclusive environment necessitates the collective effort of an entire community. It underscores the importance of engaging with diverse stakeholders, whether it's to research, to build, to implement, and to continuously learn and evolve on this journey. Today, I will encourage you all to please engage actively, share your unique insights, respectfully challenge perspectives, and connect with fellow participants. It is my hope that you will take this opportunity to have challenging yet constructive conversations that will help us all to push beyond what we have already achieved and work together to build a stronger sense of community for us all through the arts. My sincere gratitude to each one of you for joining us today. It is our honor to host such a distinguished gathering of cultural practitioners, change makers, community representatives, and passionate arts workers. And while you're at IME today, I encourage you, if you have not already, to please take the opportunity to explore the museum itself. We are, if I may say so myself, a truly special institution dedicated to the profound experience of music. With your conference registration and lanyard, you have free access to our galleries today and tomorrow. And should you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to one of our wonderful volunteers who are there with you. They're all wearing their black IME t-shirts, and also, of course, the wonderful IME team who you can identify with their IDs and IME lanyards. Thank you all once again for your presence and for your passion. And now it is my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker today, Professor Amreshwar Galla. Thank you, Professor Galla, for accepting our invitation and for joining us all the way from Brisbane. I would not be remiss to say that he is by far one of the foremost experts in museums, in inclusion, in museums and other cultural initiatives, not just in India, but also globally. Professor Amreshwar Galla is an unhyphenated Indo-Australian and renowned expert in poverty alleviation through culture, inclusive leadership, and sustainable heritage development. He brings a demonstrated 40-year record in arts and cultural policy development, urbanism, intangible heritage, world heritage, indigenous peoples, intercultural dialogue, heritage tourism, and the UN Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. He is currently the Pro-Chancellor and Distinguished Professor of Indigeneity, Inclusive Museum and Heritage Studies at the Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences and Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, Bhubaneswar. Furthermore, he is the founding member of the UNESCO UniTwin Network on Culture, Tourism and Development. He also served as the UNESCO Chair on Inclusive Museums and Sustainable Heritage Development India from 2021 up until April 2025. He was UNESCO accredited facilitator and mentor for the UNESCO 2003 Convention for Safeguarding Intangible Heritage. He was also the producer and editor of the flagship project and publication for the 40th anniversary of the UNESCO 1972 World Heritage Convention titled World Heritage Benefits Beyond Borders, published by the Cambridge University Press and UNESCO in 2012. We have reserved some time for you to ask Professor Galla some questions at the end of his address. And now, please join in me in extending a very, very warm welcome to Professor Amreshwar Galla, PhD, as he delivers the keynote address for Inclusion Beyond Agenda.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Somebody confirm you can hear me?
1 second.
and nobody is responding. Oh, can you hear me?
1 second, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, great. Fantastic. Hello. I'm assuming you can hear me, right? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Greetings from Brisbane, Australia, where it's a bit cold. It's winter here. It's a great honor and pleasure. Thank you, Prema, for the invitation, and to Lakshmi and Dr. Mohanty for helping me, with come online and make my presentation. I don't have a PowerPoint, but my backdrop slide, I'll come back to it towards the end of my presentation. And the reason why I kind of think that we need to know how to measure what matters, that's my focus, is that I've found that throughout the 4 decades, unless you learn to measure qualitative and quantitative, and very often qualitative in dealing with culture, it's very difficult to get the message across to people. And but at first, I want to, apart from thanking, I also want to mention, I really wish, given the program, that I was there with you all to learn from you. You have such wonderful expertise among. Look, can you hear me now?
Sheila, one more meeting. Sheila, another meeting.
Hello. Everything is fine from my end. I keep getting messages that the host at your end is disconnecting me. Please don't disconnect me. Could you tell the host, whoever is a technical person, not to disconnect me, please? I'm fine from my end. I'm really surprised you have technological challenges like this in a place like Bangalore, the world's center of IT. So, but it's okay. It happens everywhere. And I'll start again. Thank you to Prema for inviting me, Lakshmi and Dr. Sushri Mohanty to facilitate my participation. Um, and I personally wish that I was there physically because I've been to Bangalore in 1973. I've not been there back since 1973. I don't think hardly any one of you would have been born at that time. I was playing basketball for India, so they protected us. They put us up in Gauri Bidnur in the governor's bungalow. We couldn't get away to see the city, so that was. And every time I'm invited to Bangalore, I'm either out of the country or engaged otherwise. But one day I'm going to come back before it's too late for me with my age. And I think the concept design for this conference is fantastic. It's one of the most focused, succinct, very relevant and up-to-date concept designs that I've seen for a long time. And I really congratulate the organizers and the director for that. Now, inclusion. And now inclusion is a term that, before 2008 was hardly used. And then suddenly it became very popular, especially in India. I've seen inclusion being used in Delhi for inclusive toilets, in Hyderabad for inclusive hairdressing, and it's become meaningless in many ways. But I see that here in your concept design, it's beautifully focused. And I started, you'll find in the chat box some links. I started International Research Community on the Inclusive Museum because sorry, your technical person is indicating something to me. Can you hear me? Can the audience tell me if you can hear me? All right, thank you. And in Leiden, the Netherlands, because until then, this binary of us and them kept on creating problems in Europe. And I was cultural diversity advisor to the Dutch government at that stage. And so we started this international conference on museums.com. It's in your chat box. If you're not online, on museums, it's plural museums, on museums.com. If you go to it, you'll see over the last 18 years, we've been exploring the notion of inclusion. I was under a lot of pressure from International Council of Museums and others to define what I mean by inclusion. I said, you cannot define when you're dealing with hundreds and thousands of years of exclusion, what inclusion is without understanding the historical legacies. So the network, the research network, basically asks a fundamental question, which has become our manifesto, that how can the institution of the museum become more inclusive? So it's inclusion is an aspirational term, and we need to keep an open mind about it. And also the other thing is that museums, whether in India or elsewhere in the world, struggle to deal with intangible heritage. And the Indian Music Experiential Museum is a wonderful example of, the museums playing a role in safeguarding intangible heritage. But the challenge between some of the frozen in time museums that you have in India, as well as, or I should say we, because I'm Indian too, and we have in India, the challenge is that you have is intangible heritage is living heritage. It's continually changing. And the late Dr. Kapila Vatsyayan, when we were drafting the 2003 UNESCO Intangible Heritage Convention, said very clearly that you cannot transliterate that which is living, because then it becomes frozen in time at a particular point of time. So So your museum is unique and it's got a particular challenge as to how you deal with your collections, if they're dealing with living heritage, and how you deal with your exhibitions. If you're dealing with living heritage, it's a unique challenge. And I think the whole world stands to learn from you how you address this. I wish you all the best for that. But I just want to come back to why we started using inclusion 18 years ago in the Netherlands and Europe, and then ICOM made it popular, International Council of Museums, is that people were struggling to deal with the binaries, us and them. The establishment, we, the empowered, them, the people at the margins kind of approach, very colonial with legacies that are challenging. But then the community is very heterogeneous. And there are many cultural borders, whether it's class, caste, ability, age, economic status, you name it, sexual orientation, they're very diverse. But they're not neat categories. There's an intersectionality. So when we talk about inclusive museum, we need to rethink what we mean by inclusion in different, it's contextual, so you have to keep on interrogating it. Second thing is when you're dealing with living heritage, such as music, past, present, how it's being interpreted, reinterpreted, you need to consider that. And in 2000, from 1994 to 1999, I worked as an advisor to the former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, and who's basically dealing with the diversity of South Africa, kept on saying inclusion is all of us. I'll give you an example. I was working on restructuring the national parks, and President Mandela insisted that I run capacity building programs for white South Africans as well, who are beneficiaries of the apartheid regime, because everybody needs to have the capacity to adjust. And one of the challenges I find in India is a lot of capacity building programs focus on the other, forgetting that the establishment needs to understand too, and their capacity needs to be built too. And so I just want to share with that. And I'm just going to, and I know their parents over here are going to present afterwards. It's wonderful. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that we haven't done a good job in India with community cultural engagement. And if you Google IGRMS, Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangralaya, Bhopal, IGRMS Bhopal Charter, last year people from 61 tribal communities came together appealing that we need to rethink community cultural engagement, not just for indigenous people, tribal people, but for everybody. The notion of community engagement is still, caught up with that legacy of us and them. How do you deal with it? And I know you do a great job in the museum there, in the Indian Music Experience Museum. So you need to rethink. And I'll just give you one example and I'll finish because I know we started late because of technical problems. When I first came back to Australia, from Australia to India, I went straight. I was invited by Chandrababu Naidu Garu, the then and now present Chief Minister, to come and help with the new capital Amaravati. But I didn't particularly want to be involved with that. I was more interested in the old Amaravati, the 2,400-year-old city. So I moved to Amaravati, and I raised nearly 100 crores for safeguarding the heritage of that place. And why, when there is His Holiness the Dalai Lama in 97, when he was addressing the Australian Parliament, I was the anchor, I was the master of ceremonies, whatever you want to call. And he turned around to me in front of the Australian cabinet and said, Amareshwar, please do something for your hometown. Please do something. He blessed me. And Amaravati is the place where I was born, and that's why my name is Amareshwar. And so I came back to Amaravati for that reason. But one of the challenges that I found is that even though I come from there, I've been away there too long. So when I came back, I spent the first 3 months just walking the streets. Sorry, I sound like a sex worker walking the streets, but I was walking. You know, and I was walking the streets. Amaravati, old Amaravati is about 300 acres of land, and every street I was just walking, meeting people, getting to know people, but also regaining my fluency in Telugu, especially Gongora Telugu, as they call it over there. And and then after 3 months, we had a community meeting, and money was there that I was bringing from central government, but what do we do? And I basically put it to them, they have to come up with how they're going to look after their heritage. And then in the meeting, it was agreed we do a map of the population of Amaravati. So which we did, the social map of Amaravati. And we found 53% of the population of women, and but in the cultural institutions in Amaravati, as it is common in Andhra Pradesh, everything is about men. There's hardly anything about women unless they deify, glorify a goddess, then they think they're dealing with gender. That's not what gender is about. And so what I did was for each street, I invited, when I say I, we are a team of 6 people, including 5 women. And we invited one daughter-in-law. So then we got a group of 96 daughters-in-law, the youngest being 23, the oldest being 94. And why daughters-in-law, you may ask? And this is where community cultural engagement becomes really critical. The project is called Mauru Ma Kodalu. Kodalu is daughters-in-law in Telugu. Mauru is same as in Kannada, and Mauru Ma Kodalu. Why we were doing that is that we found that women born in Amaravati were marrying and leaving Amaravati. They were marrying men from elsewhere. But women born elsewhere were marrying the men in Amaravati, come to live in Amaravati. They were making a home, they're bearing children, they're bringing them up, they're cooking grandma's recipes, they're telling grandma's stories. So the whole culture of Amaravati as living culture, not frozen in Amaravati Buddhist sculptures, which is what people know about Amaravati, is that it was very dynamic. It was a fusion of all these daughters-in-law bringing their cultural values. So the question is, following on Romila Thapa's book on how we understand, rethink past heritage in her recent book of 10 years ago, we started reinterpreting the whole of Amaravati from the point of view of daughters-in-law, because they are the keepers and transmitters of culture. But I won't go into all the details because it's a huge project. But one thing, because you're dealing with neurodiversity, you're dealing with children, you're dealing with marginalized communities, what we found is through the daughters-in-law that the children, children who, girls especially, born with any form of physical or intellectual challenge or neurodiverse challenges, were not going to school. And so then we had a meeting or a focus group with the mothers, why they don't want to send their daughters to school. And they basically said, look, if they go to school, then everybody will know we have a disability in the family, and then nobody will marry into our family. And it is so true and so cruel. And so then we had to create, thanks to wonderful people, as a separate school, because then the mothers were prepared to let the girls go. We thought initially, let's do this. And what we found is that when we did the International Women's Day, year after year, that these young people, especially women and daughters who were challenged in many ways, they would come to the museum, they would participate, they would sing, they could actually play different musical instruments. all this talent was hardly understood by the establishment. So the reason I'm sharing that is participatory cultural democracy is easy to talk about, but participatory cultural mapping is very challenging. In India, cultural mapping still uses the old archaeological method of surveying. That's not the way to do it. You got to respect people from diverse communities and work with them. And I've taken up 16 minutes, and I'm going to stop there. If there are any questions I'd like to answer. All I want to do is I want to congratulate you and have a fantastic day. But remember, inclusion is something that needs to be continually interrogated. Remember, the museum that you're dealing with living heritage. It's intangible heritage. It's continually changing. So your museological practice needs to, I'm sure you do, address this challenge. The third thing is that there are many people from different parts of rural Karnataka, from elsewhere, I know from Andhra, living in Bangalore. How do you deal with these people and the diversity that's there? And lastly, I want to emphasize when you deal with this, think of intersectionality, because there are many cultural borders when you talk about diversity. How do we negotiate these cultural borders? And I want to finish by saying, when I was at University of Queensland as Professor of Museum Studies, I was also the chair of the Cultural Diversity Committee of the University of Queensland. And the person who worked with me is a Greek migrant, Philia Politis, and she, a woman, and she was in a wheelchair, and she had a number of challenges. So the challenge came to the university. They had a women's committee, they had an indigenous committee, they had a multicultural committee. All those committees never talked to each other. And Philia cut across all those committee businesses. And I think that I just wanted to mention that because when you're dealing with community cultural engagement, you have a tremendous diversity. How do you deal with intersectionality in the way you represent, the way you facilitate the sharing of the living music and living heritage of people? I just want to leave it at that. Any questions? I hope you can understand my Australian accent. Terrible, isn't it, Australians?
Sir, good morning, and thank you for the deeply insightful talk that you just gave, and your emphasis on the continuously evolving lived heritage and community agency and inclusive storytelling is something that will stay with us forever, and we will work towards it going forward as well. I would like to now invite questions from the audience. Anybody here?
Please ask. I'm feeling very lonely here.
Anybody? So I will go ahead and ask you a question, sir. Your reflections on inclusion and also about protection of intangible heritage is not only inspiring, but it personally is very meaningful to me. As a curator at the IME, Indian Music Experience Museum, I often reflect on how to make our intangible heritage, especially music, feel relevant to the younger generations. Our efforts have involved using design, storytelling, and interpretive strategies, such as having technologically advanced, interactives, gamifying certain concepts. These are some of our efforts. We often struggle against the deep impact of Eurocentric colonial narratives that shape how children see values and identity, pulling them away from their own roots. In your experience, what are the effective ways we can make heritage not just preserved, but proudly lived in the next generation?
Thank you. Is that Lakshmi asking the question?
That's Sahana Mohan, sir. I'm the curator of the museum.
Sajid, thank you. Yeah. And I can see Lakshmi is laughing, so I know who Lakshmi is now. And well, thank you. They're very pertinent questions. As far as colonialism and legacies of colonialism, we really need to address that. I mean, like, for example, and I can be at my age, I can say what I want to say because nobody employs me anymore. So I'm not worried about being on the streets. You take the National Museum, for example. What is national about the National Museum of India? Why is the French agency actually helping to rebuild a new National Museum? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's a globalized world where people can consult anywhere. But where is the first voice of Indians? And I think it's really, really important that we need to decolonize our museums in India. And I'm not saying Australia is any better. We've been trying for a long time, but it's a continuous challenge. Decolonization is really, really critical. I can think of some institutions in Karnataka that sit on treasures, national treasures, invaluable treasures. But if they're decolonized, then they can open them up. They can open up, one object is enough to open, it's like a key to the door to open and develop a narrative. So I think there needs to be more debate and discussion on what is decolonization. I myself am a trained dancer from the Vijayanagara Maharaja School of Dance. I don't dance anymore, I'm too old. But one of the things that we faced growing up is to the classical dancers, the listed classical dancers of India, you had to be an upper caste or a Brahmin to be able to, to learn. So the Gajapatis, Vijayanagara Maharaja created a school for people like me who come from marginalized communities so we could learn to dance. And, but still, our notion of what is classical in India is not decolonized. We're not thinking about the incredible cultural and linguistic diversity of India. And the second thing, answer to your question is, how do we deal with living heritage participation through the first voice of people? It's not us sitting in museums telling the narrative or storytelling, but people who are actually bearers and transmitters of those stories themselves through their first voice. And here I just want to add, you see on the screen, Dr. Sushri Mohanty, she's a world authority on AI and mother tongue-based education, recognized by UNESCO with a medal. And one of the things that we're working on is how, when you're telling stories in languages that are with very few speakers, how AI could actually help. And for example, we mostly in India, people mostly use English or Hindi or a local language, in your case, probably Kannada. In Andhra, broken Telugu, so they use it. I could say what I want to say about Andhra. But what about, with 9% of Indian population is indigenous. I'm giving you an example, right? And their languages, what about those languages? What about, all the official languages of India and another 200 languages and 8,000 dialects? How do we tell the stories in those languages? And there was a time, not all that long ago, only about a year ago, people argued in Delhi, oh, that's too expensive. The answer is no, it's not. AI makes it possible. That's what Dr. Mohanty, who's on the school, who's participating, specializes in. You can have just about 3-4 people from the language community, and working with them, you can redevelop the interpretation of the objects or stories, whatever you have in your museum, in their mother tongue. So there are all kinds of possibilities. It's an exciting time. And what would really be interesting challenge for the Indian Music Experience Museum is the corpus. If you look at AI, the corpus of what's there on music in India is classical music, the corpus, because AI can only work depending on the prompts that you pose, and the corpus that's there. So what you need to do through your research is build up that corpus for AI on traditions, music inheritances, and contemporary developments, including pop music. And I mean, the other day somebody was talking about Indian pop being influenced by K-pop. And so what kind of fusion hybridity is evolving? All these things need to be researched. And I know that you're dependent, you're not a government institution, you have very generous donors. I commend the donors or the foundations that support you. Really, we need the foundations because in finishing, if I were to say, India is moving forward in museums because of private museums. Private museums. You look across India, some of the leading museums to world standards like yours, which by the way, I'm not saying I haven't visited your museum, but many of my colleagues have, and some of my former students have, and I sourced feedback from them about your museum. They all think it's great. So it's fantastic. So, and I think that you could help to decolonize India's museology. You could help to develop tools for preserving that which is living. And that's why we use the word safeguarding, because you can't preserve and freeze in time something that's living. But safeguarding is a holistic approach to the intergenerational transmission, from generation to generation, from bearers and transmitters of music traditions to the next generation. So that's as best as I can answer your question.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from the audience here?
Bangalore.
Hi, Amrish. Siddhant here. Hello.
Hey, Siddhant, how are you?
Oh, very well. Also, Amreshwar happens to be my mentor when I was on my PhD journey. And one thing that he began with, I think we got cut off there, but I was thinking you would throw more light on, and something that he has been really focusing on, this ability to measure qualitative impact, like in the space of inclusion. Sometimes, a lot of times when we work with corporates or other agencies, how do you measure that part, of impact that has happened? Amreshwar, if you can throw some light on that, that would be fab.
Thanks, Siddhant. Thank you so much for asking that question. In fact, that was going to be my main focus. I was waiting for someone to ask the question. And of course, who asked that question? And the young man. Look, when I said in Amaravati, the case study, I was giving you statistics. 17,600 people were my field in 300 acres, right? And we measured 53% of women. Among them, through women's own process and first voice, we worked out on over 90 daughters-in-law. Why daughters-in-law? I already explained. And but it was all statistically monitored to validate what we were doing, because the government was really interested how we were going about it. Unfortunately, they lost the last election. But now, of course, the focus is on building the new Amaravati. And so those statistics are really important because they give you an idea. They give you what you call in India trending as to how you're progressing, with the change that you want to bring about. And second thing is that not everything can be quantified. There are many qualitative indicators that are around. I mean, one of the reasons why SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, are going the same way as Millennium Development Goals, not doing that well, is because the actual indicators, if you look at the 17 SDGs, the indicators are by World Bank economists. And they only look at qualitative indicators. And in fact, some of us call them economic, not rationalists, but economic fundamentalists, the way they insist on statistical information. But if you Google David Throsby, Throsby, David Throsby, Cultural Economics, or many other articles, he is a pioneer in dealing with qualitative measures. So what in India it's quite well known in the environmental conservation sector, Environmetrics, for example. what is called continuous evaluation. Choice modeling is the other one. So the ways that you could measure qualitatively as well as quantitatively, it gives you good samples, it gives you good data, it gives you good information to make the move. I mean, Amaravati, we would not have even thought about daughters-in-law if we didn't actually start looking at analyzing our social profile statistically. We wouldn't have even thought about, what happened with children, why they're not going to school, children with challenges. If we didn't actually see the representation in the school statistics, of the local population. So it's really how you measure is really important because that informs your decision making. I'm trying to put it as simply as possible, but cultural economics is a wonderful volume. Sid, have I answered your question?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? We have one question from Prima. You said there's a long way to go for us to be inclusive in India within the arts. Are there any projects or initiatives, of course, other than the Amaravati, at all in India, in your experience, that you feel have come close to being inclusive?
Oh, thank you, Prema. You put me on the spot. I've come across many wonderful projects across India. One of the museums that I'm very fond of because they're bringing about a lot of changes, and that is IGRMS in Bhopal, Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Mana Sangralaya. It's not what it was 10 years ago. It's not what it was 5 years ago. And it's one of the few museums in India which has indigenous representation, but they don't use tribal people as tokens. The tribal people themselves, they employ tribal people as curators, conservators, educators, which is unheard of in a lot of museums that deal with anthropological collections in India. But they also have a policy. When they employ artists from indigenous communities coming in, like the Gonds and the Roy Gonds and others, they have a policy on paying them. Not many museums in India which use tribal people actually make the pay them. They think you should be grateful. That's what I was told by one anthropologist in Calcutta, not anthropologist, ethnologist. He said, Frozgala, why are you saying they should be paid? They should be grateful you're profiling them. Now, how colonial is it? How patronizing is it? So there are good examples in northeastern India. And I know that some of you know Don Bosco Museum in Shillong. Don Bosco Museum, sometimes because of communal perspectives in India, is dismissed because it's run by Salesian priests, Catholic, but that's got nothing to do with their museological approach. In fact, the late President Pranab Mukherjee, when he visited Don Bosco Museum, he wrote on the visitor book, "It's the best museum in India I have ever visited." The former president wrote that. So that's a good museum. And yours, I think, from everything I'm reading, is a good progressive museum. And Kerala, they opened Ravi Varma Museum, and when Dr. Venu Vasudevan was the chief secretary, he made sure that it connected with the present. It made sure it connected with people. It's not the Ravi Varma that we think in terms of classic terms, but it's the Ravi Varma relating to contemporary South India. So I think that, and of course, when the late Dr. Saroj Ghosh, who passed away recently, he established the National Council of Science Museums, and based on the principle of museums beyond walls. So he, working with Dr. Varadarajan, who was the Secretary of Science at that stage years ago. This is the late Dr. Lotika Varadarajan's husband, who is a textile expert, and then Rajiv Gandhi. They initiated the National Science Museum movement. And a lot of those national science museums, regional centers, they're just amazing. You have them in Karnataka. They're very participatory, very inclusive, very enabling. And the children come from different backgrounds. And I have seen, because I've worked with them on various transformative strategies, that there are not many museums in India where you find Dalit children, tribal children, women, young girls, coming together for lessons and rubbing shoulders with each other. Because we still have those prejudices and caste prejudices and so on in our museums. They come as groups, even though we say everybody can come. But how do they actually interact together? I think science museums in India are some of the pioneers in working beyond the walls of the museums and working with communities and exploring the notion of inclusion. Prema, I don't know if I answered your question. Have I answered your question?
Yes, I'm sure.
I can think of a number of other examples. The Partition Museum is another one. And there are a lot of wonderful, India is just, when I look at your generation, I'm jealous because in my generation, somebody like me who taught was unemployed for 1 year before Australians employed me as the National Director of Museums for Indigenous people. And now I look at all of you and what you're doing and amazing ideas, the incredible creative work that you bring to museums. I wish I was young once again to work with you. You're inspirational. Keep it up. I'm really so proud of the young generation. The next young means my next generation.
So thank you so much, sir, for giving us kind of a powerful framework and also the courage to continue pushing boundaries. And because of paucity of time, we will not be able to take more questions. Thank you very much for that wonderful keynote presentation.
Well, I'll come to Bangalore when I'm back in India. We'll have a real face-to-face talk, okay? All right, bye.
Thank you.
No, I'm going to be online, but I won't be visible. Bye.
Oh, that
Thank
would be
you.
wonderful.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Spaces like museums and cultural institutions. Drawing from their personal struggles, experiences, the panelists will highlight barriers that continue to exist for their communities. This session will be moderated by Debasmita Dam. She is a puppeteer, educator, and filmmaker based in Bangalore. Her practices lie at the intersection of arts, health, and education. She works in diverse spaces, community libraries, museums, clinics, using puppetry as a tool for connection. With a background in literature from Delhi University and public pedagogy and arts practices from Srishti Institute of Art Design and Technology, she designs and facilitates workshops that invite people to explore creativity as a path to well-being, connection, and community. She also specializes in shadow puppetry, stop-motion animation, and her films have been recognized at international puppet film festivals. She currently teaches performing arts at Pramiti School, Bangalore, and a visiting faculty member at Azim Premji University. With that, I would like to invite Debasmita on stage to introduce the panelists.
Hello? Yes. Thank you. It's truly an honor to be here, to be a part of these conversations. And I'm very excited to invite the panelists for today. Dr. Rajiv Kamath began his professional journey as a faculty member at IIT Madras before transitioning into industry roles, eventually settling in Mumbai. A researcher at heart, Rajiv became actively involved in the field of neurodiversity through his role as a trustee of Yash Charitable Trust, an organization dedicated to equipping neurodiverse individuals with life skills and enabling their integration into the workforce to foster a more inclusive society. With a deep interest in the transformative power of music, Rajiv has been exploring its potential as a developmental tool for neurodiverse individuals. He founded Tarang, a music band composed of neurodiverse performers, where he trains them in group performance, emphasizing on focus, coordination, alertness, and synchronization. His ongoing research investigates how various types of music influence the brain and how music can serve as a powerful medium for enhancing the abilities and quality of life of neurodiverse individuals. Welcome, Rajiv. I believe you have some slides to share. Yeah. Rajiv will share a few images and talk about his work.
Hello. This is the last. To the first slide. Fourth. Yeah, so thank you very much. And I too consider it as an honor to be here in this conference. And I got an opportunity to, I visited the museum last month and I spent about 2-3 hours. And I realized that this 3 hours is not sufficient. It needs much more time to explore. And again, congratulations to the organizers of the museum, so that such a wonderful heritage has been, to protect the heritage and give an insight into Indian music experience. Yeah, let me get into. So primarily I'll be focusing on inclusive public and cultural spaces, focusing on neurodiverse people based on my experience of last few years. I would say last 35 years, I would say, because 35 years back, I came to know that 2-year-old, my daughter is neurodiverse. Of course, we didn't have all these terms, neurodiverse, autism, nothing was there. At that time, it is all mentally retarded, just one term, nothing else. Yeah, proceed. Next. Hello, the next slide. Yeah. So when we talk about disability, what happens is we focus on the person. This person is disabled physically, mentally, intellectually, on various. But disability is, we define disability as when an impaired person or a person interacts with the environment that is where the disability, for example, if I can interact with an environment better, my disability is less in that environment. Whereas, so the environment play a very important role in defining disability. So generally we don't look at it, yes, he is physically disabled, intellectually disabled, mentally disabled. So the way we look at it has to change. The environment, the focus should be environment. The environment is created for the diversity so that even I believe all of us are on a spectrum. Not just we say autism on spectrum. So everyone is on spectrum. So we have our own. So we interact with environment differently so that the disability definition comes from that, not from the point of view of a person of impairment. Yeah, next. So the design of spaces has to be such that currently we look at only accessible. Our building rule says that there has to be accessible, ramps should be there, toilets should be wide enough, there has to be handles in the toilets. I think it stops there, but it's not that. So when it comes to, the transformation has to be from accessible to inclusive. There is no accessibility, we have to think of inclusivity. So inclusivity of especially persons with neurodiverse, the focus is for facilities for sensory modulation. Later I will just specify later while I'm talking some of the experiences of, because there was no facility for sensory modulation, the difficulties faced by people, even though everything was okay, nothing was okay for, these neurodiverse persons. And clear navigation. If different areas of the space has different types of navigation, confuses. Social inclusion. So social inclusion, primarily what I mean is there has to be, all these people on spectrum, the different spectrum. I'm not saying just the neurodiverse. Say everyone, for there has to be socially what needs to be there. So we need, quiet rooms, very important quiet rooms. I had many experiences where I took my music team of neurodiverse. They couldn't get onto stage. They needed 5 to 10 minutes sit quietly to, adjust themselves. It was not there. So we had to return without even performing. And finally, predictable environments. Environment has to be predictable. In one floor, we go this way, and another floor, we exit the other way. I think which is, even for us, it is confusing. So it is going to be more difficult. So finally, the same thing I said, spaces for concentration and collaboration, quiet spaces. Next. Then, so it should be, see, one of the difficulties, especially the neurodiverse people face in public is stares. People stare at them, and what happens is the stares, the kind of vibes that they are getting from the stares is, they gets into anxiety mode. And that anxiety, results in behavioral problems. So it's a much bigger problem in public spaces when I say whether the public roads or anything, but even this, so it becomes difficult. So finally we have to get into, and another tendency of adults as adults. They are adults, treat them as adults, not as children. So that difficulty I see. And accept them as they are. So what I'm saying is accept them as they are should be there for all of us, but at least for them it is more. Yeah, and provide more opportunities. Hardly, I think there are many organizations as we are inclusive, but hardly any opportunity for neurodiverse. So it's all on paper. Yeah. And the final one, the last slide. Yeah, the challenges are pure awareness, as I have indicated, and the attitude of seeing neurodiverse persons as troublemakers, which is there, prevalent in the community. And finally, focusing on neurotypical considerations and disregarding neurodiverse consideration while designing spaces is happening even. So that has to change. So finally, I can say the lens has to shift from the traditional inclusion, what we mean about behave, to what is inclusion, where consider everyone as on spectrum and how much percentage of the total we can address. And the 80-20 rule won't work only, do it only for 80% and 20%, leave it, doesn't matter kind of. So that is not the way. Focus on that 20. If you focus on 20%, the 80% will automatically happen. I think that mindset has to. So thank you very much. So I just wanted to give a thought on spaces of mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Introducing our next panelist, Dr. Kajal Roy. Dr. Kajal Roy is an academician, special educator, and doctorate in artificial intelligence. She is also the founder-director of Samavish Foundation that works towards education and betterment of neurodiverse children. Started with one center, now she runs 3 schools of Samavisha. She is actively involved in providing thought leadership in inclusive education through papers and articles presented at national and international conferences, such as the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, IIT Chennai, XIM Bhubaneswar, University of Mysore, AIMS Convention. She has also presented Model of Inclusive Education at a symposium conducted by NIMHANS, Vrindavan Education Trust, Sri Kumaran School, Christ University, etc. Over the years, she has added value to many children in the mainstream environment to help them overcome their difficulties and face the world with confidence. Welcome, Kajal.
Thank you.
Would you like to introduce your work with a few slides?
Thank you, Devashmita. Thank you the entire IME team for having me here. And a warm good morning, everybody. So I am here primarily because I'm a mother. I am known as Aditya's mother. And that's the reason the field of neurodiverse world is introduced to me. I'm primarily, as Devashmita told me, come from an IT background and worked for more than a decade in Satyam. And as Sir said, 32 years, my son is now 20 years. We were not knowing anything about the autism or anything about neurodiverse or those tags which were given to my son at the age of 4. But the journey started then, and as I clearly mentioned, a journey with my son. I'm extremely proud and honored to know that, to tell you all that he was diagnosed at the age of 4 when he was around 6 years old after a lot of interventions. When I went to schools in Bangalore, 14 schools rejected him. 14, I can name them. Or top 14 schools rejected him, saying that he is in the spectrum. We do not have the methods of inclusion or the methods to include him in a mainstream classroom. And I'm extremely happy to tell he cleared his SSLC exam, he cleared his PU, and he cleared his degree just 2 days back. We were having the meeting. That was the day when he was writing his last examination. So I want to go back to those 14 schools and tell, you rejected my son. I stood by him. And extremely happy to tell you, the one who is interpreting here is my student as well. So I'm so happy to see the way the school, we made it inclusive. My son was the second child with so-called disability or differently abled in the Insight Academy school, and now they have 2 branches and 3,000 students. My son, when he joined the school, there were only 100 kids. And I told the principal, give me the opportunity, I'll make it inclusive. So I'm so proud and honored to have that kind of change has been made. But as you know, it's all happening in the pockets and not happening in a bigger environment. Can I have the next slide, please? So as I said, I call myself a very proud autism mom. My son is Aditya, he's 20 years old. He has very, very bright artistic bent of mind. He's very good into singing, music, art, any kind of art you give him. He relaxes, and I got to know when he joined the school, he learned Janagana Mana we were in UK, we were not introduced to Janagana Mana at all, and he just picked up in one. That is when the principal told me, put him into music, and today he cleared his Rabindra Sangeet, and he's graduated from Karnataka. He stood topper in the Rabindra Sangeet music. So that's a journey for the child who could not talk. Autism, as you all know, does not have the communication, but he was brilliant with music. He loves music, painting, keyboard playing, and now coding as well. Pandemic, thanks to pandemic, he learned coding. He's already a graduate in Rabindra Sangeet. He has cleared his, I already introduced this. Can we go to the next slide? This is his school. This is his college. Can you identify which one is my son? It's so heart-warming for me, overwhelming for me to say that he totally studied in a mainstream environment, and the children were so empathetic towards him. That's the change we want to see in every day, actually. They made it very, very comforting for him. Every picture you see, he's welcomed and there's a joy in his face. This is not only in school. In the school, 14 schools rejected him, but when he cleared his 10th, when he went for the 12th, every school took him. I went to 6 and 7 schools, and then finally I decided on one college, and every college. So what was the change in the 12 years? I have not understood why, just because that he has the degree with him, autism has not gone out of him. He's still autistic. He still have autism brain only, but the acceptance changed within 10 years of time. Can I have the next slide, please? So these are his achievements. He has been very good with his art and painting. His painting has been exhibited nationally and internationally. You Google my name, you'll not find him. You'll Google his name, you'll find all his articles been written on him. So primarily, I'm here because of Aditya. I'm very proud to call myself as Aditya's mother. You can see in Vega City Mall, just last month, there was an exhibition. 8 of his paintings got sold, and he's excellent. He's excellent with his painting, in music. One is in IMA, that was in Kolkata, so I could not visit. My father visited that. And the most proud moment is he was selected outgoing student of the year in his college. He's the first child with autism in his college called Vedanta College. I have my heart and soul for the principal for accepting him. Entire class knows he has challenges, and they include him. He was writing exam, and they were the one who was seeing whether he's writing or not. So, this kind of inclusion is happening, very much happening. Just little changes. I go and update them before the class. I go and update the principal and tell them he is a challenge. Please take him. He'll pass. He passed his 10th with 62%, I think, and PU with I don't remember the percentage, but he did pass. He participated in coding. He's good with coding, and the Google I/O Connect happened in Bangalore, and he was one of them who participated in the coding without error. These children are so systematic, so structured, pictorial memory. He did not make any mistake in his coding. So these are some things which I'm extremely proud of. Next slide, please. So my journey, I'm totally transformed today. I was a hardcore IT person, working overnight, all US project, IT project, everything given up. I have done now my course in psychology and everything, and started with Samavesha. So that is when my son cleared his 12th. I thought of extending the work. And inside the school where I worked with, I have helped thousands of students clear their exams, get the exemptions. Many parents are not aware how much the central government and the state government is helping our children when it comes to academics. So they do get a lot. After that, the Samavesha, I started with only 2 students and 3 therapists. Today, I'm extremely happy to say it's just 3 years running, 2 years running, plus about to touch 3 years on 15th August. We have 3 centers and more than 100 neurodiverse children. All of them, I'm running one school, a special school. I'm running a therapy center, and I'm running a vocational unit where we have placed few children who are above 18 years of age. That's about Samavesha. Next slide, please. This is Samavesha, 3 units, early intervention unit, vocational unit, and a school which is totally NIOS affiliated. More I will talk about when we have a panel discussion. Next slide, please. That's us. That's my husband. And he is my backbone. He's very intellectual. He comes from IIT Delhi and I am Kolkata. So he is very intellectual, but he never comes in the forefront. We come from a very shy family background, but we are extremely proud of Aditya. And he has also conveyed that whatever Aditya is today is because of the family bond which we have. Thank you. We'll discuss further.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. We touched upon a bit about how inclusion and accessibility are firstly not the same thing, but also other than structural architecture, spatial ways, what does inclusion mean to you in emotional and social terms? If you could start with that. Dr. Rajiv, would you like to start?
Yeah, just like I have touched upon a couple of points. One is, of course, the spatial and the space. Yeah, the say I was mentioning it is, see, any spaces like cultural spaces or public spaces, we focus on architectural, spatial, and wherever ramps and everything we provide. Very simple, because what, especially from a neurodiverse point of view, that's what we can speak. See, these people, the neurodivergent people have got, see, they can't control their emotions. They are very much, and socially, especially when say autism, majority of the autism persons are non-verbal. I would say majority, and there is a minority. My daughter falls into that minority category. Up to the age of 12, she was non-verbal, and at the age of 18, she is a chatterbox. So there was a transformation. There is a big story behind how it got transformed. Yeah. So, but when it comes to emotion, some of the thing is, I have noticed, take her for a concert, and the vibe starts working on her. And I started investigating where the vibe, it all starts from go to a place, get acclimatized with the space, and so it doesn't happen because they go for some music performance, then she needs some space to sit, quiet space to sit, which is very important. So that works on her vibes, then take her onto stage. Things are different. So we don't think of, and even going to toilets is very important. We said it's not accessible toilets. Even the toilets, when they see they are not used to something in the toilets, they just switch off because they are used to something. So these are all, it all works internally. So how it works, and it reflects in their, behavioral aspect. It just happens. So there are innumerable such things are very important, which are beyond the space design and architectural designs. So we have to, and we can't list them. It just, so I was taking people to the main toilets in an auditorium. I think the boys, especially I was taking boys, they just remove their trousers and it just goes down, and immediately the others start staring at them. Because they don't know, they don't have that feeling of, I have to be always with. When he goes there, he just removes it and then does it. And that empathy has to, so how can this happen is, these are all challenges. So when we are designing spaces, I think lots and lots of thinking has to get into how this minority persons, minority in the population can, So I can give only one or two examples, but there are too many of such things needs to be considered, which are more, emotional for those people rather than, just the architecture and engineering science. They are beyond that.
Yeah, I have a lot of points. So we have been working first in a school environment and then with my Samavesha. The few things when we talk about inclusion is that one shoe doesn't fit everybody. So if I have a ramp, yes, it's very good for the child who is not mobile. But how about a neurodiverse child to deal with? First thing which comes, I'll be very point-wise, is awareness. The environment where he'll be performing or going or visiting, the staff should be very aware that a neurodivergent community is going to come. Second, the thing is that just like any place you visit, there is something called as a smoking zone or a non-smoking zone, right? What are we creating? Those who are the smokers can go to that area and smoke. That we are not excluding them, the smokers or the non-smokers. Exactly with the neurodivergent children, can we have a room, a sensory room, wherein if they are anxious, if their anxiety is there, if there is a frustration there, they can go to that room, relax and feel. How are you going to make that sensory room? You're going to deal with the parents or the caregivers who deal with these children. And these sensory rooms are same. They're not unique. That what will work for his daughter or my son is not different. The sensory room will address their 5 senses. They'll calm down and they'll come back. So these are the things which has worked brilliantly in my school environment as well as my centers which I run. This can be extended to your museums, to your cultural, wherever. If the children are going for a performance, yes, my children have also faced challenges, and we had always requested the parents to be there with them, because they're the first caregivers, they will trust them, and then my staff, the third is the staff, those who are organizers. So if the organizers are trained, sensitized, there is no sympathy. Trust me, the moment they say, oh my God, he'll fall. No, he'll not fall. Be empathetic, but not sympathetic. The last thing, when you are designing this kind of thing to come up with a performance in a cultural environment, a museum, anywhere else, see that you have co-designing it with the parents who are dealing with it. So when I'm designing a ramp thinking of something else. But when I'm thinking of a neurodiverse children, these are the 5 children who are going to come to me. Am I audible? These are the 5. Hello? No, it came back. These are the 5 children coming to me, and when we are talking about neurodiverse, no 2 children are same. So each 5 will have different 5 kind of needs. So little extra effort, little extra time with those parents or the carers, even the children, they will tell, my son will tell, I don't like this place, I will not go the next time. So my son is verbal, he's expressing, if he can't, if he's anxious, he will write and tell. So that is how I'm able to come to know. But the other children who are maybe non-verbal, are not able to express, ask their caregivers, and design a program before starting it, sensitize the people, and then you see a smooth flow happening. And we have successfully conducted our annual day program consecutively 3 years with the help of the parents. No anxiety, the lights flickering, it makes them anxious. This sound will make them anxious. This thing, the environment will make them anxious. So how are we going to deal with it? We bring them 2 days back. See, you're going to sit here. So repetitively we do it, minimum 2 to 3 rehearsals. Even we do rehearsals, like I'm a singer, if I'm performing, I do rehearsals. So for our children, bring them repetitively and make that environment inclusive. I don't know if I made it correct, but this is what I am doing, and it has worked brilliantly. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been talking about the artistic engagements of your children. Why engage with the arts? When we're talking about the idea of inclusion, accessibility, how does the arts come in?
I think, you start with arts. Why engage? Because arts soothes, I think. So I'll just a little bit about what I do in arts. As I said, music is the, platform. I started learning music after I crossed 50. So that's what I'm just saying. It's need not. So then, I started learning the music. First thing I started learning sitar. So that is where. it came handy for me. So my daughter, who is on the spectrum, he showed interest. So I started working on her, because a normal teacher can't teach her, because the one teacher, we took her to teacher was struggling, I can tell you. She was holding sitar, and teacher will say, you play upper sa, she will play lower sa. When the teacher says lower sa, she will play upper sa. It was not, that's what was happening. So after some time I observed that she is holding sitar like this. The lower sa is here and the upper sa is here. So sa re ga ma, it just comes down. So for her, upper is there and lower is here. From a musical point of view, lower is here. So even for teaching them, it is, we need to understand this. Even for parent to understand, it takes time. So primarily, the three things which with art, with neurodiverse children, that I have been doing for last at least 10-15 years is, first, work with my daughter. I experiment whatever the ideas with her, the music therapy aspect, then take it as a professional therapy. Now 30 neurodiverse persons I am giving music therapy, regular music, which is very different from traditional music therapies. Because I also have a certificate from Berkeley School of Music on music therapy. It gave me an insight into what is music therapy, but in my own way I've been working on. So, and working with my daughter, the success I can say is, now she just don't understand what is the difference between sa, re, ga. She cannot understand. But today she can give an hour and a half long Hindustani music sitar concert following the standards of a music concerts, which she can do. And I would say that is one of my success, making her. I couldn't perform on a stage, but I am getting that feeling through her that she is doing. So, yeah, it is difficult to get stages because many of these organizations are inclusive, but we don't get stages. When I request them, yes, we will get back. We say stages when I want to get, okay, no payment, nothing. I just want her a stage to perform. Now she performs with professional tableist. And the third is that I've set up a music group called Tarang, which is for last 8 years back, and it is, primarily persons with autism, cerebral palsy, and the Down syndrome persons are there. So it's a huge effort to work with them, and so what is individually performing music is one thing, but coordinating is very tough because they have to be alert, because immediately the mind, if they just go something there in the stage, they will start looking at that, mind goes there, they lose the focus on music. But making them work with the music, alert, when they have to stop, then someone else start. So alertness, concentration, attention span. So these faculties considerably improve with those who are working in the group. So I am taking them for performances, and they are performing on stages, classical, semi-classical, Bollywood music, bhajans, English, Western music, everything in that. So one difference I want to say that what is the difference between a normal artist and a neurodiverse artist? Neurodiverse artist perform for himself or herself, whereas the neurotypical performs for the audience. I think there is this difference. It's a huge difference, and you can get the feel for that. So, and at the end of it, the quality of life of these individuals improve considerably. So that leads to a lot of inclusion, because once their quality improves, they're able to mingle with, socially they go for performance, a lot of people they talk to, they're able to, that social skills improve considerably. So that's what I mean. Yeah.
Art and neurodiverse brain, fantastic combination. I'll tell you, the neurodiverse brain cannot express what they feel, how they are feeling, what they are saying. So the moment we deal with any, I'm not only talking about autism, Down syndrome, or SLDs, dyslexia, or any kind of neurodiverse children, they have frequent meltdowns. We are not able to understand. The parent are anxious, the child is angry, frustrated. You play a music, you let them listen to the music, and immediately you will see a change in the child. So that had worked, as we both come from, we were called because we are parents. And what I saw in my son is picking up music like this. He did not know Hindi, he knows all the songs of Hindi. How did it happen? It's the rhythm in the brain, the left brain and the right brain. They're totally driven by the artistic part of the brain. And I cannot say all the 100%, but the studies have been done, and they have seen that 80% of the children, neurodiverse children, any form of art soothes their mind. And as sir said, that they are performing or working for themselves. So when they are into any form of the art, it soothes their own brain, it soothes their own body. It calms them immensely. Now in Aditya, yes, I have a studio in my room, in my house. One room is his studio. He doesn't paint every day. He doesn't sing every day. Once in a while, in a mood, he will paint 6-7 paintings. That different they are. So now if I have an exhibition coming, I have 6 paintings to be made, I will design in my mind, okay, one day I will make this, one day I will make 2. No, neurodiverse brain is not like that. One day he wants to paint, he will paint more than 6. So, we should be ready how and when they want. The facility should be available to them. When I am talking about my center where more than 100 students are there in Samavisha, every day we have art and craft, every day we have yoga, every day we have OT activities. What are we doing this for? Is so that they can regulate their senses. The first primary things which they lack in them is sensory integration. Their senses are not integrated as us. Even I have auditory problem, but when I started, sir said different kind of music, different kind of rhythm. In neurodiverse, there is something already called as AIT, that is auditory integration therapy, and we allow them to listen to different kind of rhythms. And that is only for a stipulated time. We cannot overstimulate them. So 15 to 20 minutes per day. I've done it for my son also. So what it happens is they are given like chirping of the birds, the water falling. We make them listen. What are we doing? We are integrating their artistic part of the brain with the music. But when it comes to painting, and there is no norms, there is no particular rule that if you have to play cricket, you have to hit the ball and hit 6. No, there is no rule when it comes to painting. You just do what you want to do. We provide him the colors, we provide them the brilliant art they come up with, which, it is just so expressive. If you see, even a neurotypical will think, okay, Independence Day, I should draw this, a flag should be there. They are not thinking that. When it comes to neurodiverse, art is so creative, so pure, very unique, very different. And yes, it helps them calm down, it soothes their brain. Art can be their profession. They might not be able to do other professions so well, but when it comes to art, I have visited, I don't know how many of you visited Chitrakala Parishad. They have a separate unit. The people, I have seen most of them are physically disabled. They are painting with their mouth and their leg, but their art is so unique. They do have, I'm approaching them for my son. So they do have a lot of children coming up with this art. So if something like this comes up here, I'll bring my son because I'm just staying nearby. So yes, art will give them profession. Art will, even if they are not going to be professional, art will help them in their lifelong soothing themselves. Did I answer your question? Yeah.
Actually, my next question is quite close to what you have both mentioned, which is that, do you think cultural institutions can help with this work? And what kind of obstacles are unique to engaging with cultural institutions? And what works?
Yeah, of course, cultural institutions can contribute a lot in including the neurodiverse persons. But I see the support what I am seeing so far is, very, very, very limited. So again, they're also going on no kind of 80-20 rule. So kind of, we are catering to 80% of the population, the normal, whatever. Why should we bother about the other 20%? I think that worries. For example, some of the one project that I'm doing now is I've approached a couple of organizations for support. For example, you say music improves the quality of life. That is too far. In between, what happens, how that quality of life gets improved. So initially, I started experiments with, when you listen to music, different genre of music, and not only genre, different variations, what happens in their brain? Can we measure that? So I started experimenting. I got the digital EEG, and started working on this. And even then only I realized that even frequencies matter. For example, all our current, the standard tuning standard is, 440 hertz in the middle octave C. Middle is what is the standard. But if you can just reduce it a little bit to 432, that was my first experiment I did. The kind of changes in the speed at which the brain waves got slower down to the relaxation levels were much, much faster. So I'm doing that experiments now. But that requires, there is a financial investment, because I have only one EEG machine at a time. If I want to do it in a group, and what happens, and a large amount of data comes, I need to process the data. So I get the raw data and process. Then we can also get into, for example, when 15 minutes a particular music was listened to, okay, your focus was for about 3.5 minutes, you got focus, and remaining couldn't get it. But over a period of time, if the same music, or you start changing the genres of whatever it is, so the variables are too many. So the study is quite comprehensive, elaborate study. So I approached music and research organizations, but I have not got any responses. Last 1 year I have been struggling for that. So it's a very interesting. So if I can, so then what happens is, then we can, even music therapy can be formalized, standardized on how it need. Now music therapy, what you listen to music, which is passive. We can get into passive music therapy to active music therapy, where they get involved in various activities. So what are those things which affects their brain? Now it is all based on, empirical assumptions. Can we move from empirical assumptions to data-based? So such things I've been looking at, and even for performances, just is on my personal, I've been approaching many organizations for a stage for my daughters present. I don't get it. I also got from many, even the Gaiety Theatre in Simla, she was invited and she got half an hour presentation there. And we went there, one interesting anecdote is that we went there, they said, we will arrange the professional tablaist here. We went just for a rehearsal before the performance started. The tablaist said, I won't play for this kind of people. He refused to play tabla. He said, this kind of people, I won't play. Then what happens is, so these are all, even if the organizations are supporting, then there are many other issues even. So organization one is supporting work through it is work for how art can be used to bring the scientific underpinning of that. That is one thing. And second is that is one thing. Then wherever I got stages, these are all due to personal connections. So personal connections work. Other things, I don't have evidences to say that other things work. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. To talk about the cultural inclusion or getting a platform, the percentage of inclusivity is very, very, very less. This is harsh reality. Our children don't get a platform. Even if they do get a platform, it is not inclusivity as such. They are actually excluded. They are given, say, okay, in my program, You will have 15 minutes in between somewhere, I will fit you in. Okay, so at least we get a platform. We are so happy my children are all going together and going to perform there. At the nick moment, 10 to 10:15, you're supposed to perform. The children refuse to enter the hall. Gone. We have worked years, months and months and months. So when it comes to a cultural performance, our children there has to be a lot of hand holding which needs to be done. And to be very frank, we are not there at all. We are not there. Yes, when it comes to individual performance, the children are accommodated nicely. It is happening. We are working towards in very small pockets and boxes. Somebody is doing here something, somebody is doing there something. But as a collaborative platform to do it together, we need lot of effort and lot of your kind of organizations coming forward to give them a platform to work together. But again, are our children ready to be included in a neurotypical scenario? A neurotypical can come and perform. They see their itinerary, when is the agenda, okay, mine is the third performance. My children will not understand that. My children will not even wait for their third performance. How do we deal with it? There are ways which we have done. We have given them the first inaugural performance, finish it and go. Okay, they have been included, they have performed. So these are small, but as Sir said, lot of personal connection helps. We have been trying with Chitrikala Parishad, yes, that gives lot of platform, but they are morely into art and music and all. To get a cultural stage to perform, am I right? That's a question. Yeah, so to stage to perform, I don't know how many of you all know Shamak Davar. He has a victory unit in Bombay. So you are from Bombay, right? So he has the one in which he takes the neurodiverse children. But again, when they are performing, only they are performing. It is not inclusive. It is integrated in a sense that others will perform. So we have to do some kind of hand holding somewhere and come up together to come up with a solution. When it came to the quantitative measurement, Sir has done an EEG measurement to find out how the art helps the child, and they have seen that the neurons' performance have changed. I have not done any EEG or anything, but before the art therapy, we had given a child to draw something and to color it. After the AIT intervention, that is auditory integrated therapy, after the 15 minutes, we have given the same painting to be drawn, and massive difference. The child is able to draw within the circle, is able to paint, and is much more focused compared to what he was before the art therapy was introduced to the child. So yes, the brain does change with the neurodiverse. When it comes to platform, we are lacking. I am sorry, that is my personal opinion, but I have not felt that inclusivity. Still, the performance levels are very limited. Our children are not getting a stage to perform. I don't know if anybody of you, the audience, has any opinion. We wholeheartedly as an organization will come together so that hand-holding can be done.
I'd actually like to ask a bit more about this, which is, in your experience, what are ways in which cultural institutions typically approach inclusion? And what happens when programs that are designed to be inclusive inevitably become exclusionary because of the grouping? Yeah, which is, like you had said in our initial call, how much inclusion is actually possible? Yeah. Would you like to share something about that?
Yeah. I think possible is everything is possible but in reality what happens is it's for example, right from planning of these programs, we need to start focusing on, for example, a small experience. Only last month that Tarang team was invited for a performance of 15 minutes. So we asked them, what is the slot? It was in Nehru Center, Mumbai. What is the slot? They gave us time 6:45 to 7. So we said that we'll bring the team at around 6:30. We'll wait outside and we will just take them to the backstage. Because when we take through because other performances are going on, ours is an in-between. So all this noise, light, red, green color noise. We don't want them to see those because that affects their sensor. They have sensory overload because of that. So we took them to the backstage. But the backstage was crowded, started. And this was music. So we couldn't test the speakers. The mic testing did not happen. So they just kept the mic. They said, "Oh, sab chalta hai," no kind of. And we were given a corner of the stage because they wanted to set something for the other corner of other side of the stage. And even the lead singer could not get the pitch from the monitor. From the monitor, from the keyboard instrument, I asked him to put the D pitch, whichever she has to sing. She was not getting the pitch so that she couldn't sing. So finally she refused to sing. Whereas two singers were there, one of them, he sang in whichever pitch he could manage. And we couldn't hear anything on stage. And before that, one thing I missed, we were made to wait for almost 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes, even though we planned everything and came. So whenever such programs, inclusive programs where neurodiverse persons are coming and performing, see, there are some, you have to focus on the time slot given, stick to the time slot, and give them some, for example, sit quietly and get adjusted to that environment. And, all these are required. And it is so that when inclusive program, we say the way the neurodivers deal with environment and the way the neurotypical deal with environment are entirely different. So this has to be kept in mind while doing this inclusive program. And these are the difficulties that might be the reason why it is not easy to do, but I think we have to do it. So, our perspectives might be coming from as parents. I'm known as, she said she is mother of Aditya, so in Mumbai I am known as father of Pratibha. So no one knows me with any other thing. So even my designation, I thought I write in such things. There is a father
I'm very
of Pratibha.
proud of that,
is
actually.
It.
How many of them are known by their children, So I'm really proud of giving up my IT career and to be a mother of Aditya.
Yeah. So I hope that is it. No. So all these thoughts needs to be given to make it a really a good inclusive program. Yeah.
All the time we are talking from pro-neurodivergent to think of a cultural performance which is mainly meant for the neurotypical to include us. Imagine the kind of anxiety the neurotypical organizers go through. They are equally anxious. I have conducted thousands, in school, like I was at for 12 years, 12 plus 3, 15 events. So they are equally anxious. They don't know the pathway. They don't understand our children. So it is all the more responsible for us as an organization to train them, to teach them what to do and what not to do. They will not know, They will not know what our children go through. It is only our caregivers, our organizers, my therapists know our child. But they are organizers, they have been organizing, they are including, they want to do. There is a lot of CSR funding. Trust me, there's a huge CSR funding available. But are we using that proactively or doing something about it? It's just a little extra effort from us to go and train them, go and tell her or the organizers here, how I want a little change here. What can you do to include my children in your program? It is just hand-holding, and our personal connection definitely helps to make them teach. Okay, can you have some weighted jackets with you? Yes, my center has. Because the weighted jackets brings down their anxiety. What is a weighted jacket? Nobody knows here. But yes, we know. We have it in our center. You don't have to buy. Just we will bring it, hang it there. Any child is anxious can wear the weighted jacket and calm down immediately. That is a proprioception need in their body when they get anxious. Similarly, earphone. I have children who get very anxious when there is a little loud noise. the decibels are very high for them. What I'm speaking is 10 times more higher. So what am I going to do there in an auditorium is provide some 10 earphones. My 10 children are coming, 3 of them might be like that. So what did I do? I trained them well in advance so that the program is successful and they will come forward the next time. Can you bring your children? That it's a win-win situation. It is a win-win situation for them. It's a win-win situation for our children. So when we do this, do it brilliantly, maybe 1 or 2 fallouts will happen. It happens with the typical children performing also. They forget the lyrics, they forget. It happens. So it might, one child starts crying. Absolutely okay. Take them out, take them to the sensory room, calm them down, call the parents. So yes, it is possible. We need that extra effort from the people who understand these children to the people who don't understand these children and bring it together. So I'm very, very positive. Anybody wants to organize here, I'm there to help out, to include our children, give them the first program, please. The inauguration happens, lighting of the lamp happens, give my children the program. Let them go early. But they get the stage. Win-win situation. You have included our children. We have performed. Thank you. Waiting for them. I also understand the program. Saying the adjustments which we can do to include our neurodiverse kids. And I have done this. Done it program-wise program, and they call us again to perform. And it has been, okay, I'm not saying that they have all done their best, but even that's a good rate. But we need more people to come up and tell you all what to be done. This you don't do, this you do. And do it well before the performance, not on the day of the performance.
Thank you, Kajal. It sounds like what you're
both... It's very practically what we have done.
You're both bringing up the fact that there is a difference in
Two of my team members of my Tarang music group are lead actors in that. Yeah. No, not because of that. The kind of awareness it can bring, that particular movie is, I think, immense. I think it was done so well. So, especially for the neurodiverse, what it is and how they think, how they behave. I think it has been brought out in a beautiful story. Yeah, just I was last. Yes. Thanks.
Just checking, do we have time for a few questions? Excellent. Yes. And then maybe you.
Thank you so much for the panelists. It was a wonderful session with a lot of knowledge that we could learn. I have 2 questions. One is, Madam mentioned about things are happening on the pockets, right? And we have to make this mainstream. I'm working with a few organizations which are educating children across India, especially in government schools and in rural areas and things like that. So how do we, so I'm going to be in a meeting on July 16th with them, and I want to know how do we, what are some strategies that we can employ to make the thing mainstream? Especially when you mentioned about the environment. Environment is not just the spaces, but it's also the people, because Madam mentioned that the majority of the population needs to be educated about how to deal with these people, this 20% of people. So what are some strategies that you could recommend to go to scale this and make it mainstream?
Okay. To talk about how to... things are happening in pockets, right? So in Bangalore itself, I run a lot of groups. Groups are primarily because I started them as a parent, and now we have a resource center in a sense that most of them who are having, how many special schools are there in Bangalore? I'm talking primarily Bangalore. I'm not so connected outside Bangalore. How many of therapists are there? How many inclusive schools are there which take our children? How many centers of performing arts are there? Like that, we have a repository wherein say a child is just diagnosed or the child has just come up with a assessment that the child requires a therapy or a special school or a music or any kind of intervention. This is the list you can select and we circulate it. Okay, this is done at the WhatsApp level and we do have a website for that. But right now, to bring the entire India together, we might need to collaborate. But as such, in Bangalore, how is it happening? Is we are listing manually. Manually, we are listing it like a data entry kind of thing and keeping a resource list with us. So when you say, I am in Hebel, I have a child of 5 years old, I am looking for a inclusive school. Yes, we click and see what all is available. I am in South Bangalore. I am looking for a musician. As they said, that every musician cannot train our children. So who are trained to teach our children dance? So we know the list of the people here. Okay, these are the 5 teachers available with us. Can you just connect with them? My child is very good in Bharatanatyam. I'm recently meeting one more lady. So she trained her son into Bharatanatyam, who's neurodiverse. So we just collect the resources and keeping it as of now. Anybody wants can connect it with me and add their name. It will be helpful for the parents. What was your second question, sir? Yes, education is all about awareness. Lot of awareness, as the movies we say, we come to know how innocent our children are. They are not manipulative, they don't know how to lie, they don't know, they are upfront about everything. So if we say it's raining cats and dogs, they'll run outside and see if the cats and dogs are falling down. So that kind of children we are dealing with. So yes, when the environment has to be trained, awareness programs. The awareness, what it was 15 years back when my son was assessed, to the awareness right now is happened multifolded awareness. But still we say the percentage is still less. As of now, the society where I stay, it's a big complex. Everybody knows Aditya. Everybody knows he's with autism. Everybody knows. How did it happen? Is my awareness. Putting, write up. College, whichever colleges, I'm connected to many schools and colleges. I visit there and I sensitize them. That is within my limit. But if we come together, sir, as a community, create awareness programs. Again, awareness is happening in pockets. Like this is a beautiful program, but can we reach out more? Can we reach out more? You are from Chennai, anybody from Mumbai. So that awareness can be created.
Yeah, just I want to add that is one of the things that we are trying out now is in municipal schools in Mumbai, where every month we have an afternoon event where we make the children of the school to mingle with the neurodiverse children. So no agenda, no program. Nothing, no music, dance, nothing is pre-planned. So you just mingle, that's what we say, and we observe. So then the music comes and the things do come, they start understanding, they start creating, connections, and this happens. I think we believe that over a period of time, those school students that awareness will improve and the way they deal with them will change. I think with that hope that we are trying it out.
Hello, good afternoon to the panelists and Devasmita. Thank you so much for sharing your stories and so candidly that too. I would like to mention that we've been actively working towards having more neurodivergent participants in our regular programming, and we've had open mic is one example where now we have parents bringing their children almost regularly to, and now they've become such an integral part of the open mics that it feels kind of empty when they're not there. So we've had episodes, where a participant has experienced meltdown on stage, but fortunately we've been able to manage that because of the training given to our staff, all of us, and the wider IME community, and I think that sort of transpires to the audience as well, because they are in turn very, very empathetic and patient. And also we are kind of working towards building more performance opportunities. So leading from that, sir, I wanted to ask you, you've mentioned, that Tarang has faced a lot of challenges in performance settings. So could you share an ideal case scenario, or perhaps an instance of a performance that went really well, and what worked in that situation, so we can use that as, a case study and take some learnings from that?
See, the one thing I can say it went, one of the places it went well was it was an amphitheater kind of outside. See, the moment the closed space, it induces issues with them. One, outside means they are comfortable outside. Then also the kind of noise that gets generated, even though all of us are keeping quiet in a hall, but still there is noise, which is not audible to us, which is audible to them. Because they hear it manifold. So that affects there. So possibly, I'm just saying, because of outside and outdoor environment, it worked well. And second thing was, it was the first, as you suggested, the first one, so that there are no other arrangements, and we got time to arrange mic testing, everything, so that all these things worked well. So outside, we tested everything, and we were able to do it well. And second thing is, this outside became early. They were able to sit outside in a, and get mingled with people. Also, there was no problem. The outside and inside makes such a huge difference. Possibly in this hall also, I know everything is perfect here, it looks, but I don't know, because it's small. The moment it is small, I may get a phobia. I think there are quite a lot of neurodiverse persons I know, they get phobia. So that affects their, behavior, performance and everything. There's a bigger halls, I think it is much, much less. That also has been observed. So such things are there as.
Ask a follow-up question,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
this is very, very specific to a concert context. So sound checks usually are very tech intensive, and there are a lot of moving parts, and it can be a little chaotic if not managed properly.
Yeah.
So while we do have certain guidelines for conducting sound checks for established bands who are regularly doing gigs.
Yeah.
So if we were to create performance opportunities for neurodiverse musicians, so do you have any tips for us on how to manage the technical aspect of it, and how to make that more efficient and seamless, because that really impacts how they perform on stage?
Yeah, I have actually prepared a small guideline for this sound check and the sound system, because based on the experience, no other knowledge helped that. So first of all sounds are very soft. And second thing is, for example, when you try the guitar or directly connect it, when you play, the levels go up. So all of the other supporting instruments, the levels are kept lower. The audio, the levels are kept much lower than the voice. Everything is kept softer and much lower level than normally. Otherwise, generally, I've seen I want more, I want less, and each of the artists used to say, we say that everything you keep lower. Whereas this is primarily vocal. They are all supporters to the vocal. So make it softer, and because I can, in the sound system, I don't know much about that, but you can make it softer and adjust instead of, blasting sound and all each. I think that is one guideline. And even the monitors, you start from low when they are testing and coming. No, don't start with, initially the volume is high, keep reducing. Never do that. You start from 0 and slowly increase it so that, then we can say stop. We know when to stop. These are small things. You know, but many times you connect it, a big one sound comes and that is sufficient, no, for the whole person to just get mood off. I think so. These are all some guidelines I've listed down so that it works. Yeah. Yeah, I can.
Noise equalizers. We are using that. Noise equalizers are headphones, and you don't have to, somebody might make error any moment of time, and that amplifies. So we get noise equalizers when they're entering, let them wear. Say, out of 10 children, 3 of them might be sound sensitive. So those 3 children wear these noise equalizers and come to the program. So that is we have been using. Noise equalizers does affect for autism a great extent, and it can be used in a program.
Thank you so much. Those are very, very important learnings and insights.
Yeah.
Thank you once again. And I think we have time for one last question.
Thank you. My name is Preeti Honnavar. I'm a physiotherapist by background, and I'm also a student of Indian classical dance and music. I don't have a question to ask particularly, but I have a experience to share. Do you think I'm neurotypical or neurodiverse? Can you see it? No, I'm a dyslexic, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
And many people find it, you can't see that I'm neurodiverse or not. I feel the major problem with the society is that we equate our level of intelligence to academics. And many times it has happened with me that people ask, because for me, creative expression is what works with me. And I have worked, because as a physiotherapist, I did not think of it. When I took physiotherapy, I did not think that I'm going to help somebody with rehabilitation or things like that. It happened to be that I ended up in that field. So what I wanted to tell was, I have dealt with a lot of people with this kind of disabilities, not just neurodiverse, but also post-trauma disability and all of that. And it so happens with me also. The stigma is so high. I keep getting asked why I did not pick up MBBS. I think it's very funny that whole country cannot sit and do MBBS in engineering. Then what about the other things? Just because you have a smart mind and just because you have creative expression does not mean you start becoming engineers and doctors. You can be a lot of other things. And I think it's really great that associations like this and people like this, I did not know that this conference is going to be this extensive, but I think it's a great platform. You should do more of these, and I hope, and India has a lot of heritage which belongs to these kind of things. I myself feel a lot of healing happening because I do Indian classical music and Indian classical dance. The only extracurricular activity that I ever stick to was sketching as a child, till I flunked my 2nd standard. And my parents were like, okay. The only thing that was very simple for me, I think my sister taught me phonetics, which is the training for like dyslexic. And she has no understanding of anything. Like until Tare Zameen Pe came, even my family did not know that I was dyslexic. So it was sometimes awareness. People may think that these movies are, for getting whatever attention or things like that, but these are very helpful movies to maybe help people. And it is not, like ma'am said, it's not just that neurodiverse people have problems. Neurotypical people have anxiety, depression, because of, I feel it because we as a society are perfectionists, and we want this everything to be right and falling into place. Sometimes it's nice to not be perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing a very personal insight. On that note, I think, yes, thank you both very, very much. And I'm sure you will be around in case there are people who would like to chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists and our
I request Menaka to introduce the panelists for the session.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, IME, for hosting this conversation. I'm really excited to speak with our panelists today who are going to join us, who have a varied and, shall I say, committed experience and lived experience to the idea of inclusion. And I think what we heard in the keynote about how can you engage with inclusion, what does it mean to be accessible and inclusive, are some of the things we'd like to discuss in this panel. And it's like, the IME team told me, it's beyond agendas. So it's not about the checklists and what gets represented alone, but how do we feel welcome in spaces? Who gets to shape the narrative, as the previous panel was talking about, as well as who gets to a culture of care, creating a culture of participation, of equity, as well as accountability. So I'm very delighted to hear how powerful storytelling, design, and grassroots initiatives can create lasting impact. So I'd like to first invite Shanti and Chandray from Aravani Art Project. I will tell you all a little bit about Aravani Art Project. Aravani, welcome. Aravani Art Project is a trans woman and cis women-led art collective that aims to create a space for people from the transgender community to come together to create, collaborate, and work on several artistic projects. And both Chandray and Shanti have been with Aravani Project for over 8 years, I think, and we've had the pleasure of working on one project. So I've seen the kind of powerful storytelling that they have been creating. To introduce Chandray, she's a senior artist at the Aravani Art Project. She joined them 8 years back and is one of the most patient members of the project. When not painting, she loves spending time with family and dancing. She identifies herself as a trans woman and prefers pronouns she, her. Oh, and did we already mention that she loves dancing? Shanti is a senior artist at the Aravani Art Project. She started her journey with the project 9 years ago. She is a proud trans woman who inspires and never ceases to help a person in need. She's extremely driven and passionate. Apart from painting, she's a part-time poet, traveler, and a full-time dreamer. So I'd like to invite both of them to share a little bit about what the Aravani Art Project does and what you all have been doing. So over to you. And they will be sharing in Kannada. Slides. And we have someone who will translate for us.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಶಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಜೆಂಡರ್ ವುಮೆನ್ ಬಾರ್ನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬಾಟ್ ಅಪ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್. ಅರವಾನಿ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಜೊತೆ 9 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಟ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. Aravani Art Project works with the transgender community with their mural art initiative in the public space. The community feel very vulnerable, often gets into violence, harassments in the public spaces. But we reclaim that public space and give some beautiful artwork. It's a good organic bridge between the community and the society, that wall art what we do there. And I have a stage fear, but yeah, I am better with paints and brushes than with the mics and all. Saying that, so my first project with Aravani Art Project was for a government school, school children. Purnima is the founder and director of Aravani Art Project. She's a cisgender woman, an ally, I can say. And she texted me saying that there is a painting that you have to join. for a government school painting. I said, okay. Then halfway, she took me in her bike. It was on the outskirts of the Bangalore. And while going, I stopped her. I made her stop in between, saying that I'm very afraid. I have a phobia of children because children, I want to say, they are the one, humiliate a lot in the public space. So I said, no, I can't come because if one children knows that I'm a transgender, the whole school will look at me in a very different place. That will make me very bad. So she said, nothing will happen, just come with me. That's what she assured. And we reached the school, and when we reached the school, we met the HM of the school, and then afterwards they showed the place where we want to paint, like a public, no, it's a library where the students will read. And we started painting. It was my first time, and slowly the students were very interested in what we were doing, and they wanted to join us. So Purnima sent 2 students with me, and we started to paint. During very casually, they asked me, ma'am, can you teach me how to do this? I was really surprised. Students are, the parents make them, or the elders make them say that transgender people are kidnappers, they are bad. Yeah, this happened at the first mural art I did. And last year, 2024, I was in Venice representing the transgender community. And we painted a 100 by 60 wall in Venice Biennale 2025. That was my journey. Thank you.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಚಂದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ನನಗೆ ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೀ ಇವ್ರು ಬೆಗ್ಗಿಂಗು ಸೆಕ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮೀಸಲಾಟ ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಳೆ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಈ ವಾಲ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾವು ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಇವಾಗ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ.
People look at trans people as only as beggars, especially in India. Okay, so they don't know that what kind of talent these people have.
ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇದು ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೀ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಓದಿರಬೇಕು, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ಪೂರ್ಣಿಮಾ ಅಂತವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಪೇಂಟ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಲೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಫಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟೆ, ನಾನು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ, ನಿನಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯೋ ಅವಾಗ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಸರಿ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೋದೆ. ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಕೈ ಶೇಕು, ಭಯ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಜನ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಜನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಭಯ, ಕೈ ಶೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಆಗೋದು, ಒಂಥರ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ. ಪೂರ್ಣಿಮಾ, ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, ಆಗೋದು ಮಾಡು, ನೀನು ಭಯ ಬೀಳ್ಬೇಡ, ಮಾಡು, ತಪ್ಪೋ ರೈಟೋ ಮಾಡಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು.
Purnima is the person who encouraged Chandri to come and join their group, and in spite of a lot of hesitation, fear, she was able to, because of support given by Purnima, she was in a position to go ahead with this particular project.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಲಿತಾ ಬರೀ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಪೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದ್ವಿ. ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಲ್ಲ, ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ, ಕ್ಯಾಲಿಫೋರ್ನಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ, ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ 1.5 ತಿಂಗಳು ಇದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
She has worked on projects not only in India but even overseas. She had the opportunity to go to California at the Facebook head office, where she stayed for almost 1.5 months, and she completed one project there.
ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಜನಗಳು ನೋಡಿ, ಇನ್ನೂ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಜನಗಳು ಯಾರು ಗುರ್ಸಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮಂಥ ಕೆಲವು ಜನಗಳನ್ನ ಗುರ್ಸಿ, ಪೂರ್ಣಿಮಂತವ್ರು ಗುರ್ಸಿ ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಥರ ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಾಳಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಉದ್ದ ಇರಲಿ ನಾವು ಹತ್ತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ.
People like Purnima have encouraged trans people like this, and they have not only participated in small projects but even very big projects. They have been allowed to work, and that's a big opportunity they have got.
Just to add what she led, Chandri is my roommate. I and Chandri are roommate. The California opportunity came for me, Chandri, and 2 other trans member. For getting the passport itself, it was such a huge thing, because for a normal people, it might take 1 month. For us, it took 3 months for the passport, and that too to get it in a female identity. They asked me my gender identity certificate that I got from the Victoria Hospital, saying that I got all the surgery, my nipple size is this, my that is this. And after all that struggle, at the visa process, they denied my visa. They told me, why you're going? I told, for a mural art project, I'm an artist. They said, no, we can't send you to our country. That's what I said. But Chandri, on the other hand, she boldly answered, I do dancing for my livelihood. And the visa approved. Yeah.
Do you have more to share?
Yeah, like, let the slide go.
No, but this also speaks to organizational policy aspects that we also need to address. So I think maybe in the conversation we'll come to that.
ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಆಫೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಪೋಯೆಟ್ ತರ ಮಾಡೋ ತರ ಇದು ಅಂತ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್.
That is Purnima.
Training session which was given by Purnima Sukumar. So this is the photo related to that.
Next. This is the first mural that Aravani Art Project painted in Bangalore. This was for an NGO which is in Majestic, and it is still there. Yeah. This is very much close to me, because this is the second painting they did in the underpass of near Malleshwaram. No,
Yes.
near Majestic. We exist is the name that we given to the portrait. Now we do exist. So this is now taken out because of the other work it has come. Yeah. Chandri, you explain this.
ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್, ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ, ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್.
Freedom
ಇವಾಗಲಿದೆ, ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್, ಇವಾಗಲಿದೆ.
This painting was the first project on which Chandri worked, and this project is still, you can go and see in the Freedom Park.
ಇದು IFA ನಮಗೆ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬನ್ನೇರ್ಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಟೋ ಶೂಟ್ ತರ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಅದರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ.
This fund was given by IFA 360 fund, and in that we had 10 activities. In that, apart from painting, what can we do? So we learned how to handle professional camera and photography. We learned photography. This is the picture of that. Next.
ಸೇಮ್ ಬನ್ನೇರ್ಘಟ್ಟ.
IFA funded, yeah, this also. This is in Coimbatore State Library. Yeah. This again is in Sonakachi, where the sex worker women live. This is the building of the sex worker women. Aravani Art Project does not work only with the transgender community. It works for the other marginalized women, other marginalized community also. So this building example of that. Yeah. This.
Dharavi.
Oh, this we were not part of. Next.
Bambiti.
Same, Dharavi. This is the one that they painted in California Facebook. I want that picture. Chandri, can you tell more?
ಇದು ಶಾಂತಿ ಫೇಸು, ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಫೇಸು, ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಫ್ರೀ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮಿದೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿಂಬಲ್ಲು, ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿಂಬಲ್ಲು. ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಲ್ ಆ ಕಡೆ.
Translate.
Yeah, basically this is painted at Facebook head office in California.
ಶಾಂತಿ ಫೇಸು, ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಫೇಸ್ಗೆ ಬಿಡಿಸಿದ್ದು.
Okay. So the faces they have painted is that of 2 trans women, and it's written as gender free, and they have shown the symbol of clapping. Generally the trans people are associated with clapping of hands, no? So they have shown that in one of the pictures.
Although I didn't go for USA, my portrait is there in the Facebook.
Facebook.
This is also Facebook only.
This in Kannagi Nagar in Chennai.
ಅದು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ, ಡೆಹ್ರಾಡೂನ್. ಇವಾಗ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಮಿರಲ್ಲು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಲಿ ಇದೆ.
This is Delhi, Dehradun, I think.
Yeah, this is Chennai, Kannagi Nagar.
ಇದು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಲಿ ಇದು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ನಿಲಿ ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು, ಏನದು ಇಬ್ಬರಲ್ಲ
So she painted Uber Auto.
Yeah, that is in Delhi.
This trans community is from Bombay. They are part of Aravani Art Project, artists who did this artwork. Can you go a little faster? I think there's a lot of picture. Come back to that picture. This we painted in slum boards of Maratali, where I reside. So there I see North Indian women who recycle the used cloth and stitch it into quilt. Kaudi work ante heltare. So we made the painting portrait of that woman doing the Kaudi work. Yeah. Same. Chandri.
ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್, ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸಿಬಿಷನ್ ಕ್ಲಾತಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾತ್ ಇದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಥರ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾದ ಹಾಕಿರೋದು.
Okay, this is the earlier slide which you saw is related to the waste cloth, where they have put a big exhibition.
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಾಗ ಮನೇಲಿ ಇದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು, ನಮಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನೋದು ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ವಸ್ಗಳು ಮನೆಗೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಆರ್ಡ್ರ್ಗಳು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ವಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು ಆನ್ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ.
During COVID period, I think staying back at home, they organized such paintings at homes, and they could sell these paintings as later on.
Yeah, that's it. I think you can close. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. I mean, as you can see, their canvas is very powerful. And I just want, because you all brought it up, I just wanted to share something about the IFA project, because while it was something that they created, they curated, they designed the 10, it was a project to tell their stories, to make their stories visible and how they live in the city of Bangalore. And they designed and curated the 10 interventions, they chose the spaces. And I think these are the kind of, because we were talking in the earlier session about co-creation and how to make space for for narratives as well as leadership to unfold in different spaces. So that was a project that we were very grateful to be part of. We'll take questions.
Not a question, just to say another contribution that they did for us.
Yeah.
I'm Sriram from Nalanda Way Foundation, and Sriram from Nalanda Way. We run a program called Art 1D, which is basically a mobile truck that goes to villages to teach arts in schools. The truck was completely designed by the Aravani Art Project. So that Purnima and all of them did that. Yeah, that's what I will say.
Yeah, and it's I mean, for those of us in Bangalore, those of us, you know, their work, when we pass the city, we're like, oh, there's Aravani Art Project. It makes it very visible and very present in our lives. I'd like to invite the next speaker, Siddhant Shah, who is the founder for Access for All. He's a national award-winning universal design expert, accessibility consultant, and DEI advocate, committed since a decade to making culture, heritage, and workplaces inclusive for persons with disabilities. He has worked on pioneering projects that integrate tactile design, braille resources, sensory-friendly exhibits, and including training into many of India's leading museums, festivals, and corporate sectors. Some of the, I'll just highlight a few, his bio is long, but some of the things that standout things that he's worked on is Lula Plaza, the India Art Fair, the Supreme Court Museum, the Coldplay Tour that happened recently, Victoria Memorial, the National Museum, and much, much more. And he was saying that he works with, he also, in addition to doing design and educating all of us about creating inclusive spaces and access, he also works with artists who are neurodivergent and from different abilities to promote their work as well. So Siddhant, I'll invite you to share what Access for All does.
Should I go there? Oh, okay.
If you'd like to present from here, you're welcome.
No, I'm just so that we can see. I don't. go on the first slide. I think, so I just thought that as an introduction that was given, just recently National Geography made my life way easier. Like they gave me a 3-minute documentary which kind of covers what we do. So if you can play the documentary.
So unfair.
My love for visual art began very early. As a family, we all would love to go to museums, heritage sites, monuments. But when my mother acquired visual impairment, that became a turning point in my life to explore the area of making culture and heritage more inclusive, more accessible for persons with visual impairment. I am Siddhan Shah. I am the founder of Access for All. Access for All aims at bridging the gap between cultural heritage and disability around the world. For those who are visually impaired, to experience the objects, it is imperative to create things in a three-dimensional format where they can touch, they can feel and understand the textures that are there, the materials that were used, the techniques that were explored to creating these particular artifacts. Typically in a museum you find a signage that says please do not touch, and our tactile artworks have this sign that reads in Braille and English that says please touch. The most important thing is to conduct heritage walks so that we also create a culture amongst them to come to a space like a museum. Our understanding of disability is only about the visual disability. There is also invisible disability. It could be dementia, it could be autism. In schools, along with art therapy, we engage in hand-eye coordination, body movement as an element of well-being. Children with special needs have a lot of pent-up energy. Art therapy is one way of channelizing that energy in a constructive manner. And based on our experience, children who had a certain destructive approach to things, who had immediate levels of anger, it has come down drastically. We have been able to create at least the first inroad towards accessibility in our country and around the world. My mother became a catalyst in this change. I have been able to create multiple spaces which she could engage with, and along with her, many people could do so. Thank you. So that gives you a summary of the work that we do. If you go on the next slide. So as we started as being a bridge between two separate paths, which was disability and looking at cultural heritage. I'm a trained architect. A lot of times I get questions asked that like, why did you start focusing on cultural heritage and why not like make roads accessible? The footpaths are not accessible, bus stop is not accessible. Why are you not focusing on infrastructure? अरे heritage तो museum तो बाद में भी जा सकते हैं. And this was a point where this was out of a personal experience. I am a child of a parent with a disability, acquired disability, and how suddenly things change and how the focus directly moves from existence instead of aesthetics of life. And we realize that while, of course, existence is important, you need to have basics in place, it was necessary to understand that how culture becomes an important tool. Pick up any of our festivals, across the country, in any part of the place, you will find that our festivals are one of the most multi-sensorial, inclusive elements, because there's something to touch, there's something to smell, there's something to feel, there's something to hear, there's something to even eat for each festival. Imagine that in that case, everybody, irrespective of any sensory deprivation, is still able to participate. And that became an understanding that how do we make culture more accessible. We started in 2005. We have now been working, it's our 10th year. We work across the country also, and we now work in other 12 countries as well. I would also be talking, so if you go on the next slide. As we started, we realized that there were 3 key areas, and as we were discussing with the team also about some of the challenges that we faced, they are like this, how the ABC of D, ABC is like, the D is disability and A is first awareness. That talks about, and we will of course discuss in this, in terms of the outreach versus in-reach, how much efforts do we put as an organization, as a museum, as a culture site, as a monument to bring in people, but what happens inside the team, and as Shanti, right? As Shanti was talking about the challenge that you face when you are through a certain policy, it is because that particular group of representation is completely missing in that part. So and second one is about the barriers, the B, which talks about infrastructure. While most of us, after we make the building, the museum is designed, the venues are designed, and they're like, oh, now let's make it accessible. So that is where the other B word comes, is the budget word. They're like, oh, it's too expensive to do that. It is not expensive. It is expensive because you're retrofitting. If you conceptualize it, if you think with with the sense of understanding how do I make it accessible, you will automatically add those elements of design into your current design and make it accessible. As there was a very valid point that was brought up by Dr. Roy that spoke about, like on an airport there is a smoking room. Why not have a quiet room? We've been working extensively in the space of neurodiversity for last 3 years. In Mumbai, just yesterday, we launched 2 sensory rooms with different schools to at least bring children there in those spaces, and trying to see how these elements sometimes, a ramp is a very visible thing. When we started, I'll be very honest, the ramp is a very visible thing. Like organizations would ask us, tell us where to put a ramp, where to put a braille signage. And we were like, there are other things beyond that when we talk about inclusion and access. So we started looking at tactile elements, audio-based elements, and also this one important thing, which was training the staff. It is not about Aditi or Lakshmi being, sensitive towards this, but it is actually what happens at the entry gate, at the, with the security staff, allowing them or not in the space. So I think your experience starts from there. And lastly, to talk about the intersectionality and, talking about gender, talking about disability, and how these elements come together. And as we've been working, we work across different spaces. We've been working with agencies in Singapore right now, where we're looking at how their art community can be brought in. As she said, we work with different artists with disability to take them and get them to collaborate with different places to understand that what are the unique requirements that could fit in for them. These last 2 slides are images of the things that we've now also developed in terms of technology. So can you go on the next slide? So while we started, you saw some of the tactile artworks. These are some of the things that we've now developed. We also received a national award for that, where there is transparent braille. Now we've designed braille that can go on any surface. So you don't have to have a separate braille plaque or a separate caption, but you can have the same transparent braille caption. So we are doing this for the Rashtrapati Bhavan. We are also doing similar things for the British Museum. And even with books and all, with multilingual braille and other regional languages with tactile images, that could just be part of it, where you pick up and you may not be able to create a tactile artwork in the space, but you can still figure out ways of doing that. And also this helps because those who can't come to a museum, the museum can go to them. So we start doing programs, outreach programs for these areas. And lastly, so this is something that we have been doing across different events, and I put this over here because this is our sensory calming bag that we give, like so at a Coldplay event or at Lollapalooza or any events that we do, you know, across different places. We have these sensory bags that help people just come in, require certain things that they can hold it, and we also have an affiliation with the Sunflower Project. So across them, like there is a clear understanding that if somebody is moving around with a lanyard, the team automatically can identify. So as in the first session we were talking about, you know, that how general audience is not aware, at least this becomes a method of identifying and being able to understand that the person may require an additional, the person is not being difficult, the person only has a challenge comprehending what you are saying. So this we have been doing across different places, which now again in different museums we've created, and I think we'll talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing
And
this.
also to share that we worked with IME as doing an entire access audit. Also, if you look up the website of IME, it is one of the few websites that are completely accessible with various different requirements as per international standards. So thank you so much for doing that, Aditi and team. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Siddhant. Thank you for sharing some of the examples of things you're doing. I mean, you can visit their website as well and see the various resources you can access through Access for All. I'd like to invite our next panelist, Rituparna Sarangi, Associate Director of Enable India. Welcome. Rituparna has journeyed across India, listening, learning, and walking alongside communities often pushed to the margins. She has done a variety of interventions across causes like leprosy, HIV, AIDS, vision impairment, and most recently cerebral palsy and neurodiversity. Her work is guided by one core belief that dignity begins with being seen, heard, and included. And what fuels her is stories. Stories of resilience, stories of tradition, stories of everyday brilliance. And she'll share a little bit more about that when we have our discussion. Rituparna weaves art, textiles, music, and design into her work. And at the core, she celebrates differences and the many beautiful ways people create, belong, and thrive. So I'll invite Rituparna to share a little bit more about Enable India and the work she's been doing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Such a beautiful feeling to be a part of this, this event today and to meet all of you. I'll just quickly run you through what we do at Enable India. And so Enable India has been in the disability space for the past 25 years now. We are the pioneers and the thought leaders in the disability sector and have been impacting livelihood across more than 21 disabilities. Next slide, sir. So this was founded by Shanti Raghavan and Dipesh Sutaria in the year 1999. What we believe in our organization is that work is core to human dignity, and we all are on a mission to bring dignity to persons with disability through economic independence. You can see this is a big whole happy family of Enable India. All the staff are here, including the founders. So at Enable India, 28% of our management are persons with disability, 42% of our senior management are women, and 44% of our staff are persons with disability. So this talks a lot about the diversity and the strength we have in our organization. The economic imperative, why are we working for economic independence for persons with disability? Because studies says that around 15% of the world population faces some form of disability, and this is really alarming. And 3 to 7% of the GDP is foregone by not including persons with disability in the workforce. So I think it's a high alarm, for all of us to start working towards including persons with disability in the workforce. Next slide. The impact that is created through our work over the last 25 years, we have been very closely working with companies, corporates, and we have collaborated with more than 810 companies, both in the private and the public sector, across public companies across 34 sectors to make them inclusive. We have also opened up 410 job roles for persons with disability and have coached more than 11,000 leaders in this space. Now, when I say job roles, each job role, when it is opened in any sector, whether it is in the IT, BFSI, retail, etc., it further opens up many opportunities in other parts of the country. So 81% of our persons with disability are supporting their families in the urban areas, and 70 in the rural areas. 35% of our persons with severe disabilities support their families, which is something very close to all of our heart, because when a girl says a person with vision impairment, she just came to me and she told me, ma'am, मैंने ना पहले तनख्वाह से अपनी मम्मी के लिए रेफ्रिजरेटर खरीदा. Do you imagine the kind of sense of pride and dignity that comes not just to the girl but for the entire family and the ecosystem? Every 1 rupee of fund inflow that comes to us creates an average economic impact of rupees 6.55. We have also been training employees with disability in the BFSI sector, which is contributing to 1.68 crores of revenue generation. It's also very good and happy to know that the average starting salary of a person with disability is higher than the average per capita income of the country. So this is created through the work that is done at Enable India. Next slide, sir. Now, how is this created? What do we do to create all of these? We build aspirations in persons with disability, their family, and of course the entire ecosystem. We have, our work has spread to more than 229 states and union territories through a mobile phone-based interactive platform that is called Vani, and it's there present in 4 languages: Kannada, Bengali, Tamil, and Hindi. We have reached marginalized populations in 30 states and union territories through our outreach and workshop approach. Also, there's a focus on building accelerators, and we have reached 181 countries through our open source platform with 325 plus resource and courses. And that platform is enableacademy.org. You can all, check this out and, enroll into courses. Those are very interesting, and it actually enhances your includability quotient. So we also work a lot through campaigns, alliances, and innovations, and that I'll be talking about in the course of the discussion today. We believe in building change makers through incubation programs and, through other disability courses. Building potential of stakeholders, so that's what we do generally through the entire landscape of this program. We also are working towards building includable leaders with Enable India's includability framework, and also building opportunities for exposure to employment with Enable India Impact Framework for the entire ecosystem. Next slide, please. Our reach has almost 5 lakh stakeholders across 35 states and union territories, 764 districts, and 1377 locations through technology platforms. When I say technology platform, for example, we have a platform called Blimey, and Blimey is a guided tool or a software that enables a person with vision impairment to learn computers. Not just a person with vision impairment, but you and me can also learn computers through this platform. So that's one of the examples. 76,600 plus persons with disability have been given the service through our work and approach. And very happy to say that we have collaborated with more than 234 partner organizations, like-minded partner organizations across the country, and they come from very grassroots level, remote areas. They may have the, willingness to work to make that change, but may not have the right resources to move forward. So happy to say that we have been venturing into that space also. Next. And Enable India's work definitely aligns with the UN SDGs, and as you can see, we are aligning with the number 1 SDG thing, that is no poverty, number 4 quality education, number 5 gender equality, 8 decent work and economic growth, and 10 reduced inequalities. Next, sir. Here is a glimpse of the governing board of Enable India. We have Ms. Shanti Raghavan, the powerhouse of Enable India. She started Enable India, and she's the founder and managing trustee of Enable India. We have Mr. Deepesh Sutaria, the CMD and co-founder of Enable India, Mr. Pranesh Nagri, Ms. Pratibha Nakil, Mr. R.T. Krishnan, Mr. C. Babu Joseph, and Mr. Moses Chaudhary. Yes, of course, 25 years of hard work has earned us some recognitions, both at the national, international level, and here it is. So we are a governing council member for Skills Council for Persons with Disability. We have also won the national award from the former President Srimati Pratibha Patil and former Finance Minister Pranab Mukherjee. Shanti has also received the Niti Aayog Women Transforming India Awardee. We are also the official placement cell for the government of Karnataka. Similarly, there are some accolades under the international recognition. We have a special consultative status by the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Of course, there are so many others. And of course, we are also awarded the Guide Star Platinum Seal for transparency and compliance, and also are certified by the Credibility Alliance, and we are also a great place to work. So I would welcome all of you to come and see what a great place to work Enable India is. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. So as you can see, we have a powerhouse of a panel. So we've had a chance to discuss some of the various things that they've done in the course of their journey. I'm going to ask each of them specific questions, but I'll invite each of you to jump in if you want to share at any point. I'd first like to start with Shanti and Chandrei. Your work is very deeply in making visible the trans voices, the trans stories. So in your context, in your practice of art, what does inclusion mean for you? If you could share with our audience.
ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಸಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅರವಾಣಿ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅವರು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಸಿವ್ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಬರೀ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, LGBTQI+, ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲೈಸ್ಡ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಸೆಕ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಮೈನಾರಿಟೀಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇವ್ರುಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ದೆನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಸಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಬರೀ ಒಂದೇ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ನ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ವಿಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ is much needed for the transgender community, but adru never to leave the LGBTQI+ and the other minorities around. Yeah.
And also your allies, as we spoke.
Yeah, we call them as ally. Purnima is an ally for me. She is not an ally, she is like a friend now, a friend to me now. Yeah.
And when you go to work in these various spaces, because you worked in corporate houses, you worked with non-profits, you worked in your own projects, what are some of the challenges you might encounter with in spaces where you may not feel welcome or places where you felt very welcome?
ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ. ಗೇಟ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ವಾಚ್ಮೆನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನೀವೇನು ಒಳಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ನೀವು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರಬೇಡಿ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಈ ಥರ ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್, ನೀವೇನು ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್, ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಥರ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸರಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಿ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಕಲರ್ಗಳು ತುಂಬ್ತಾ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಒಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಡ ಅಂದರೆ, ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು ಕೆಲಸ, ಸಾರಿ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಆದರೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸನೇ ಒಂಥರ ಅಂತ. ಅವಾಗ HM ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಒಳಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಕುಂಡ್ರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಸೋದು, ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಕುಂಡ್ರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಅಮ್ಮ ಸಾರಿಮ್ಮ ನಾವು ಮಂಗಳಮುಖಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಇದೇ ಥರ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂಥರ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಕಲರ್ಫುಲ್ ನಾವು ಹಾಕೋ ಆ ಕಲರ್ಸಿಂದ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ತುಂಬ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Basically, Chandri has given an example of going into a school, okay, where when such trans women or trans people walk into any place, okay, so they won't be given any importance. And she gave an example where entering a school, the security himself told her very clearly what you are supposed to do, why you have come here, okay. Then she told him, I have come here to paint. Oh, you paint? You can paint. So that is the question he asked. But by the time she went inside, she went ahead with the paintings, etc. I think they started appreciating her work. And they have, I think, even the headmistress and other people in the school where she went, they appreciated a lot and they gave a lot of respect. So basically, it's a time like they have to understand and they should understand their talent. So that is how she was explaining.
To add to Chandri's also, I can give you 2 examples of what happened. This was in challenges are everyday part of our transgender community life. For example, to start with, like when I come out of the house, if I want to commute from A to B, it's such a difficult task to me. What's the doctor name? Dr. Kamath said, you know, that one stair makes such a huge impact for the community or other differently able person. The same thing happens to me. I have anxiety disorder, I have PTSD, post-trauma stress disorder, and once I get into the bus, if I want to go somewhere for work or for shopping, anything, the stair inside the bus itself can kill us. And if I want to go to a temple to just to pray to the God, when I go inside, the pujari who performs the puja, he also stays the transgender community. The first example I want to give is, we painted the Freedom Park in Bangalore, and once we went there, we kept all the painting and the brushes over there. You know, the police was around and he stopped us to do the work over there. Nimmanella illi yaar kardidu? What are you guys doing? Now we got the permission to paint and we are going to paint. So as the local, the goons kind of guys and all were teasing us and all. Once we started to paint, after finishing the project, everybody wants to know our name. They want to take selfie with us. You know, where art makes a change in the society, I can say. The second example, I don't know, security are the one who mess with us a lot. This was for an IT company in Bangalore. They called us for sensitization and awareness program kind of thing. Me and one of my trans sisters went to the main gate of this big IT company. The security made us stop. Ruko madam, aap andar nahi aa sakta hai, idhar nahi, you can't beg here. That's what he said. Arey baba, nahi, we didn't came for begging. We came for some event. He checked to the person who called us and then he allowed us. Okay, go. Like a VIP in the 2 security in front, 2 security in the back. We were called inside the company. We gave the awareness talk. And once I came out of the IT company, this security guy who halted us came out of his cabin and said, ma'am, mujhe ashirwad dena. I told him, give me 500, I will give you the ashirwad because you work in this big IT company. That was a slap for him. Yeah.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಜನರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ನಾವು ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಏನೋ ಪರ್ಚೇಸಿಂಗ್ ಹೋದರೆ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ತೆಗೆದಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಬೆಗ್ಗಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗಿರಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಮೈಂಡ್ ಇರೋದು ಇವ್ರು ಬರೋದು ಬೆಗ್ಗಿಂಗೋಸ್ಕರನೇ ಅಂತ. ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ನಾವು ಬದಲಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ಥರ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆ ಥರ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ನೂ ಜನ ಕೆಲವರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಇನ್ನು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ತಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಹೊರತು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಎತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Trans people are in general considered, they are beggars. Okay, so even if these trans people want to change and want to be included in the normal population, I think they are not encouraged. So she gave an example where she went for shopping. Okay, so she was going to buy something, but still the shopkeeper gave her 10 rupees as if she has come for begging. So she feels that basically people should change their perspective about their particular standing in the society.
Thank you both for sharing. I think it speaks to the sensitization that Siddhant spoke about, awareness, preconceived notions, and how we engage. While a company is welcoming you into their space, but the security has not been sensitized. So I'll move to Siddhant because I know Siddhant often speaks of this. I mean, we have to embody organizational culture and practice of inclusion. So if you could tell us about your experiences with that, where there are certain hidden barriers, and how can we embrace this inclusion where everybody is part of this process?
Wow. I think one, in an organization, it's that fear of that organogram, where you are placed, that makes you feel that whether am I allowed to be a part of this discussion or no. We were doing this for an art gallery. We said that we'll do a sensitization program, and we said, like, ask all your team members, staff, and everyone to come in. Everybody came, security came in, but the janitorial staff did not come. And they were like, आप उनको ही बुलाए थे, like वो लोग का क्या काम है, वो तो बाथरूम साफ करते हैं ना. Like, आपको मालूम नहीं उनका काम क्या है, वो खाली बाथरूम साफ करना नहीं है, because even when the person goes there, in terms of the need or the requirement that is there, like, because with the gallery, we do have different gender groups coming in, and also there is a gender neutral washroom which was there. So now, like, one person went to the bathroom and the janitorial staff only stopped the person and said, "Aap idhar mat jaiye, aap ladies mein jaiye." And so now, again, like, it is not that only one or few people in the organization need to know about it. It is something that it has to be part of the entire setup. I think in last 10 years, what we have also thought of doing, a decade of work also looks at shattering these illusions, of like that, oh, this is not for me, or this is only for some of the others. Ye to khali boss ko janne ka zarurat hai. The reason why we started doing sessions for the security team was because we were at an art event. Again, in an art festival, we invited the president of National Deaf Society to come to the event, and the person does not wear a hearing aid, has a sign language interpreter along with them. The security guard stops the person and says, prove that you are deaf. Why should that person prove? Unka jo ticket bhi ready hai, aapko khali dena. It is not your job to figure out whether, and it is not your question to also ask for the person to prove that you're really deaf or not, and only because you're not seeing a hearing aid. So our idea, our notion of disability is also so visual that only certain things that we see, we think this is how it has to be. And I think at this point is when, like, even in an organization, policy does come into practice, because what happens when you get incubated into an organization, we had the chance of creating an entire disability sensitization toolkit for a corporate in Indian overseas also that they use. And this is something that everybody, irrespective, even if you join in as a third party vendor, you're supposed to go through that document. So I think what happens with that is that what we were discussing also, with ma'am and like with Aditi and all that during the this tea break, how do people know that something like this is important? So your website, your social media also becomes a very important tool. For a space, it is important to know that there is no accessibility rather than knowing that what is accessible. Because 80% of the time a person reaches a venue and then realize, "Arey, ye accessible nahi hai. Ab kya?" Only if they had known that this place was not accessible parking is available or not available, then they would have made that decision correct. So I think this is how every member, and that is where your social media team comes in. Your content team also becomes a part of it.
Thanks. And I think all of this speaks to hidden powers that exist and hierarchies in workspaces that then unfold in the landscape. And while you were saying change can't happen, it's incremental, it can't all happen at once, but it's a long road to that sensitization.
Can I just add, I think we literally had one live example. I don't know if you all saw it or not, but like there was somebody who came here with a placard saying, "Please wrap up." And Lakshmi told that, no, it will have to, okay, continue. This is an element of what inclusion means, because, there is somebody who's translating. So that person's time also gets added to the talk, This is a true setup of what inclusion would feel like, and how this would happen. The person did their job because they were told a certain time limit, but only when you do things in practice, you realize what are the needs, and you can only make things accessible incrementally. It cannot happen that you would know what is going to happen. As you go through the process, you be flexible and agile, and I think that makes your space, organization, event way more inclusive for a deeper audience?
And we've all tried. I mean, I know IME has engaged with Siddhant, and I know that it's we always get overwhelmed with all the things that we have to do. But we'll come to that a little later. We'll discuss about how can we start this journey, or how can we embark on this journey with together. But Rituparna, I'd like to ask you about. You were telling us about a very interesting, innovative project called Jugaad, and how this is something, and for the earlier panel, they'll be interested, where there's a lot of collective wisdom that comes together. It's like, you could say, like a hackathon, but in the space of enabling persons with different disabilities, and how co-creation and this sharing comes about. If you could share that.
Thank you, Menka. I think, I mean, just before this, when we were talking, I think it just stuck to both of us, right? The word Jugaad. And it's been a very, I wouldn't say the word favorite, but it's a very important word in our life. Not just a word, but how it actually, it's a way of life, right? I mean, Bal bandhna, jisse bhi, like, a rubber band ya hanky say, that's a Jugaad, right? So how we actually give it a shape and how we actually bring dignity to this Jugaad is what actual inclusion is. So what Menka is asking me is about a very interesting thing called Project Discovery at Enable India. And it is all about the cost-effective, innovative solutions, the Jugaad that comes from the community, So this is a brainchild of Dipesh, our CMD. And during the COVID times, when things were, of course, a lot of ups and downs in everybody's life, we were thinking what to do. And he said, hey, there are many solutions the ecosystem is using, the persons with disability, their parents, allies, teachers, caregivers. Where are these solutions getting documented? What are we doing with these solutions, right? So, for example, he asked one of the persons with vision impairment, you can't see, but how do you identify toothbrush kaun sa hai subah? Because in that toothbrush stand, there are many toothbrushes. It's for all of us, right? Ek stand mein bahut sare color ke toothbrush hote hain, mummy, papa, bhai, behan, sabka. So for a person with vision impairment, how do you identify which one is yours? So he said, very simple, sir. Usme rubber band laga ke rakhte hain, chhu ke pata chal jata hai kaun sa mera hai. So you don't have to use an app or a high-tech solution to identify which one is your toothbrush, right? So similarly, there are millions of Jugaads that is getting created, designed by persons with disability, by the parents, by the allies, by the teachers, by the siblings, to make the person's life easy, seamless, and of course, easy and seamless for the entire family. I'll just give you another examples because we believe that lived experiences are the best way to connect and relate. So there's a mother from Jharkhand, and mothers, as we all know, are the best jugadus, right? So the best innovators. So she said that she has a child with intellectual disability, and because of some reason, the child couldn't have a grip over the pencil to write something, right? It's because of the associated disability also. So what she did was, she said, oh, mera bacha likh nahi pa raha hai. How, what? I mean, this is such this thing, right? And the child also wants to start writing, scribbling and everything. So she said, it just struck her that she took one aloo, potato. And what she did was a big aloo, she inserted the pencil in that. And then she gave it to her child to start writing. And gradually what happened is, she started reducing the size of the aloo, the potato, over the months. Now the child writes, right? And doesn't need any solution. But that solution has been adopted by so many mothers in the country. You use a aloo, you use your own adaptation, whatever suits you best. But these are the jugaads that we sometimes don't pay attention to. But imagine the kind of impact it has created in that child's life, the mother's life, and it's a learning for all of us, right? Another example is, there's another child with Down syndrome, and he happens to bang his head on the wall, right? There's another colleague of mine, and she is a person with vision impairment. Her child, who is sighted, little one, he also keeps banging the head on the wall. The reasons not known for both the cases, right? But what the other mother did, the mother of the Down syndrome, she started putting a helmet ghar pe. You know, whatever that helmet, jaise bhi tarike ka hai. She started putting, and then it saved him from injury. My colleague, who is also team member of Project Discovery, she said, hey, I'm going to replicate this for my child, you know. So these are the things that are happening. And these homegrown solutions, which are very, very innovative, very, very jugadu, are actually traveling across. And the power of it is that this is the 6th edition of Enable India to launch Project Discovery, and we are opening up our lines. We always have a competition every year to welcome these kind of solutions and to also have an award thing. But like I said, the power is, it has been replicated by more than 150 countries across. So all these 150 countries now have their own Project Discovery. We also are developing a platform where all these solutions get, you know, are recorded or documented. It's like a Google search engine. So if you want any solution, it will just show up. And then you can make your adaptations. Just one last, I mean, there are plenty, but this is my favorite. And this solution has actually shaped, you know, the narrative of the entire disability space. When we think about solutions in the disability space, it is about education, daily living, livelihoods, right? But there's this person who is a triple limbs amputee. He's currently based out of Goa. His name is Tinkesh. And what he did was, when we were trying to reach out to Tinkesh 3 years back, he said, we were asking, Tinkesh, kaun sa solution? Kuch solution use karte ho? Kuch jugaad use karte ho? He said, nahi, main kuch nahi karta. And all, he was just running away. Then we just asked him, you know, that probing, that nudging, are karte kya ho? He said, you know, I do gymming. I go to gym every day. And it was like, okay, a 3 limbs amputee, he doesn't have 2 legs and one hand. So I said, what do you do in gym? I said, we told him, you know, send us some videos. What do you do in gym? And he uses his jugaad, those straps, to do all these high-end gymming, whatever, I don't know the right word. But then he has actually changed the narrative of the space. I mean, who would think a triple-limbed amputee is going to gym and is now dreaming to have the first maybe accessible gym for persons with disability in the entire country? So yeah, that actually deserves a big round of applause, and very happy to share that this person you know, has been inspiring many in the country, in the ecosystem, and many allies, many persons with disability. And he's the first one to also do the Mount Everest base camp, the first 3-limb amputee in the world to do the Mount Everest base camp using his jugads and solutions. So yeah, I think this is what I would like to talk about when it comes to jugad in the disability space.
Thank you for sharing. And I'm sure you will lead, it's all available on your website, the Discovery.
We do have our YouTube channel. It's called EI Labs, and you see all the solutions there. So yeah, it's the hub of all the solutions.
And when we started talking about inclusion in the morning, we also spoke about how inclusion affects each one of us differently, right? There's no one solution is going to address everything. So I'll throw it both to Siddhant and you, because both your organizations work in this area. When we look at intersectionality of disability, gender, language, cultural, social, economic, how do you deal with it, perhaps maybe from a design perspective and maybe from you from working with other organizations? So to both of you, and even if you all would like to share.
I think the blessing for us was that when we started 10 years ago, we didn't have any textbook to follow. So we had to figure out our ways as we went through, and I'll give you through that example. So when we first made, like, our first intervention in the art space was through India Art Fair, DAG. And they gave us a small budget and they're like, okay, see, figure out what you can do. And we made all our tactile artworks in the size of 8 inch by 8 inch because budget utna tha jutna hum kar sake, and we had the first group, everyone very excited. And while that group left, one girl paused and said, sir, ek question aapko पूछूं? And I was like, हाँ पूछिए please. And she's like, sir, क्या सब आर्टिस्ट एक ही साइज में काम बनाते हैं? And I was like, नहीं, क्यों, आपको कैसे लगा? नहीं, आपके हमने जितने भी tactile artworks touch किए, all the works that we touched and felt, they were all of the same size. So That was our first learning. And we realized that, okay, now when we talk about an artwork, scale and proportion of the size does matter, and that happens. So we started changing that. We would keep it to a scale. We would talk about the scale as we progressed. Then something else happened. We were doing that, and we got a very strong email from one school saying that we came to the exhibition, we know we were late, but our students, they were tactile artworks, but our students could not understand anything. There was nobody to explain. And we were like, okay, what would have helped you? They're like, oh no, there should be something, you are designers, you figure out. And we're like, okay, the curveball at us again. And post that, we started integrating all the braille and different key letters in the word and started having a braille caption along with that. While that happened, we started also adding in like a braille guidebook, a large font guidebook, and also doing a workshop. And we realized that if you're working for an organization, the organization should not only say that are access for all aayenge, wo karke jayenge. We also started teaching their docents, doing workshops for them and doing that. And my third was one of the most amazing thing, where we all make an assumption when we start working in this space. This is again at the beginning of my career in Jaipur, and we are at a blind school, and we are talking about different colors, and there are some kids with profound visual impairment. And one of these kids says and gets up, and I was asking them, Aapko, and this is me again starting, like I'm making an assumption that everybody associates with a color. And I'm asking them, Aapko kaun sa rang acha lagta hai and kyun acha lagta hai? And somebody said this and that. And one kid comes and says, I hate color blue. I was like, okay, why do you hate color blue? And just as a question for all of you here, what is that one word you associate color blue with? Sky. And a texture that you could associate with? Blue is soft for you. What is it? No, a texture. What kind of texture? Feel. How would you feel the color blue? Velvet. Soft. Okay. Now this guy, okay, he's like, even I had a similar idea and thought about it. Blue is a soft color. This guy is like, नहीं मेरे को कभी बाहर जाना होता है ना, मम्मी बोलती है तुम्हारी नीली जीन्स पहन लो. मुझे जीन्स नहीं अच्छा लगता है, वो इतना खुरदुरा सा होता है. Because his association of color blue was only with the texture of his denims. And he's like, I don't like that, it is too rough for me. Like he just could not. So that is when we realize that you cannot make an assumption based on a blanket understanding that this is what I feel. And a lot of times people do ask us a question that why do you still use color in the tactile artworks? Because not everybody who is visually impaired is completely blind. There are levels of visual impairment. There are levels in which people associate with it. So these were things that over a period of time you realize that you integrate it. And then when you look at the theory part of it, these are exactly the same things that are mentioned in the 7 principles of universal design. How do you make something flexible? How do you keep it intuitive? How do you make sure that when you design, say, a resource, like even the sensory bag that you saw for children and for adults with neurodiversity, we make sure that there's nothing in it that gets swallowed. You can remove and swallow. There's nothing that you could throw at someone and hit someone. So all these different materials, the weight of the material, every element, zero tolerance to error is something that you follow. So I think this is how our solutions started coming up. And also working with the community. I think somebody said that, I think Dr. Roy spoke about that in the morning, that if you're designing something, bring in a parent, and I think IME does that, like with its approach. When we did the access audit, this was one of the first museums that when we did the audit, did also invite people from the community to be part of the audit. It was not that only you bring in experts and, okay, chalo, aap kar lo, humko report de do, but also hearing the voice of the community and truly believing in the fact that nothing for them without them.
Yeah, so and I completely agree with you, Siddhant. Siddhant, right? I always get your name. Sorry, I'm very sorry. I completely agree with you because, what we feel very strongly at Enable India, even after 25 years of work, we are still learning, still evolving. And we feel that, it's a part of human evolution. You just can't one day say that, hey, it's done. We have figured out the way. And by the way, what are we doing about the translation for Chandri? Anything? You can understand? Great. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So, yeah, and so for me, the question is about at the workplace, right? So there are many ways, we have figured out, and these are tried and tested models. But like Siddhant says, it takes time. It takes time to evolve. So for us, what first comes to this thing is, change in the mindsets, right? And at Enable India, we do a plenty of things. There are so many things we are into. We work across all 21 disabilities, so many framework models, and we do have the problem of plenty now. So there's a problem there. What insight that we have gained is, over the years, is there's very less expectations from persons with disability, right? We don't normalize the differences. We don't expect anything. Right? So that's where the change in expectations has to be built, right? Ki, a person who can't move any part of his body, would any of you give him or her any work with paid salary? A person who is unable to move any part, maybe very slight movement in the limbs or just 1 or 2 fingers, will any of you hire that person? That person is on the bed. Despite all his and her qualifications, will you hire that person in your company and give him a good salary?
Yeah, as long as the other senses are working.
Yes. So how do you know that, sir? Yeah, correct, yeah. So we figure out, we work with that person to know, hey, what can you do? You know, what is that we can co-create together to make this possible? To make a work possible which matches to your interest, to your skills, to your solutions that you require. So this is what, we completely believe, that change in mindsets is very, very much important. And we also believe that language builds culture. So for example, and this is in line with the United Nations, UNCRPD, which says that person first language. So instead of saying visually impaired, blind person, can we focus first on that individual, person with vision impairment? Because that a person with disability, person with autism, person with so-and-so. Because here the person is important. When you are imbibing the right language, you are also imbibing the right culture into your space. So if that can be done, then nothing like it. So these are the 2 things that we completely, swear by. There's another thing that is, it runs in our blood, is workplace solutions. So in many organizations and spaces, you would hear people saying, reasonable accommodation kya hai is bande ke liye? What are the things that, what you need to accommodate to make this person work, right? Right now, I need this chair to sit. This is my solution. This is my workplace solution. Menka is wearing a nice specs. That's her workplace solution. She can't work without that, pair of glass. So similarly, why to reasonably accommodate anything? Why can't we add dignity to it and say, hey, this is my workplace solution. If I need a little upper desk so that, my vision is completely aligning with the laptop that I'm using, irrespective of the fact that I'm a person with or without disability, that is my workplace solution. And we all need it. How, if we can replace it with, if the special needs can be replaced with workplace solutions, these are the things that we need to imbibe. Why a special need? This is my solution and I should be happy, advocating for it. And that's where self-advocacy comes. So these are the couple of things that, we completely swear by when it comes to workplace inclusion.
Would you like to share, Shanti?
Yeah, a little bit. Purnima Sukumaran, I told you, she is the founder and director of Aravani Art Project. When she started Aravani Art Project 8-9 years ago, she didn't think of this big dream, going to this level, what the Aravani is now. She studied art in Chitrakala Parishad in Bangalore. None of the art childhood. Even Chandri is an high school dropout. She couldn't continue after 10th standard. So these are the basic things. Everything was learned through and through. So now Aravani Art Project is where she might have dreamed. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I have a couple of more questions, but I know that we are running out of time, and I know the audience would like to interact with our panelists, so I will open it up to questions. So if you have questions for all our panelists or either of them.
Hello, thank you for this wonderful session. I would like to address Shanti ma'am and Chandri ma'am. It's not a question, it's something, it's experience in my family. This is mindsets that have changed across generations within my own family. So, about 13, 14 years ago, I had a baby. He's going to be 14 now. But at that time, we were traveling in a train as a family, big family. We were traveling in a train. And as you know, in trains, what happens? My generation and my parents' generation, two men, they behaved very badly. They behaved very badly with some of the transgender people that had come into the train to bless the baby. I was actually wanting to show my baby, but it was a very, very ugly incident that had affected me very much. So that cut to 10 years later. We were living in an apartment, and from the balcony I can hear, when my kids are playing down, I can hear what is going on, conversations, everything. My son had that, and that baby now was 11 years old, 11, 12 years old, and he had some older children, and they were talking. And when they were talking, I could hear some words that they were talking transgender, and all that, something they were talking. And I got scared, because my generation, they used to talk not very nice things, right, about you. And so after he came home, I said, what were you talking with your friends? Nothing, ma, nothing. Ma. He didn't say anything. Ma. After 2 days, he's only coming and telling me, Amma, those two other boys, they are from the same school. I mean, those two boys are in a different school, and my son is a different school. In their school, there is one transgender teacher, it seems. And they said, then what? Nothing. They were just saying, that teacher they have introduced in the assembly, and they have told them, they have sensitized the children to that. Okay, so I was very happy. Like, so what do you think? I asked. And my younger son also, both of them I was talking about this. And so they are sensitized. Now they have, like, yeah, okay, fine, they have accepted. So now, last year, I shifted them to that school. Now, my younger one, he doesn't care. You know, that teacher, she's teaching dance. You know, so what? You know, so it's not even like it's not an other for him. So I just wanted to say, like, in my own family, I can see the change in the mindset. So just wanted to share the experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that, ma'am. Educating the people of the transgender community is very important. And denial of education is such a no-no for them. If you have a transgender kid in your family, support them, accept them, give them the education they want. Now you're saying about the lecturer, they can go to the higher level also. If I got educated, I thought my dream was to become a scientist. I couldn't probably. Yeah, thank you so much. Please support the transgender kids in your family if they are. Yeah.
Actually, ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಡಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಂತು ಡ್ರಾಪ್, 6th, 8th, 7th, 3rd, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಆ ಟಾರ್ಚರಿಂದ ಓದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಇದೆರಡೂ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈಸಿ.
What Chandri is telling is basically it is the family. First of all, it is the family who should accept such trans people, and then they should be given education. So education will empower them. That's the gist of her message.
And also to add, according to 2019 Transgender Rights Person Bill, a certain percentage of reservation is there for the transgender community in the education level and also in the job opportunity. I still think it is in the papers yet. It should be more proactive in every states, I think. Like states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala is very proactive in it. Karnataka still making the committee itself is becoming such an issue. I think it's like politicized too much. Yeah, just want to address it.
Am I audible? All right. So since the morning, the previous session as well, what has stood out for me is how we look at differences in people, right? When someone's different, when someone's away from the normal, there's automatically a wall that sort of comes up. There's a sense of othering, which just translates into other things. So whether might be in terms of how a person looks, what their abilities are, howsoever. So in all of your experiences, what helps break down that wall and that distinction that this is me and this is them? Like what helps break those things down? And how can the majority work on it, rather?
I would like to say that my identity is just a parda. Don't see my identity. See my talent, what I have. See my, how can I support you in your organization or in your establishment is more important than what my gender is, what my identity is to you.
So I think for me, it's been how well I know myself, and there's a lot of homework which goes into it. Believe me, it's not it doesn't end any day. It's a very constant homework which keeps happening because with every person that you work with, you get to know yourself better. You know, for example, let me tell you, I have colleagues with vision impairment. I have colleagues who are deaf. I have colleagues who are who have intellectual disability, and so on and on. And you know, people from the transgender community, so many. So with every interaction, I think it just shows me the mirror of what kind of thoda andar ho jata hai judgment. After all, a human being, right? I mean, we are not God. But then, how do you break it? How do you actually face your own self? You know, and that comes a lot with normalizing differences. And let me tell you, like I said, it's a constant homework. It doesn't stop anywhere. But at the same time, it adds immense value to your own being, because what I gain from working or you know, by being friends with people from so many spectrums, you know, it just enhances my own social functioning. You know, it makes Rituparna a better person every day. So that's what my take is.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಜೆಂಡರ್ ನೋಡಿ ನೀವು ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ನೋಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡಿ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ.
What Chandri says is you give opportunity not based on gender but based on their capability. So capability always should be given an opportunity. Thank you.
So I just want to say this. This hand that once was holding a condom now proudly holds a brush. That is a change in the society.
As everybody is saying, it's an evolving question, okay? It doesn't happen one day. It happens because of different, like, I'll be very honest, I get like in almost all the interviews across in different places, one question that comes to me is that if your mother was not identified with visual impairment, would you have set up Access for All? Honestly, no answer to that. It is only one, with the experience. Second, when you also see the person go through you and close proximity, right? Like, the best way of understanding is that how affected are you with the problem, you know, how closely related you are, you will be able to be part of that. And more than that problem, you start looking at solutions. That problem is not there because that, you know, is part of it, but you're going to start looking at different things. So one thing for anybody who wants to make the first step, I would suggest, is that volunteer. Go surround yourself with people in different situations and setups to understand that what is a true sense of empathy, you know, what is it that you need to understand. This I saw in a school and it was brilliant, you know, like 5 students are asked to introduce each other and in a school, and this is my school. I went as an alumni of the year, and these 7 kids, 5th standard, 10 years old kids, all introducing their team members and all. Only later to realize that one of them identifies with hearing impairment. That was not even part of the description. That was not even an label to be given to the person. So I think when we go beyond the labels, when we go beyond the only things that we want to see, I think that is a true way that you can see beyond that wall, you know, and that the wall automatically comes down, because when you have, they're part of your thing, they're not somebody different, you know. It is only that how, when I was growing up, we had this in our general knowledge book that, oh, help a person with visual impairment. Today, there are 50 other things that could be taught to a child in the school, you know, and go beyond that sympathy-based approach to an empathy-based approach. So I think when you surround yourself, when you are part of it, you automatically start realizing what needs to be done and how you can make lives better for everyone.
I just want to share something. I was in a conversation with somebody who is blind, and she said you have to look at accessibility as an insurance, because you won't know when you are going to be blind. You won't know when you are going to be disabled. It could happen because of so many reasons, because of some health situation or because of aging. Anything could happen to anyone. So the better thing that we could do in the society is to consider it as an insurance and make our spaces and education and awareness being available for everybody, so that it is every space is accessible to everyone. Just wanted to share that.
So I have two questions. One is for Siddhant and one is for Chandri and Shanti. Siddhant, you've been part of this sector and doing this work for many years now. I think we've known each other in so many different contexts for more than a decade now. And I just wanted to get a sense from you, and in as much frankness as you can share with us in this audience, how much impact really have you seen in terms of what inclusion programs have been able to do within arts organizations? How much has that really impacted the community? And what else really can be done? Does it need to become an imperative within every institution, and there needs to be some blueprint of how to do it? For Shanti and Chandri, my question is that you've been able to access the world of the arts. You had so many different experiences that you've spoken about, whether it's with Berlin, whether it's California, you've traveled around the world. As trans people, my question is, and I see you as much more than trans, obviously, but my question is for the larger trans community who are not artists, what is the kind of access that they have to public spaces like museums, like public institutions like this?
You want to translate what?
First thing is be an ally to the trans community or the LGBTQI plus community. Be an ally, show the support to them. Second, we are ready to collaboration like with the sir, ma'am. We are ready because we never explored our art initiative with the differently able people, also with two of the other panelists. Be as an ally to the transgender community. Give them a job opportunity. The majority of the trans community lack their education, as Chandri said. After the 10th standard, it's very difficult to cross the 10th standard because that is the age where our expression becomes more expressive. Our femininity shows more feminine side when we are in the high school because we are attracted to boys. We want to walk like girls, talk like girls. You know, give them the education, give them the support they want. Family support and education is more enough for the transgender community or the LGBTQI community for their support and well-being and for their work and to live their life happily.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೆಲವು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟು ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಕರೆಸಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಕಲ್ತಿರೋದನ್ನ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೆ ಇದೆ.
Basically, what Shanti is telling, sorry, so very sorry, very sorry. Okay, so what Chandri is telling, whenever she comes across other people similar to her, okay, so she goes ahead and tries to give them training and bring them in her fold, like, so that they will also be in a position to grow as in whichever particular field they want to.
So to answer your question, it's a big question to answer because it talks about multiple different things. But one, yes, there has been change from what in 2015 when I would write to museums and art galleries and different institutes and get replies like, oh, we have a wheelchair accessible toilet. Oh, we have wheelchair accessible parking. And the toilet would happen to be on the first floor. Okay. So that is when we would literally push people that, okay, let us come and see, and see the space. To today, like currently we are consulting British Museum on designing. So the new exhibition that has opened, the Ancient India at the British Museum, we are designing an entire autism-friendly museum trail, which would be open soon. And we are also doing hands-on workshop sessions there. To that level that, being recognized, getting verified that, okay, what we are talking about does make sense. Another interesting thing was that we had a chance, there is one more museum here in Bangalore, which has a position for an inclusion officer. So I think that was also an interesting thing for us because when we were working as doing their access audit and going beyond, it was at the intent of having somebody and what we were talking about, how do you also have this in reach, like you have somebody in the space that also tells you throughout, that, okay, these are the things, because again, when you have that person, automatically discussions will become accessible. There are certain things that we can't see because it's a blind spot and you automatically start seeing those areas in that way. And largely also, I'm seeing that change of where they would actually be okay, like some organization would say, okay, come in, we would have a peak of events during December and April because December is International Disability Month and April is Autism Month, and suddenly everybody, it's like what happens in corporate spaces in June, right? It's pasted with rainbow and 1st July suddenly everything goes out. Okay, and she asked me to be honest, I'm being very honest. And we started realizing that, now it is just part of an outreach. It is no longer seen as, oh, a separate program for people with disability. It is now becoming part of inclusive outreach. So, rather than segregating them, we are seeing that change in which the approach is more about integrated understanding. Even we worked very closely with, I think you've been part of some of the British Council and ATSA grants and all. So we've been doing a lot of sensitization programs in that space where art becomes an enabler, right? And how do you look at DEI not as a separate element but an integrated element? So at Kochi Biennale we did a workshop for artists actually to look at make your artistic practice more accessible. So we were able to do that with, like, yes, of course, I am somewhere like, cutting down my business, but it is also how the ethics of the place has to be, that if artistic practices include multilingual approach, if they bring in audiences, if they start designing, if, imagine if all artists said that we'll only showcase our work if your gallery is accessible. What would that change bring in, So I think that can be a blueprint, but I think thinking about a blueprint in this direction would be an interesting discussion to take. Also, this is our 10th year, and is there internet here? Can I just show one thing? Is it connect? Can you just one thing, just to show you. If you go on the website, accessforall.co, accessforall.co. Sorry. Okay, it's a prompter. Okay. Accessforall.co. So as part of this, we've set up this program called Access Beyond Borders, which is an open program. You just scan the QR code, sign up, and post September, we have created, so right now we have community members from Singapore, Malaysia, UK, even from countries like Philippines, Lebanon, who are part of it. And we've created this community of cultural institutions and setups who don't have accessibility consultants or people there, and they are still keen on using these resources. So yeah. Sir, if you can just click on Access Beyond Borders on top. This one. This one, up, yeah, click. Okay, just if you scroll, So this is the page, and we are looking at how in this space what you can do is just fill up the form. So if you can go up. So the idea is that if you are in the culture space, you want any resources, we want to create a community where we can ask questions. This becomes a micro community, focus community in this space, and figure out from learnings of each other. The sensory bag that we made, we got training from the Coldplay team, and they said that, okay, we don't want to bring it from UK, you do it yourself, we'll give you that training. And we realized that also enabled us to build our capacities. And now whenever we do any events, we provide that. So it helped us take that one step further. And this way we are also trying to give back in the culture space about what are the things that we can do. So I think this is what is a change. It is a positive change. And somewhere it's good to see that it is actually inclusion beyond agenda. It's not only that you need to paste that word. It was what 10-15 years ago it was with green economy, everything, like you're talking about sustainability, the event was plastered green, and here to bring that level of discussion in the space of art, and I think some of your organizations that you all do is commendable, because I think this becomes a ripple effect, right? And others, as they see it, would like to also do it, and also it helps us get verified as the professionals as doing what we are doing in the community.
We have time for questions. Any more questions? I'll leave it to the IME team to be talked. Last one? Yeah.
Yeah, one project which is your sunflower is extremely useful. I can tell you my children traveling in airport was a nightmare. And that sound, that environment, making them keeping quiet, parents had a terrible time. Now, and as you said that she is dyslexia and you cannot make it out. Same with some of the children with autism we cannot make out. So the moment they wear the sunflower tag and the people are sensitized, and we have a WhatsApp group, and traveling has become so easy, and specifically in Bangalore, with our children traveling nationally as well as international. So that's, and the sensory kit which you have, even we have it, and we give it to all our parents to use it whenever they're traveling or they have something to engage their child with, when there is a function in their house or they're going for a wedding ceremony, they just carry that kit and the child is actually at peace. So these are the things which they have brought in. I'm just adding it up to hats off to Chandri. Really, I mean, the things which you have brought up is amazing. We would like to collaborate because my children also love painting. The only thing that tag of begging is such a bad tag which you have got is the only reason because there are no job opportunities. How do we build in is a question. How, there are so many companies, why can't they even appoint one of your trans, right? So that begging thing has to go out of your tag. There's a tag on your forehead. So whenever, and I have seen at a, near the Sony junction, that signal, the parents are saying, roll up the window, they are coming. Why are we so scared? Because they are begging, and then they say they will curse us. So these are few things which we need to grow out of it to include them, and that's a true inclusion which is possible. So we would like to know what kind of jobs are you, because we are dealing with many organizations like Enable India, Wishes and all, to place our children with disabilities. We can put in a word, say this is not a single person's job. When we are going for our disabled children, we can say that these are the people, these are the kind of jobs they can do. So there's little awareness we also seek from your community. Maybe we can come together. The more the job availability is there, because see, as you said, till 10th standard till 16, it is not very evident. When you reach that adolescence is when it becomes evident, and after that there's a dropout. Education dropout, job dropout, everything dropout. What can we bridge that? We will also seek your support, help and support. Something like Sunflower which has come up, excellent. Something which we can do with your community, with my community. We deal with disability, and with you all, it can be with Enable India, and I'm in touch with a lot of other people, say, in action and all. So, that is my point to that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, and we will collaborate very soon. And not only the begging tagline is is meant for the transgender sex worker. Either they see as a sex worker or a beggar on the street. Many of the time this happens. Whenever I go for painting randomly when I am alone, they want to know my number because And yeah, this tagline has to be taken out from the society. The transphobic notion of the society, the community should be taken out. Many people are feared about the transgender community. We are just normal people like you all. We wear the same cloth. Of course, our bright makeup and all can make you aggressive, but that is how we are. We want to prove that this is we, and we wear this loud makeup. Coming to the point, I told you, the education of the transgender community cuts off at the high school level, because after that they express their own self and it's not accepted in the family, jobs cannot be given, education is not there. At least government has come up to give certain reservation for the transgender community. How can you all can help us? Collaborate with the Aravani Art Project, give them some work. Like for example, just an example, if I say to my mom, she's an housewife, can you work in an IT sector in front of computer? That's how the trans community, when you take the transgender community and place them in the IT job, that's how they feel. It's a weird combination. It has to start slowly. Give them the education. And Periphery is an NGO that educates and give them the training before going to the IT company. And it's doing a great job. Yeah, this is how it has to slowly start up. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you to all of our panelists over here for giving us such powerful stories and conversations that can go beyond this panel and go into lunch. So please feel free to mingle and share thoughts and ideas. We will be breaking for lunch. It's 1:30 right now. We will be back for the drum circle, which will happen at the entrance at 2:15, and the lunch will be served in the cafeteria area. Thank you.
One poetry, because as Menaka said, I'm a poet. Just a small poetry in Kannada. Na huttiddu gandagi, ಆ ಗಂಡಿನ ದೇಹದೋಳ್ ಹೆಣ್ಣೆಂಬ ಪಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿ, ಆ ಗಂಡಿನ ದೇಹದೋಳ್ ಹೆಣ್ಣೆಂಬ ಪಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿ, ಆ ಗಂಡದೆಯ ಗೂಡಿಂದ ಈ ಹೆಣ್ಣೆಂಬ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಒಡೆದು ಹೊರ ಬಂದಾಗ ಈ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಡವಾದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆತ್ತವರಿಗೂ ನಾ ಬೇಡವಾದೆ, ಹೆತ್ತವರ ಹೊರಪಡಿಸಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಹೆಣ್ಣಂತೆ ದತ್ತು ತೆಗೆದವರ ಪಾಲಾದೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. Thank you.
Anyone faint? Okay. Sing on it. No. Check. Check. All right. Can we stretch a little bit? I think you need it. So drumming is a physical activity, right? How many of you are musicians? I'm going to talk to you while we do this. You're a musician? What do you play? And you? Keyboard. Okay. Anyone else? Musician? Ah, wonderful. Guitar? Fantastic. All of this amazing musical spirit is infiltrating our drum circle today, right? So it's really special for us to be here today. Thank you, IME, for inviting us to be part of this conference. Inclusion is at the heart of what we do as drum circle facilitators. So as Drum Jam and Community Drum Jam Foundation, this is what we have been doing for the last 20 years. I've been engaging diverse communities in a musical experience that goes far beyond words and into communication, collaboration, into so many very, very important aspects of being in community with one another. And there's no more of an important time in the world than now, where we need to demonstrate community, where we need to demonstrate inclusion, where we need to demonstrate that although there are many things that separate us, there are as many things that bring us together. So I think now you're ready to drum some more. So I'm going to ask you, you want the good news or the bad news? Bad news? Bad news? Good news? One more lunch? Well, the bad news is we're going to do this until tomorrow. But that's also the good news. It depends on how you want to see it. All right. So, without further delay, 1, 2, 1, 2, everybody play. that note. Ha, 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 ha. Ha. Take this up. Ha, 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 ha. Keep singing it. Take breaths at different times, okay? Whenever you go out of breath, take a breath and come back in. I want a bed of same thing. Keep singing. Whenever you're out of breath, take a deep breath and come back in. Together. You're creating a foundation of a root note and a fifth note, okay? Sa, pa, okay? Na, 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 na. Yeah? You're the foundation. You're going to hold them up. Now, I want you to open your singing voice and sing whatever comes to you. Make up your own song and don't be shy. Okay? Don't be shy. Just sing what comes to your heart, okay? It can be just one note, or whatever. Now, make up your own! All right. Fantastic. Keep singing. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 what? What happened? Eh, oh, 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 oh. Sing, sing, sing. I want to hear you. Da-da-da-da-da. Anything. Sing again, yeah. Ah, 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 ah. Ooh. Thank you all for sharing your musicality and your spirit. I'm just gonna quickly open to maybe 5 people sharing one word. How do you feel? In one, energized, connected, rhythmic, together, liberated. He feels free. One more? Belonging. So thank you all for coming, being part of this. And now that you belong, I'm going to hand you back to IME so they can take you to your next destination. I'm Vasundhara. I'm Vasundhara, and that's Varsha. Suraj. And that's Suraj. And this is Chaya. We're from Community Drum Jam Foundation. Once again, thank you, IME, for having us here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Request everybody to please get seated. Good afternoon. I know we do have a lot to discuss, but can I request everybody to take your seats? So good afternoon. How do you all feel today? Especially after the wonderful drum jam session. You feel good? Great. And hope you had a good lunch. Great. Yes, noted. We have a good high tea arranged. So great. I am Kritika Srinivasan, Education Manager at IME and a classical musician. So we are on to our third panel of the day. This panel, titled Building Belonging and Communities, it focuses on how schools and comprehensive support systems are crucial in increasing feelings of inclusion and community among children. Through this insightful discussion, we hope to discover their powerful role in moving beyond traditional education to create environments that empower young individuals through diverse storytelling, collaborative projects, and shared experiences. So we also aim to explore how these essential components of a child's life can ignite curiosity and inspire young minds, simultaneously building social cohesion through direct engagement with the arts for students and their families. We hope this conversation will illuminate pathways for shaping more informed, interconnected, and supportive communities for our children. I would like to introduce our moderator for this panel discussion, Sangeeta Krishnamurthy, who is an inclusive educator who co-founded the Teachers Collective, a company that works to reframe inclusion in schools, working to help all teachers work with students in diverse classrooms. The mission is to reach 1 lakh teachers in the next few years. She has contributed to Project Sarita, our flagship project of IME, in the stream that worked on rethinking how spaces can proactively include children typically marginalized in society. Welcome, Sangeeta Krishnamurthy. Yeah, request Sangeeta to introduce our panelists for the day.
Good afternoon, everyone. That's a really hard act to follow, a drum jam by Vasundhara Das. So I'm setting expectations. We're going to try to exceed it, but no promises. Thank you for being here. I'm super excited to be part of this panel. It's part professional and part personal. I think that's what most inclusion is. My work is in the area of helping theory become practice. So I'm very, very excited to have Dr. Shantala Hegde, additional professor and consultant at the Neuropsychology Unit and Neurorehabilitation Unit at NIMHANS. In addition to being visiting faculty for a large set of reputed institutions, right? We have a time limit, so I didn't want to go and elaborate every bit of it. She has headed the Music Cognition Laboratory at NIMHANS, first of its kind in India. Her specific focus is the area of music perception and cognition and application of music-based intervention in neuropsychological rehabilitation. In addition to all this, she is a classical Hindustani musician as well. Can we please welcome Dr. Shantala? Dr. Soumya Sanak Kumar Atreya is a pioneering music therapist and co-founder of Swarakshema Foundation, an organization dedicated to identifying, researching, and applying effective and authentic methods of Indian music therapy. You understand why I can't memorize all of this. It's a lot of information and very, impressive information. She has over 13 years of active service in the field, as well as a PhD in music therapy, as alternate medicine, and a couple of master's degrees in microbiology and music. Dr. Soumya. So inclusion is by definition everyone, right? But I thought that some categories help us structure the discussion in our heads. So we have like a practitioner panel, no means limited to practice, but people who operationalize inclusion in the lives of children. We have Preeti Rao, who is part of the founding team of Gubachi Learning Community, a Bangalore-based non-profit that works with migrant communities in the city in the areas of education and health. A postgraduate in education from Azim Premji University, she is deeply committed to enabling equal opportunities for marginalized children, with literacy being her special focus. Welcome, Preeti. Rounding up our panel is Sriram Iyer of Nalanda Way Foundation, an Ashoka Fellow with, again, numerous awards and recognitions that I'm not going to go into. He is also a weaving artist and a member of the advisory committee at Dakshin Chitra, Chennai. I've been there. If you haven't been there, you should. It's a beautiful place. Not mentioned in his bio is that he presented along with his team at CASTLE, a conference. This CASTLE is an organization, international organization that works in social and emotional learning. They are trying to bring it to become an integral part of education for all children. So that for me is very personal and noteworthy. So welcome, Shira. So technically my job is done. I just sit here and listen to them. Our panelists will have 5 minutes to present their work. Some of them will be using presentations, others will be talking to us. And after that, we'll get into the question and answer and interactive part. Yeah? So, Dr. Shantala.
So I'll be asking you, or do I have a control over the slides myself? Okay. Thank you, IME. It's been always pleasure it almost feels like I come home every time I come to IME, and all the team members here and the organizing team for having me here. For this panel discussion, I was asked to kind of briefly present as to why should we even study art? Why should we study, art forms, including music? And then how does it kind of comes into play in this particular meeting of thinking beyond and inclusiveness? First slide, please. Actually, it's Wilder Pinfield, who is a great neurosurgeon, who says the goal of neurology, and I say neuropsychology, clinical psychology, all areas that are related to human mind, are to understand humans, and each and every behavior that we indulge in. And it's a quest. There's so much more to understand, and we might end up the panel discussion with more questions than answers as well, and kind of pave paths to what more work needs to be done. Next slide, please. Next slide. So basically, whenever I talk about where I come from as a neuropsychologist is to see how art forms, especially music, there's some bias because I am trained in music, to look at, next slide please, to understand what we call as the veritable nature of the human brain. That is neural plasticity. That means the brain molds from prenatal, from conception till we die. The brain has this capability to keep wiring, rewiring, and then mold itself to the experiences that it has, both external and internal. So that's like a key nature of the human brain. And we also talk about not just neural plasticity, but key thing is cognitive reserve. I'll keep going, and then maybe we can run through the slides in the interest of time. So the key thing is cognitive reserve. That's something there where all these art forms that we're going to talk actually enriches the human brain. Be it culture, be it social interactions, be it painting, or you name it. Even diet, everything has its impact on cognitive reserve. How does it come into picture? It's like building your immune system. It's like when there is a damage, like a clinician, I look at one spectrum where there is patients, and when the brain actually acquires some injury or disability, until then, let's say there is a normal development trajectory, and then comes, boom, there is some disability due to the injury to the brain. But what comes into play is the cognitive reserve. How strong is the brain to be able to recuperate from there? That's kind of the crux or the fundamental principle on which we work for neurorehabilitation. Where does education comes? Exactly the same way, but from a normal, typical, or a developing brain, so to say. So there is slight difference in terms of education when we say art education, music education, versus when we say intervention or therapy or from a clinical perspective. So the key points here is when we are talking about any of these syndromes, neurological, psychiatric, or developmental conditions, the crux of it comes in terms of the deficits that is seen once the injury occurs. And that deficits can be myriad in nature. For me, as a clinical neuropsychologist, I'm interested, or my focus, I would say, is in cognition, cognitive functions like attention, memory, executive functions, how we plan, how we do. And that kind of sits as the central for anybody to kind of get back in recovery or go back to their near normal functioning. Next slide, please. So at the heart of many of these conditions is the cognitive deficits or the neurocognitive deficits. Next slide, please. Whenever we talk about Okay. So the heart of key thing is neurocognitive deficit that needs to be addressed. And that can be addressed either how we see it in the typically developing brain in terms of education. As I said, in intervention or clinical population, we measure, we quantify, we see how much problem is there, and then to target based on the principles of neural plasticity. Now, where does music come into picture? The key thing is, over the last, let's say, century, a lot of work has happened, but last 3 decades, we have found the scientific evidence to say why and how it works. Anything works, we all know. We are here together knowing, maybe having personal experience of how art helps us. But the key question, as I started off saying, is how and why of the behavior. How and why of something is very, very important. And today, as we stand, we know that music kind of engages multiple neural networks. It could be what we just now witnessed in terms of rhythm drum circle, where we all got entrained to that rhythm. How each one of us were able to keep up with that rhythm. Even if you try, it would be very hard to go offbeat. So going offbeat actually is a difficult one because we are all entrained to rhythm. We all think we are not formally trained, but a neurologically intact individual is musical in nature. So in that sense, music is universal. Music engages such vast neural networks in the brain. And can we go on, please? Because we have missed some of it. Yeah, I spoke about cognitive reserve. Please go on. And what we see, yeah, 7th slide, is that music today is beyond entertainment in the field of science. In neuroscience, there's a whole field called neuromusicology, and we have enough evidence to say that music, we engaged even in Neanderthal, that is a pre-modern humans, and there are archaeological evidences for that. Sadly, there's no soft tissues like, that are fossilated, but there are bones made of flute made of bird bones that are there. Please go on. So the focus of my lab at NIMHANS is to understand the very nature of why and how we perceive music, how do we engage in music, from language functions, how it overlaps in its neural substrates, emotion, varied cognitive functions, and in clinical population of neurological disorders to see if the pattern of the deficit that we see is the same, different. So it's like answering how should music intervention help? How do we tailor make this music intervention specifically to target neurocognitive neural plasticity? Go on, next slide, please. So these are all the multidisciplinary perspective that we're looking at. What are the neurochemical changes that happens? What are the brain areas that gets engaged? What are the electrophysiological changes that we see? Because when we engage with music, actively or passively, there are changes, and it is important for us to understand the science behind it. Please go on. What we also, I thought it would be interesting just to play these 3 videos. We as neuropsychologists also engage in cognitive evaluation while the surgery is happening. In this case, it's a patient who has had brain tumor. The thing is, earlier, most cases go on general anesthesia. The decision, of course, is made by neurosurgeon. Please go on. Depending on what we also, I thought it would be interesting just to play these. The reason why many patients go on general anesthesia is depending on where the tumor is, how deep it is in the brain. But there are some crucial areas when there is a tumor. The removal of that tumor is done in a very tailor-made fashion. And in that scenario, as a neuropsychologist, we participate during the surgery and evaluate and map the cognitive functions. And as you can imagine, language functions, motor functions, we hope the patient doesn't lose after the surgery. Because there could be critical areas that shouldn't be removed during surgery. So in this case, there's a patient who is also singing, she's a musician, and also had training in dance. So while her brain surgery is happening, in the second video, you'll see the surgeons being around the OT table. And the first and the third one is where she will be singing and also showing all the mudras for you. Please play. One that shouldn't be removed during surgery. So in this case, there's a patient who is also singing. She's a musician and also had training in dance. So while her brain surgery is happening, in the second video, you'll see the surgeons being around the OT table. And first and the third one is where she will be singing and also showing all the mudras for you. Please, one that shouldn't be removed during surgery. So in this case, there's a patient who is also singing, she's a musician, and also had training in dance. So while her brain surgery is happening, in the second video,
So these are all, when I was young, like it's been years that I don't sing or dance. That's why.
So in this case, there's a patient who is also singing, she's a musician, and also has training in dance. So while her brain surgery is happening, in the second video,
So these are all, when I was young, like it's been years that I don't sing or.
So patient is actually conscious and awake while the surgery is happening. So that's called the awake surgery. And not just music or other key cognitive processes that are assessed, language functions, motor functions are all mapped while this is happening. So again, to answer where we come from the music cognition lab, is basically to know more about the brain function itself. And music is a window, music is a tool for us to understand the complexities of the brain functioning. So that's the tumor part that's being removed. I'm sorry, I should have kind of mentioned there could be graphical images here. Sorry, we become numb. Can you play the third video, please?
Pataka, Green Pataka, Gatari Mukham, Kadaka Mukham, Alapadma, Mushki, Shikara, Suchi, Namrachura, Kapishya.
So that's basically to say that when you engage with music actively or passively, so you need not be highly trained musician. So I always say it's on a continuum. All of us are musical, some train, just like language functions, but there are a whole lot of neural networks that get engaged when you participate with music or engage with music actively or passively. Next slide, please. Yeah. We all did the rhythm circle just now. So I thought it's so important to kind of put this out here, saying that it's just not rhythm as in from the musical perspective. When you engage with any rhythmic activity, it also has a basis for your cognitive functions, as in engaging the prefrontal network, what we call as executive functions. And all the more interestingly, in patients like who have Parkinson's disease or several motor disorders, they also have difficulty with motor coordination. And it's interesting, I'm saying why science has to go in depth, because we know patients with Parkinson's disease not only have beat perception deficit, straight away if you say, I'm going to do music therapy and I'll introduce a lot of complex rhythm, that's not going to help. So that is where going brick by brick, small questions by questions to know what are the levels of deficit do they have, how does it map on to their non-musical domain of functioning. So in many of my talks, I keep saying the goal is not to make our patients musician, but our goal is to see how it transfers to their non-musical domain of functioning. That's where the crux lies. And biggest challenge in neurorehabilitation or intervention like this is generalizability. Far transfer. They may show improvement with pitch perception. They may show improvement with their melodic contour, like rhythmic contour, lowering the sound, higher the sound, or simple patterns. But how does it translate to their real life functioning? That's the key questions as we want to answer as researchers and clinicians. Next, this is a recent paper, actually the previous one that we have published, understanding the theoretical basis for rhythm perception and how it interplays at the neural basis of cognitive functions. This was a model that I had put forth as to why music therapy, music intervention should help, not just for cognitive functions, but socio-emotional functioning, because music, after all, is a key elicitor of strong emotions. And autobiographical memory, especially in the elderly geriatric population, music can bring about autobiographical memory. So there's a whole lot of research happening in various clinical components. Yeah, so the last slide, thank you. I think, sorry about the slides going back and forth, but there's one slide of my lab where several of my students are working on different aspects, some working with patients with head injury, some who have worked with children who have dyslexia, trying to answer one tiny question at a time, a long journey ahead. So maybe during the panel discussion, I can answer more. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Nandita. See, I get a response only from the most active member over here. I think lunch is seeping in. Okay, so that was a lovely scientific insight given by Dr. Shantala, and I'm very happy that she set the note right for me to talk. So I heard many off-stage questions coming to me about, music therapy, what is it that you do and how did you get into it, etc. Without going much into the details, I would like to say that, as Dr. Shantala mentioned, the kind of networking activity that happens within the brain and the functionality of the brain using music, we are trying to use music as a networking and community building tool outside, between human beings too, just as much as it would help within the brain. So as part of that, at Swarakshema, my husband Sanak and I started this organization in 2012. And we have been working on techniques of music therapy, wherein we are trying to achieve non-musical goals, as she rightly pointed out, not to be mistaken or confused with teaching somebody music and making them a musician. So the idea is, at Swarakshema, our mainstay of work is with neurodivergent population, children and adults as well, on how we can have musical activities, musical interactions with them to achieve the goals that matter to them in their daily lives, first and foremost, and then move them on to community building. We also deal with certain health conditions like patient compliance and addressing anxieties and fears in a cancer setting. And we also help people with respiratory issues based on some wind instruments and motor skills using percussions, of course. And I think all of us experienced that energy right now post-lunch. We also work in geriatric care centers where we are trying to help build certain blocks of memory, trying to connect back with them using reminiscence therapy and gait correction in some elders. So that's just to sum up what we do at Swarakshema. Can you move to the next one? So we're super happy to collaborate with IME in the year 2020 when we started this project Sarita together. It's been a wonderful journey. So whatever we have done over the years, we were able to put a few, let's say 5 instruments in the form of a kit, bring them together in the form of a kit that the children who attend workshops at IME can take home, and a manual to help them go through the activities, and a curated playlist. Something like a ready reckoner that the caregivers could use when they go back to help the children practice on a daily basis. Now, this is a very culture-neutral, genre-less module of music therapy. So anybody can connect to this. Children who are verbal, children who are non-verbal, children who have difficulties in motor activities. Everybody has something to take from the Sarita kit. That's the intention with which it was made. So we have, I'm happy to say that over the past 4 years, we have been able to reach out to 896 children with neurodiverse needs on the project. And so these are, pictures of the workshop that happened right here in this hall where we are sitting right now. This is one of the best spaces that we have come across where children feel really comfortable and at ease to interact even with strangers. Sometimes they just meet for the first time when they come here, but I think IME has offered a wonderful space to let them connect and build on music. Next slide. As part of the Sarita project, we've also done some outreach workshops going across to special schools that cater to children with neurodiverse needs. Some children did have some difficulties in traveling and coming all the way. So we took the kids, we took Sarita to them at their schools so that they're comfortable with that environment and they're yet able to get the benefits of the kit. Next one. Oh yes, and all of you experienced the drum jam. We have seen some magical moments happen right here when we have done drum jam sessions for the children here. And it's magical to see how they are able to create their own rhythms, their own patterns. And when we do a turn-taking round in the drum jam, we see how, let's say, the dynamics of neuroplasticity at its best. So I think I'll just, wrap up with that. And I'm really excited to be on this panel to share whatever we can and answer some important questions so that this, the work in inclusion sphere goes ahead. Thank you.
I just have 3 slides. I'll start. Okay. Can you put it on slide mode? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to start anyway. So this is just a support to what I'm saying. I'm just going to very briefly talk about what we do and let the debate take over with Sangeeta. And so our work moves from biology to, I would say, socio and political, because we work in an area of education and health largely, but something that has come out of a crisis, a social and political crisis, that is the education divide, health divide. So we work with migrant communities in the city, in Bangalore city. These are migrants, these are distressed migrants who have come from other parts of the country, mainly right from North Karnataka to Andhra to Uttar Pradesh to Assam to West Bengal. The span of migration is only increasing over the years. So these migrants who come to the city have no leg to stand on. And they don't have even the basic common goods of education and health. And I think COVID showed this in plain sight. And that is our work. The work we do is with these migrant communities in the area of education and health. So what do we do in education? Health is simple, like the primary health center and all that. But today's focus would be education, Sangeeta, because this is where I think all the ideas of inclusion plays out. And especially our partnership with IME has been pretty fruitful for the last 3 years, where we've worked on arts and exposure to our children. So the children you see here are migrants. They don't have any school options. They can't go to a government school because they are out-of-state migrants. Even if a child is from inside Karnataka, he finds the government school very tough to navigate. So what happens? They drop out. And if they drop out, and in large numbers, believe me, it's millions in India, we know what that does to a country and its demographic. While we do talk about our demographic dividend, we know that the quality of this demography needs to be, is doubtful. Okay, so, yeah, next slide. So this is our vision. It's about dignity. It's about giving an equal opportunity to this child through a positive learning experience. And so this, I thought, a picture speaks 1,000 words. Can you guess where this is? This is IT corridor of Bangalore. This is Bellandur. And this is the hut where our student lives, one of our students. And you can see in the background, I think it's Horizon College, it's near Ecospace. It's just right there. And this is the world we are talking about that cohabits very happily, comfortably with all the glitzy glass. So what it does to a child from this family is, so we work with these families where we strongly believe it's not poverty of economic and social resources. It is. But that is just a end product of the other types of poverty, which is poverty of opportunities. This child doesn't have opportunity to do access any of the, means to grow, especially arts. So we bridge this divide. Our education program works on it, and during the debate, we will go through that. Next one. So this is it. I mean, this was exactly that same set. Large, it's socio and political, and that's where the real issue of inclusion and exclusion play out. That's it. So as you can see, we work in the government school, we work outside the government school. We have a learning center in Belandur, in the community where IME has worked. IME has worked even in the government schools. They've done drum jams there. And so this is a balanced curriculum, as they say. We give sports, we give music, we give arts. Recently, a batch of our students also passed out and joined NTTF. That's it. So that's what we do. We try to bridge the divides of education and health in our work at Gubachi.
You know, after 4 fantastic women, I'm the DEI candidate. And thankfully, I don't have any slides, so I'll not bother these 2 gentlemen. I have 2 hats that I wear. One as an entrepreneur who leads a social organization, Nalanda Way. We're 20 years this year. And our work involves at the intersection of arts and mental health. Another role that I play is I'm a textile and a weaving artist. So these are 2 roles, 2 hats that I play. But today, my job at hand is to explain what I do only at Nalanda Way. Don't blow another trumpet. What we do is to look at children and adolescents and how do they deal with fear as they grow up in an environment which promotes violence, which creates and pushes them into a space that does not offer them diversity, does not offer different ways of learning. So we work with government schools, we work in Anganwadis, we work in childcare institutions, we work in rural and urban communities, and use arts across all varieties, both visual, music, dance, drama, as well as play, to specifically give them an opportunity to express the kind of challenges that they've been going through. A lot of the children that we work with are those who've come from trauma, assault, abuse. Arts provides them an opportunity to express the kind of lived experiences in a very non-violent way. Arts we use for looking at therapeutic interventions. We also use the arts, storytelling, play to improve foundational learning needs in these communities. What is also important is that we help them become role models from wherever they come in from, to become stars. We do this work across 7 states in the country, but there are 2 initiatives that I thought I should talk about. One is our program that we set up a children's choir. Our children's choir, we run 2 of them, one in Chennai, one in Delhi. Intentionally, this is a very inclusive choir. The choir includes children who come from some of the most backward communities in terms of caste, in terms of religion, in terms of disability, both including neurodivergence, and all of these kids make up the choir. And it is important for us to make music their vehicle to become role models for the community that they come from. A Muslim child, Fatima Begum, will sing Annamacharya. A Dalit child will sing Tyagaraja, will sing Michael Jackson, will sing John Lennon. All of this is possible. All of this, they will go ahead and sing at the John F. Kennedy Music Concert Center in Washington, D.C. for a 3,000 member auditorium. They will come back and sing at IME and at APU and at IM Bangalore in all that joy and glory. At the John F. Kennedy Center, we had a kid who was neurodivergent. Her name was Anjali. And they were supposed to sing 2 performances, 2 songs. And this children's choir, ours were the only children choir performing across from 40 other countries. Everyone was adults, and ours was the only children group. And so they perform a first song. Anjali, stands in the center, decides not to perform. And she's just smiling, happy in the middle, and she doesn't want to sing. That's okay. And the next song was Ekla Chalo Re by Tagore, and she joins us with gusto and sings in with all the aplomb and joy and excitement and things like that. And the conductor, who is part of Kennedy Center, he's so much in joy because the choir, the conductor, everybody gives that space for every child to be whoever they are. Yeah. So I think intentionally in Nalanda Way, we want to look at inclusion in everything that we do, including people who teach. We have a very, very diverse set of teachers, including trans people, including tribals, including teachers coming in from some of the most marginalized Dalit communities, like Arundhatiyars. We include all of them as a part of our staff. What we also see that is very, very important and crucial is that all of our program include representation from the youth and children whom we work with. So they're involved in design, involved in curriculum, involved that they have a space to do what they want to do. I'm going to pause here. Sangeeta is giving me dirty looks. I will come back for more comments. Thanks.
Yeah, so given all the wonderful work they do, keeping them in line is clearly a difficult task. Thanks, Sriram. Thanks, everyone, for that. We would like to first maybe start with, we were given this brief that we want to have the difficult conversations, right? The good stuff is happening, but what are the challenges? So if we could talk about some of the challenges you guys have faced in your work, and then we'll get into a little more of the prepared questions that we had talked about, yeah? So whoever wants to start, please.
It's a musician when you start with a instead of hello, hello.
Yeah, I don't like to blow into the mic. Okay, well, so I think it's a, I'll probably say a very basic thing that probably all of us face routinely. One of the biggest challenges even today is the lack of acceptance. Lack of acceptance, see, when we deal with neurodivergent children. So when a child comes to us, first of all, it's the acceptance of the parents and the family that matters at the first level. Beyond which we look at a societal acceptance. So that's the area where we are trying to use music to bridge these gaps and make that a common model of communication. So then it's the same language, right? Music is a language, and we try to do that. But I think lack of acceptance, we really need to work on that, because even the awareness programs that we see and around, I noticed that it is the parents from the neurodivergent community who attend these events. Now, they are people who know what is what, who know the needs, who understand this. I think probably, just going one step ahead, it is important to, like he was saying, include everybody in the same forum, in the same quorum. So maybe when you look at, instead of looking at inclusion in the sense of bringing children from the neurodivergent background into a place where a mainstream is happening, so-called, it might actually be also valuable to bring the so-called mainstream people who don't understand this difference into a setup which is exclusively for the neurodivergent. It's important to sensitize them. Rather than bringing the children here, it would be better to bring the larger population into a setup where it's primarily designed for the neurodivergent.
So stop preaching to the choir and
get people on ground.
More people,
get people on ground.
All right.
So challenges, inclusion is very hard, Sangeeta. It's hard work. So while we set out in our mission to say that we'll give dignity to this child through education, in our classrooms, we feel we are swimming against the tide, because it's not as easy. We are talking about communities who have been historically oppressed. We are talking about generations who have historically had no access to opportunities. So what this does, and I think the neurologists, neuropsychologists will know that these two dance together, right? I mean, poverty is just not having money in your pocket. It's also the damages it does to your neural networks, right from womb, and I would say intergenerationally, and this is carried intergenerational trauma. So these are things that come and sit in our classrooms. And if I am a teacher of these children, am I just dealing? So I have created access. There is a classroom, there are textbooks, there is a curriculum. Then what? The hard work starts after that, because this child is unable to focus, because he's also a migrant, remember? So he's had traumatic, and some of our migrant communities have had very traumatic migrations. So if you put all this together, it's not a done deal. And if I say arts and theater and all that, that's definitely not a done deal, because they need to receive it. I can create access, IME can create access, but then are they ready, or do they have the tools to receive it? That's a long debate, and I think, Sangeeta, part of your conversation will cover that too. So it's hard because there are none of the conditions there to make this inclusion happen in the true sense.
I can come in. No.
Okay. Thank you. I would want to look at another angle to the challenges, because most of us are non-profits, especially when you work with children of disability, children who come from the margins beyond just poor. Finding evidence of outcomes is going to be more qualitative and less quantitative. So, but today what is also happening in the sector is that a lot of money and people who are entrusted with money are coming in from, not from the sector, they're coming in from VC, management consulting, tech, who only understand the techno-managerial approach towards any program, which means their only variable for success is efficiency. And in the work that we do with, especially around making it inclusion, it's a slow, patient, long work. Their patience is very, very thin. And that is a problem in the sector itself, because what also happens is when I control money, I control the priorities too. And hence, it is making lot more difficult. And we live in a slightly dystopian world where the Americas are saying everything that we thought to work towards, gender, inclusion, trans, they're like going back 60 years ago. So which means those are narratives that these donors are also picking up as well. Because they come from the same. The human beings are terrible humans we are surrounded with. We just need a lot more compassion in this world. Yeah, I'll pause here. I don't want to rant more.
Yeah, the challenges I kind of face perhaps is slightly different. One, I work in a tertiary center, and patients and caregivers who come would have already kind of gone through a lot of struggle, met different doctors, different treating teams. By the time they come to a center like ours, it's like a huge ocean. But the first thing is to remove the stigma itself, and I think you alluded to that. So the stigma about the diagnosis itself, that is one. Second is to explain to them about other forms of intervention which are also evidence-based. People are more accepting when they say, okay, you just give me a pill, it's much easier, I'll go back and have the pill. But am I ready to spend that many hours? Because any rewiring that we're talking about, either developmental issues or acquired conditions, takes a lot of time. And as I said, generalizability is a big thing. For me, let's say a patient who has had stroke has lost everything within an hour. And next day, there is a lot of psychological sequelae that follows that needs to be made aware of, because the caregivers are still thinking he'll recuperate and be back to 100% in a week's time or a month's time. So to handle that disappointment at a individual level, at a family level, and then subsequently at a social level. So, and let's say children who have suddenly certain conditions, interacting with teachers, telling them, please accommodate. It's not that child will come back to normalcy so quickly. It is a big challenge. Thirdly, accessibility to such interventions. I know we think as many as people who need the treatment or education and interventions of different form, how many are trained people here? In fact, another challenge I faced in my community, if I were to say, is when I started saying I do music and neuroscience, first thing they say, oh, you do music therapy. I say, no, there is difference between music and science, music and neuroscience than music therapy. That's a different field altogether. And secondly, question being here in India, they'll say, oh, you do raga therapy. Which raga will you play? Or which, are you Carnatic or Hindustani? Or this or that. I would say, there's so many questions to ask. Yes, I'm a passionate musician myself, or we may be artists ourselves, but it's important to kind of communicate that and make sure that we have many more trained people. Like in field of clinical psychology, I can say that the biggest challenge is so many calling as counselors or untrained, non-licensed people practicing, and who can do more damage. So awareness is important. And then to bring in, I agree, it's political, social, so many layers and layers. So people might say, on one hand, you say we need trained people. On the other hand, there are so many glitches, changes in education policies, NEP coming, what about the degrees, and things like that. So we are at a crossroad right now. But I have a lot of hope that it'll get better. We'll have more trained people. And I think slowly, programs like this are coming up. This was not the case 20 years ago. We had to, I think, it's changing. So there's hope. Not just the challenge.
So I come from a time when Thare Zameen Par was how a lot of people heard about dyslexia, right? There was a lot of discussion in the group saying, oh, but they're not saying this or not saying that. And I've moved away from saying, well, we know the answers. Why can't it just change tomorrow or the next day? Like, why does it have to be incremental? I've realized that there's like a level 1 intervention where people just kind of say, oh, have I seen it, and relate it to themselves. And it makes people go home and think. So we can't expect everything. So I have a lot of hope for Sitare Zameen Par that's come up, because I seriously think the arts are the best way to get acceptance. I know I haven't seen the movie. I haven't seen the movie, but please. So the point of this is also to come up with some solutions, right? We know that there are very significant challenges. So can we talk about what we say? Suppose we're saying the arts. We're sitting in the Music Experience Museum. Is it only music? What would be the arts if we can just do like a quick run through? And then we'll get into how we begin to use all of these. So when we say the arts, what is it?
When we say the arts, I think for us, we look at the entire spectrum of anything which is creative expression, so which looks at both visual and performing arts. In fact, we're running this program, which is whole school mental health intervention in Tamil Nadu, which uses musical theatre. So the reason we chose musical theatre is because it provides the opportunity for children with varied interests to come together and to create, to do together. So the primary motive, objective was that we want to create that peer allyship, that pro-social behavior that is slowly getting away amongst youngsters who are becoming a lot more isolated and alone. So we wanted kids to come together and to build something together. And we felt that musical theatre, which uses music, drama, dance, visual arts, directing, writing, expressive writing, all of this coming together makes for a fantastic interdisciplinary approach towards the arts, and that is working fantastically. Because when we work with adolescents, there are some gender stereotypes with arts too. We find if you say music alone, a lot of boys don't sign up. If you say classical, a lot of people don't sign up. If you say craft, it's girls. Which means, but it is coming from that cliche stereotypes that exist, but it's important to go beyond that. So bring in all of the art forms coming together makes it far more achievable from that point of view. But each context and situations, we looked at it differently, especially when we work with very small populations, young population, which is 2 to 6 age groups, especially with a lot of migrant children and the migrant mothers. We found storytelling and music to be far more very, very powerful, especially when we work in Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand and these places. Storytelling and looking at stories from their own language, their own places, and using that for better mental health of mothers. We find storytelling and music playing a very, very, but it is contextual, but we use any art form.
I think as an educationist in the curriculum, larger concept, what is education, but it sits with, say, academics and provides this very non-threatening, safe, and I would say projective, I don't know if I'm using the right, projective techniques where, free expression. If you see drawings of my children, it's usually, you have, the policeman is a very strong part of the drawings. The policeman, the national flag. These are symbols of authority, symbols of power, which they live every day. Policemen routinely come to their settlements and, So it's a very fun or non-threatening way to express a child's emotions. And for the teacher to get at the child's emotions and the child's inner world. If the teacher asks the child, okay, what happened to you? He may not be that expressive. But looking at the child's art, we can easily see that this child is clearly has things going on and he's going to tell us far more than if you ask him verbally. So I think it's a very nice, it's a very safe way to achieve the same thing, and it sits well with academics. It is shown it requires very little academic pre-preparation. It comes close to very natural talents of singing and Shantala, I think you said that, we are all rhythmic animals. If you're neurotypical, we are also, it taps into that instincts and the intuitions of a child, which is irrespective of all the socio-political problems that I have flagged earlier. That even a poor child, of course, why will he not do a drum jam? They thoroughly enjoyed it. So it's that, it asks less from the child in terms of academics, basics or addition, multiplication. It's just fun, but it's very powerful. So I would say it's very powerful in having it in our curriculum.
If I could just make another addition, sorry. Art is also very, very useful, like in assessment. I'll give you an example. So we work extensively in Delhi in communities addressing specifically gender-based violence. And we find, especially when you work with girls who are very normalized in that space, they may not have the vocabulary to express what kind of violence that they're going through. So when you use an art-based approach towards, I'll give you an example, to color and to draw their neighborhood, and to use a color to denote what is safe for them and what is unsafe for them. When we did this exercise, we were very, very surprised to find that there is a clinic or hospital that they would use a color which they find it not safe, very surprisingly. So one of the reasons that we go back and ask them, why is a clinic unsafe for you? A lot of adolescent girls would say that we're being shamed when we go and tell them about some of the SRHR issues that we deal with, and could be about menstruation, could be anything which is related to that. And the doctors, the parents, and everyone are making you feel ashamed about it. So which means, and those answers you will not get in a pen and paper survey tool. You will only get in a non-cognitive, non-verbal, art-based tools as well.
Which is also why it takes a lot of time.
Yeah, and patience.
Yeah. So this is a 1 hour exercise in a classroom at the very least, if we want it to be meaningful.
To me, I think arts itself means expression. Whether, looking at all the forms of art that you mentioned, whether it is, weaving, whether it is painting or crafts or theater or music or dance or just basic movement, it is about expression. All of us as human beings have this intrinsic need to connect with the society. And I think arts itself is a very safe mode to express. Like I said, for example, I'll just quote one experience. So we also cater to a lot of children who are from an economically backward setting. Many of them even miss diagnosing the neurodivergence in the children just because of the setting they live in. So in one such setting, there was a child. The rest of the children in that area kind of wanted to tease him, and they had taught him a lot of abusive language. This child is unable to differentiate between what is correct to talk and what is not correct. He is a verbal child. But without discretion, he would use foul language with, his grandparents or in a school or wherever he goes in an interaction. So, see, it's his need to interact and communicate. But as an experimental thing, what we did, there's this wonderful art form called as konokol. I don't know, some of you would have heard about it. Konokol is vocal percussion, if I may put it that way. It's about the syllables that whatever we hear coming out of percussion instruments, if you were to talk that language, that's konokol. So we just told him, trained him on, saying, Digu tariketa taka. Can you try? Di, gu, ta, ri, ki, ta, ka. Okay. So as you're saying this, please notice where you're touching in the, the buccal cavity. Di, gu, ta, ri, ki, ta, ka. Okay, a lot of important points. So we got him to say this fast because he likes to talk fast. So digu tariketaka, digu tariketaka, digu tariketaka, digu tariketaka, digu tariketaka, digu tariketaka. So every time you got to, you get angry with somebody, we slowly trained him to replace his abusive language with digu tariketaka. So when he gets angry, he used to go to his grandpa and say digu tariketaka, and the grandpa would just burst out laughing. So it kind of gave him that acceptance, and he became more likable to everybody in the surroundings. So I think arts should be used in full capacity to just help people communicate. Please come to us. I will.
Please come to our house.
It's, for me, a very philosophical question, actually. I say art is anything where you lose a sense of self. Okay, and it connects to your deeper self and soul, and it, I think, kind of answers all the points that have been shared of being less threatening because you're able to communicate without feeling threatened of sharing some inner feelings. Yet anything that you're doing, it could be even science, it could be even maths, it can be art, just that the way we approach it. It's very unfortunate that we have kind of bifurcated in the education system also, that maths, physics, chemistry is all science and all reasoning and requires all this, but art is this, and there's always this imbalance. In fact, so much so when after I finished my 10th and I took up arts, this was way back in 98, 99, and people would ask, what have you chosen? I would say arts. Are you dumb? Like, are you not smart? So there's always a stigma when you say art does not require so much of thinking, so much of intelligence, but it's so untrue. And then the next thing came, okay, what about in arts? That, again, there is a hierarchy. I would say no, not really.
There's a caste system.
Yeah, this exactly. So I say that even to become a good scientist in whatever field, like physics, maths, or hardcore so-called science that people say, you cannot excel without being an artist. You cannot, because anything that you do, it can be collecting some simple leaves. Maybe your children in the field may be collecting stones or leaves or something and creating something of their own. It may not really fit into the traditional method of art forms, but there is a sense of loss of self and an expression, creativity, connecting the dots. So even if you want to ask a highest research question, I tell my PhD students, just give it a break, like in creative space. Sometimes you just have to go into that blank space and then suddenly you'll say, I can connect these dots. That's creative, that's art. You cannot be that without art. So everything you do is art.
But I just want to add how schooling kills this. Yes, it completely kills this. So when
it is wrong to call arts extracurricular.
Extracurricular.
That's the one thing we need
has
to
to
change.
be curricular.
And we've seen this among migrant children, the children who come least schooled, who have no schooling background or weak schooling histories, are the ones who are able to pick up the stones, sticks, and create a world. The more schooled the child is, the more tense he is. So this child will sit, if you give them a blank piece of paper, first thing they'll ask, give me a scale. So they want that comfort of direction, authority. And then after giving them the scale, what will they draw? They'll draw a national flag. All 30 of them. So you can see, first they'll draw the margins and then so you can see that schooling has actually killed all of what you talked about, Shantanu. What to do? Maybe IME will throw me out.
So I agree. I mean, and I'm kind of with the migrant kids on this, because if you give me a piece of paper and say draw whatever you want, I'll draw mountain, one sun, one tree, coconut tree, but it's an amazing coconut tree. Right? Some fish and all is too much. You're ahead of me on that. Some like R-type birds. Yes? Yeah. That's about it.
There's a river flowing in the middle.
No, I'll just share another very beautiful, thing that I came across in an arts class. Like she said, no scales, no nothing. Just give them a piece of paper, and the theme was draw butterflies. Okay, and the number of different ways in which they expressed butterflies was amazing. It's not just drawing a butterfly and coloring them. Somebody drew a garden with butterflies. Somebody drew, that the net with which we catch a butterfly and put a butterfly in there. I think one of the best entries was, there was a child who drew a girl, and, she was taking more time, so the curious teacher was like, no, I said butterfly, you're drawing a girl. And she said, wait. She just did wait. At the end of the, session, she took her time, but she drew a butterfly printed dress for that girl. I think it was wonderful.
All right. So art is pretty much everything. We have discussed that. So we're running a little short of time. We planned on 1.5 hours. I don't think we're going to get that. So let's jump a little into, we're talking about cultivating these communities. What are some principles? Suppose there's someone who's starting off getting like an arts-based initiative going. What are some principles that you have learned that they can take away and not make the same mistakes, make different mistakes, right? But at least know that if you say we are all standing on the shoulders of those who came before us, what would you like those shoulders to be for your work? Oh, nice question. No one has an answer. They all have to think. Yes.
For someone starting this, is it? Again, I'm as an educationist, I would always say start from where the child is. And start from the child's context. Start from what the child knows. And you'll be amazed at how much a resource a child brings in. So start with that. Don't have any biases and prejudices. These, we are too set in a society where we are born and then bred into those prejudices and biases. So I think a bias-free atmosphere is what we need. And the last but not the least, I think, the biases and prejudices, who holds them? It's not the excluded. It is the excluding communities that hold these biases. So what of that is going to be always a question in my mind. Like, is the burden, the onus of understanding these communities and building bridges? I don't see that. We don't see that a lot in our work.
Okay.
We
so
see
maybe
more.
back up a little and see what are some of these prejudices that you have seen that clearly are hindrances that we all have to overcome. Sometimes in ourselves. So maybe something's personal and then something. It's easier to see it in someone else sometimes.
No, so much of our work, I think we are working in a bubble. How many people really, maybe in this room or maybe in Bangalore, really know that these migrant communities exist? When I'm saying just off the IT corridor, just opposite EcoSpace, there are about 5,000 households who live in blue shanty huts, which they pay, by the way, enormous rents for that. So they are blind spots. So we are operating very close to this settlement. And Lakshmi has visited it. It doesn't have a lot of space. It's just a row of 12 sheds. Again, we bleed through our pores to pay rents for that. Lakshmi came about and said that we want to do a drum jam. And we just couldn't figure out, because it's all crowded. There are all people living there. So we don't have the resources. Similar request came from the yoga teacher. She said, we can't do it in the rooms. So she said, I need a nice hall for yoga. There are 2 schools close to us. One is a government school, one is a private school. So we went to the private school. Government school, they're very hostile towards us anyway. We said, we need just once a week, just give a room. We will clean it up, we will do that. You just give us Saturdays. We are okay with Saturdays. So the principal just turns back to me and says, madam, if these kids start coming into our campus, I will lose my business. Other parents will not admit their children here. So, and they're sitting on tons of resources. And here we are struggling for a little room to do yoga. So there are biases, there are prejudices. Not to mention intersectionality of religion. I mean, you see a child looking a certain way, you say, we get all kinds of responses to that.
Thank you. So I'm going to make this hopeful rather than whining my quota is over. I think when someone's thinking about starting something arts-based, I think it's important to recognize why you're doing what you're doing. So the spectrum could include someone who just wants to introduce music or arts or dance or any of them just for joy. It doesn't have to be structured. So you can just go to a school and teach them some basic coloring, music, dance for 1 week and move on. And they will carry that. In that 1 week, whatever drawings that they created, whatever they wrote, that's going to make them feel so good about themselves. They're going to carry that memory for their life. It could be the next level wherein I want to teach structured music. So, which would mean you need a certain engagement with parents. You need to make sure that they commit to a time and commit to a regularity. What if we move away from just artistic goals and you want to look at other educational goals or well-being goals? Then you need to have people in your team who have that intersection experience and competence. So you have a mental health background somebody as well as somebody who is an artistic and who has that experience of working in that intersection. If the same is the case with education, how do you have that competence so that you can work together? There are needs for us to look at, make that intervention a lot more participatory rather than just making it as a one-way street of somebody coming into your place and to care it. I think what I've also realized is that we get the world as is. We have to work with it. When you speak about a private school not wanting to have children from migrants, he or she is talking from a pure sense of economic reality that they operate. So we flipped the coin in one of those communities. We got the school and the private school to come out and volunteer in these migrant communities, and that worked. And the children were happy, interested, want to contribute. So I think it requires a certain tactical strategy that we need to work with. My request to all of you is that as much as working with government systems is a beast, it is painful, it is torturous, but with the size of the country that we are in, for the level of expertise that all of you have, you cannot not work with the government. So it is important for us to build that muscle, build that expertise. Even if organizations can come together who have that expertise to offer that, it's important to work with the largest systems to create models which are scalable, to create experiences which can be brought inside every classroom, in communities, in villages. I would pause here.
I mean, maybe from a slightly different perspective, I would say if anybody else has to do this journey and take it forward, I would say have patience. I'm sure first thing is to have patience because the results are not going to come out so immediately. Second, if wherever possible, because if you're looking at our country, we definitely need more people, more number of trained people, more number of people oriented with each of these diverse approaches that one carries. And bring in people, and then, as I agree, we need to work smart. So depending on the skills that we have, instead of repeating the same thing and the same journey, I think one can learn from, instead of reinventing the wheel, I think we need to take next steps forward. Agree that we need to change the government policies and make sure, like we said, make art education part of curriculum and not call it extracurricular. And I'm sure any form of art training will take some time for the next generation. We have lost it. It's not like we did not have. I might sound a little nationalist, so-called nationalist, if I were to say. Art was part of our education system. If we read A Case for India by Will Durant, you'll know how our education system was actually uprooted to make sure that you can control and to be ruled. So if we go back and not in the sense of our, with a sense of false pride with our tradition. I would say we can easily inculcate all these practices as part of curriculum. Mental health, I would say, will be just a byproduct. Mental health has now become such a huge in thing. Everybody talks about mental health. And after COVID, there are times when I felt, really? Do we have to talk so much about mental health and everything? And every other day you want to be on the media to talk about every person giving some idea, counseling tips, therapy tips and all of that. I think all that can be easily handled if our education system can take care of all of that. Mental health problems will be minute. If you look at the percentage of illnesses, it should be minute. And that will cater to the amount of clinicians that are required in the society. We don't have to cater to the illness model. We need to look at the wellness model and do everything from government to bringing in more people to encouraging youngsters, telling them that the path will take a lot of time to get results, have patience, and build that positive community, I would say.
I think I would like to add to what all of them said, that I see some hope in the way a lot of, the intention and the mindset towards inclusion, I think, is growing. So just last week I was at a global education summit, and I'm seeing that this mindset is percolating. And across schools, across the curriculum developers and educationists, they are slowly and surely trying to look at a learning-based curriculum rather than a teaching-based curriculum. And I think it's important that the children are at the focus of this initiative. I am seeing some hope, and I'm hoping this grows.
All right, so we got like equal measure problem and some solutions. We talk a lot about representation. We also, when we were discussing the panel, had this thing that inclusion itself is like a little of a, problematic term. If you're saying we are including, then who are we and who's the them? Right? So how important, and now, especially now, you alluded to how the US and DEI has become a bad word. We're seeing that with many words. What it was meant to be and what it is now, it's almost like a slur the way it's being used. Very, I won't give examples, don't want to get controversial, but the way we are using vocabulary and the way sometimes getting super sensitive and sometimes not sensitive enough. And all of us seem to vacillate. Now there's come a time when people are so scared, I don't know. And everyone will say, well, disability, but I don't know if that's the right word. Yeah, now intention is sometimes very important. I'm an adoptive parent and I've dealt with this from the beginning. When people will want to ask a question, where did you buy the kid from is insensitive, regardless of how you're going to put it. But wanting to know about adoption, if I don't know the terms, should be good, right? So when this is both a debating point as well as a strong way to express yourself. In my work, we tell teachers, if you're talking about disability, go with people first. So say a person with whatever the difficulty is, if you have to look at it at all, right, if it's relevant. And then there are kids and adults who are saying, we're proudly autistic. That's part of our culture, use it. So how much do you think vocabulary comes in? How much of a hindrance it is? And how do you guys handle this?
If you mean, Sangeeta, the vocabulary of like the terms that we use, right? So for us, inclusion itself is a problematic term, because inclusion assumes that somebody is at the core making these decisions and somebody outside this core is excluded. Now, when it comes to arts and culture, it's exactly that, right? So I would say it's a dominant culture versus the marginalized cultures. So it's the dominant culture, dominant groups that set this tone of, classical music and fusion. These are terms that us privileged, and I'm counting all of us here in this room as privileged, we set the tone, and we want the marginalized to catch up there. And that's exactly what Gubachi is also doing, and IME is also doing, and rightfully so. I mean, it's not. But it's a uncomfortable nuance that we have to bring in here, is that then what of their own local cultures? These are migrants who have left their homes and come here. What of theirs? In fact, the damaging and the the sad part is these migrants who come from very far, say from the eastern parts of India, have no connects with their roots, whereas a migrant from North Karnataka or Andhra, every festival they go back and nourish themselves, or every long holiday they will go and nourish themselves. So they have their cultural roots intact, whereas these long distant migrants come here and they get naturalized in very almost horrible ways because the society is anyway not recognizing them, but they're part of the city, and they've lost everything. So if you ask a child in my center who comes from eastern part of India, the music he's humming is the ones he sees on Instagram, the reels, the social media. None of his Bengali or Assami tunes come to his mind, and he's lost it. His parents, neither his parents nor him. So, sorry, I lost my train.
The terminology of inclusion.
So when we say inclusion, we assume a dominant culture, and that everybody has to plug into this dominant culture, which is also important because what can Gubachi do? Now, there's a child here and now we are making sure that he gets included in the dominant discourse. Otherwise, we lose this child. So we have to do that work, and we continue to do that work with IME. But then we also have to understand what we have lost in the process. We are losing local cultures. There is a hegemonic, shade to this. That really we are talking about the concepts that we set out, like Hindustani, classical, fusion, all that is so alien to this child. But we have to make sure this child, plugs into that. But I think we should start looking at local cultures, what we lose. Can that not be part of this discourse? And can the dominant class not then come midway? Then there's no dominant or marginalized. Can we dissolve these borders? So I think the word inclusion needs to be looked at very carefully. There is no one inclusion, exclusion.
Anyone else?
Just to share, my own experience, as I was talking to you about stigma. So earlier, it's not just the children or the patients who have the clinical diagnosis who experience stigma, but also the clinicians. So I was a student back then. That said, where are you studying or what are you doing? I'd say I'm at NIMHANS. Don't say you're at NIMHANS. Say that you're working at NIMHANS. Okay? And now I've made it as my joke, and I would say the consultants are lifetime institutionalized. Patients come, get admitted, get treated, go out. We are lifetime institutionalized. We are incorrigible. Just on a lighter note. But yeah, I think it's to do with awareness. I know it's not easy, just a handful of us talking about and making it that we need to build awareness. That's important. And second, sometimes I have a debate in my own mind, Sangeeta, is that when we are talking about migrant communities and, the roots being taken away and they can't go back, sometimes I wonder, historically, there have been such evolution that has happened. Perhaps new things come because of that. Maybe there's a mix of that culture coming here and new things coming. That's something we should think historically and evolutionarily what changes might have happened. Because we humans have clustered, and then we have moved from one country to another in groups. We have been invaded. So something new evolves, I think, over time. That's something, it's interesting. It would be worth understanding it from an ethnographic, anthropological perspective.
No, I understand that, synthesis.
Yes.
Finally, you synthesize it into
Yes,
something.
yes.
But here we are talking about true marginalizing.
Yeah.
They come here with no identity.
Yeah.
And they are like blind spots.
And the
we
trauma
don't say.
part of it, I completely understand.
So I'm saying there is more case for doing that.
Yes,
What you're saying,
yes.
Shantala, is that recognize, ask them what are the cultures, what are the songs they sing, what
Yeah,
are the cultures they've left behind.
Yeah.
And maybe revive them. I mean, it's a time to revive them because they're losing it.
Yeah.
They've lost it.
And
once
from
they
a
come to
research
city.
point of view, and I ask even 80 to 90% of our own patients who come and visit, when I ask what kind of music you listen to, it's always Bollywood. Hardly anybody who says, oh, you're going to play some Hindustani or classical music. I've never heard, I don't use it. So it, again, exposure, as much as, spaces like these, we keep exposing them to these kind of, it's just like food. I taste it a couple of times and then I might start liking it. So I think that's also another space a lot of work needs to be done.
it's very dangerous, all pervasive, because of social media.
Yes.
Every little hut you saw there has that. So it's
Yeah.
in a way an equalizer, but
Yeah.
horrible homogenization as well.
And that addiction from a generation.
Let me not get
getting
started. Maybe I'll come to
going
Niman's.
into that. Yes.
So, vocabulary is definitely, very, very important aspect in this sense. Many of you might be surprised. I was just talking to a lawyer friend of mine a couple of days ago, and, he was saying that the first, legally, the first act that came into play in 1912, in the year 1912, was called the Indian Lunacy Act. I was pretty surprised to know that that's how it was termed. The next act, which happened many decades later, was in 1987, and that was called the Indian Mental Health Act. Again, probably, I am hopeful, because the 2017 Act is termed as Indian Mental Health Care Act. So I think the inclusion of that word care is so important. If we really care, then I think vocabulary will be set right.
Thanks for bringing this up. Actually, it also changed the National Institute name. So Nimhans was called a lunatic asylum. Yes. And then it came as a mental health thing, and then came as a national institute, and now an institute of national importance. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Vocabulary reflects the level of care, you're right. I mean, language is important.
All right, so I have a technical, kind of a humorous technical question. If a child is going to sing Apache Pache or Shaky Shaky, is there a difference, or does it have to be classical music?
First of all, I do not know those two songs. And nowadays, when I interact with kids, they teach me about many cartoons. I say, like, projective test, can you draw something? And they'll draw something, and I'll say, what is this? You don't know this character? I'm like, okay, I learn from them. It need not be, because that's what is the beauty of when we say universality of certain art forms, including music. I can say more about music because that's the space I work in, but that's true of other art forms. There are universal, that's why I said it's a biological phenomenon. We are all biologically wired to be artists. And that's where it's nature, true to nature. So any song, any rhythm, melodic line, that also can get transformed to classical form.
But I want to shake this up a little to say that when we deal with economically marginalized students, yes, you can come and sing and, have a good time. But what about, why not classical music for them? Why not? There are talented children in our center. They never get to go upstage. They never get to hone their skills. Whereas us privileged parents, we are sending them to this academy, that academy. So I think there is equity to be restored here. So if we as privileged families are rushing to the closest musical academies, I would like this child also to have access to that. While what she's saying is right. I mean, music should be music art and you shouldn't get boxed in a classical mold. But for sake of equity, I think give this child also classical music.
And for the sake of education, it has its own benefits. It has become a classical form because of a pedagogy, and there is science behind it, and everybody has to have access to it. I agree.
All right, so on that note, we're going to open up for audience questions. Anyone would like to ask any question to our panel? Yeah, please go ahead.
A very good afternoon / good evening. I'm not sure what the time is because I definitely lost track of time with this wonderful conversation. My name is Sunidhi Hegde. I am a lawyer, a public policy professional in the climate sector and not education policy. And I'm a Bharatanatyam practitioner and a performing artist. And I happen to be Dr. Shantala Hegde's niece as well. So both of my questions are for you, Shantalate. I'm hoping it's okay to call you Shantalate, although this is a professional setting. My first question is about the video that you showed us of the patient having surgery. I noticed as a Bharatanatyam practitioner that my first question would be, was the patient a regular practitioner? If that's the first question. Second would be, if she was or if she wasn't, I noticed that her hands were going faster than what she was saying. So the order of the hastas, the mudras she was showing, I wonder if the motor functions, because of the surgery or the drug that she was under, you said she was not under general anesthesia, was that contributing to that disconnect?
That's a very technical question to answer. I mean, one is that they will be on a stereotaxic thing. They would be sleeping on one position. And also because of prior to being awake, they will be on GA. So until the skull and the scalp is open, the dura is open, they are on GA and then they come out. So they are still under anesthetic effect. And there is slurring of speech and slowness of speech. So that's one thing we noticed. While doing this, she was not highly trained professional dancer, yet she was trained in her childhood, both music and dance. So our key interest was her area of glioma was in such a place where she could have, it could impact her motor functions and language functions. So we wanted to make sure that she retains those. That was why it was done. Yeah.
Right, thanks.
Yeah.
That answers some of my one or two questions. My second question is more related to what you said about art. You said it was a loss of sense of self, but at the same time an expression of the deeper self. For me, it sounds like a paradox. Could you sort of elaborate?
Yeah, you may lose sense of self, but when you have to have that expression of who you are to the outer world, you need to connect back. So that's what I meant. In the sense, at some moment, when you have an aha experience or a very deep artistic, I'm sure even when you're practicing Bharatanatyam or you're performing on stage, you will be having some pockets where you have no idea of what is happening. You're in a different state of, perhaps if I were to say, consciousness. But yet, there will be moments where it's an expression of who you are, expression of your emotions. You're still connected with perhaps the composition, what you want to make the audience understand. Yeah, it's not a paradox, in fact. Yeah. Thanks.
Interesting. Thank you so much.
Okay, last two questions.
Yeah. My question is to Dr. Soumya. Yeah, for example, we have been doing music therapy to different groups, you said, and primarily to help them the social life skills and various things. That's what we measure. So, have you measured a time, baseline, and after started giving therapy, and how it is progressing, and what kind of measurements that you have been doing?
Very nice question. So I think I agree with Sriram when he mentioned that most of the impact that we have when we intervene with arts is more qualitative than quantitative. So that is a challenge in measuring. But yes, we do have scales based on which we look at a baseline evaluation, understand certain status parameters at the beginning before therapy, and after stipulated, we do periodic assessments, and we do roll out scale-based measurements also. So we are measuring the impact in terms of physiology also. Of course, we are working with medical professionals to help us do this.
Yeah, no, especially my question is that something like ADLs, for example, it's in the ADL side,
Yes.
or it is on the behavioral side,
Yes.
or it is on any of the emotional side.
Yes,
because the
we have
impact
to
is
do
going to be
assessments.
different, yeah.
Yes, we have to do assessments. One is to understand the progress as such. Another is if there is no progress, it is more important for us to do assessment. If you have to change the technique, it's more important that we do. So definitely, yes, there is a role of assessments and scales, measurements. Yes.
Our last question.
Yeah, thank you for this wonderful panel. This is not so much a question rather than it's a response to some discussion that was going on there. I have two parts to this. The first part is regarding my work as a school teacher. I was teaching up to maybe 2-3 years ago. I don't teach anymore. I have taught in both the private school space and the government school space. And I have taught migrant children whose native language is not Kannada. They come from all different states, northern states. And I have also taught private school students, that is more privileged students. So in my experience, I have been able to have that integration into the thing by using, there are two ways of using music. One is music for music's sake, like giving them the experience of like just playing music, singing music, whatever. And then there's also music as a tool for teaching them things, to count in the local language, to count in English, to whatever, to the letters or the words, basic words, whatever, animal names, this, that. You can teach language through music, you can teach math, counting through music. It can be used as a tool, especially for the migrant children. I have seen it has worked wonderfully well. So they may not understand it at first, but then you keep singing and you teach the teachers to teach them in that way, and then it actually works. It's not solution like win-all kind of solution, but it is a step forward for them to kind of understand what is going on. So it actually works. And again, when I had changed the way I taught drastically when I started realizing that I can learn so much from them. Especially when I had students from Rajasthan who are from that, Manganir kind of Langa community. They are like musicians, they are music-based communities from Rajasthan, the deserts of Rajasthan. They are like, mere papa bhi dholak bajate hain. And I'm like, okay, fine, come. And they would dance, with they would dance. And I'm like, okay, I didn't even know. Then I'd go home and I'd research, okay, do you know this song? Yes, I know this song. So it was kind of a learning experience for me also. So we can actually learn from them. And you said that they don't bring their culture. Maybe they have forgotten. You can ask them to go back to their parents and ask. So with the private school, what I did, I said, this was during COVID, so we were all online. And these are 4 and 5 year olds. I said, I'm not going to teach any song today. You need to go back to your parents and you need to learn a song from your language, whatever it is, Telugu, Bengali, this, whatever. There were 12 languages in that. One kindergarten class, 12 languages in that. 1 month project it was. Each one, the parents were so happy. My child came and learned they were Telugu song, Malayalam song, whatever. And then they came back and we recorded it, and the students were so happy because they saw, oh, you are also speaking my language. Oh, that is what language, Amma? So they are learning that, oh, there are other languages also. It's like a window and mirror activity. Window is like, oh, you're seeing someone else who's from some other culture. And then mirror is like, oh, this person is saying like me. So these there are tools that you can use in both the private space and the public space that we can kind of make it, I shouldn't use the word inclusive.
Belong, that we can all belong. All right, thank you so much for that.
I had a tiny clarification. Thank you. I think you bring a rich experience to this. It's not that they don't bring culture. What I meant, maybe I didn't get it across, is that they get it, but they lose it. They lose it very quickly to, the ways of the city.
All right, so
especially
thank you
the
so
long
much.
distance bike.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Instagram, right? We have to bring in some technology. I read on Instagram recently that everyone says that the arts are not important, but we say poetry and sing at funerals, which hopefully is where we do some of our most important stuff. So obviously the importance of arts is there for everyone. It's up to all of us. So please join. Please be that ripple effect. I know we need inclusive teachers. I'm pretty sure Gubachi will say that. I know we need music therapists. I know we need people in mental health. So let's all be that and spread awareness. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a wonderful, insightful discussion. And I'm sure so many questions were answered, or it made us think more about it. And it needs to be spoken about and not just hushed off. And thank you for creating that ripple effect. So hopefully some of us will pass it on. And while we thank you, and now we would have to just make a quick step out from the auditorium to have a tea break. And please come back for a very special performance by the wonderful students from Srishti Special Academy. We would have a short performance by the children here. So we'll have a 15-minute tea break, and please to come back into the auditorium. Thank you.
Hello, check. Hello, check.
ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. We're good. Yeah. We can start. Yeah, maybe once just check the mics for the voices. We have to. Sumuk. Yeah. Nice to meet you. We didn't meet last time. I was here with Mr. Albert Hera. Oh, all right. Nice to meet you. So good. I got a lot of connects from here. You know Jean-Marc Alliance. He put me in touch with a France artist, Caribbean singer. We did a great gig last week. In the French, I mean. No. Other one. David Walters. Yeah. It's too good. We mixed Indian and Caribbean music. Yeah.
Is it okay? Arshit, come on, be over. Hey, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ನಿಂದು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಕೈ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಡು.
Good evening. We have a special performance by the students of Srishti Special Academy at the Performance Theatre. Request everyone to please be seated as soon as possible. We'll be starting soon.
ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ದಾರಿ ಹೋದ ಚಂದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ
ಮಲಗು ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಂದ, ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಂದ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಉಮಾಪತಿ, ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್, ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ. ಒಂದೆರಡು ನಿಮಿಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಆನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸು ಮುಂದುವರಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲು 1995 ಶುರುವಾಯಿತು. ಇದು 30ನೇ ವರ್ಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಜರ್ನಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಲಾಭದ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ 4 ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇಂಟೆಲೆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಡಿಸೇಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ಆಟಿಸಮ್ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ರಮ್ ಡಿಸಾರ್ಡರು, ಸೆರ್ಬ್ರಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಡಿಸೇಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ಈ 4 ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗು, ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನು, ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಥೆರಪಿ, ಆಕ್ಯುಪೇಷನ್ ಥೆರಪಿ, ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಥೆರಪಿ ಮತ್ತು ಫಿಸಿಯೋಥೆರಪಿ, ಇಷ್ಟರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವೊಕೇಶ್ನಲ್, ಪ್ರೀ ವೊಕೇಶ್ನಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೊಕೇಶ್ನಲ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗು ಮತ್ತು ಶೆಲ್ಟರ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಸರ್ವೀಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ 120 ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ಸರ್ವೀಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫು, ನಾನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ 50 ಜನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಯಾಣ, ಈ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಪ್ರಯಾಣ ಶುರುವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ ಇದೇ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌಮ್ಯ ಸನಕ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸನಕ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದ ಫಲವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು IME ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮತ್ತು MD ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯಾಣ ನಮ್ಮದು ಶುರುವಾಯಿತು. ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ ಇದೇ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ತರಬೇತಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಇದೇ ಡಯಾಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ ಪಕ್ಕದ MLR ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 2 hours 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಕಾಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಜಾಕ್ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು MD ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರ ಒಂದು ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಯಶೋಗಾದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಈ ಒಂದು ಜರ್ನಿ ಪ್ರಯಾಣ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಇದನ್ನು ಹೀಗೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಸೆ MD ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವ್ರದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು IME ಸಂಸ್ಥೆದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದು ಭೂಮಿಜ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರು ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಬಂದರು. ವೀಕ್ಲಿ ಟ್ವೈಸ್ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿರಿಗೌರಿ ನೈಸ್ ನೇಮ್ ಸಿರಿಗೌರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಸುಮಾರು 30 ಜನ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ವೀಕ್ಲಿ ಟ್ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ಮು ಮತ್ತು ವಾಣಿಗುಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರು ವಾಣಿಗುಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರು ಅವರು ಸಮೇತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಅದೃಷ್ಟವಂತರಂತಂದೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಗೀತದ ಪ್ರಯಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಅದೃಷ್ಟ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಉಡಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡು ಮತ್ತು ಕಹೋನು ಸುಮುಖ್ ರವಿಶಂಕರ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಅವರು ಇದ್ದ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ತರಬೇತಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಮೇತ ಬಂದು ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಈ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೆನೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ IME ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, MD ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರು, ಸನಕ್ ಕುಮಾರು ಮತ್ತು ಸೌಮ್ಯ ಸನಕ್, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸುಚಿತಾ ಸೋಮಶೇಖರಯ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಗಾಯತ್ರಿ ಸುಭಾಷ್ರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸರ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 1 ಮಂತಿಂದ ಪಾಪ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಒಂದು 4ರಿಂದ 5 ಸಾಂಗ್ಸ್ ಹಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಎಂಕರೇಜ್ ದೆಮ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಂಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಬಂದು ಒಂದು ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಸಾಂಗ್, ಇದು ಭಾಗ್ಯವಂತ ಅಂತ ಫಿಲಮಿಂದ. ಸೊ ಬಾನದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಹಾಡೋಣ?
ಬಾನದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ದಾರಿಯೋದ, ಚಂದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ, ಮಿನುಗುತ್ತಾರೆ ಚಂದ, ನೋಡು ಎಂತ ಚಂದ, ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಮಲಗು ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಂದ. ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ದೊರೆ ಹಾಯಾಗಿ ಮಲಗು ಜಾನಮರಿಯೇ ನನ್ನ ಜಾನಮರಿಯೇ ಬಾನದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ದಾರಿ ಹೋದ ಚಂದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ ಮಿನುಗುತ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ ನೋಡು ಎಂತ ಚಂದ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಮಲಗು ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಂದ ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಂದ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಮಲಗು ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಂದ ನನ್ನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಂದ.
ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ಆರ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಸಾಂಗ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, 4 ಜನ ಹಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಫಸ್ಟು ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಹಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಶಿ ಸಿಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಭಾವಗೀತೆ ಕಂಪೋಸ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ ರಾವ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಂಗೀತ ಬೈ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಿ ಯಶ್ವತ್.
ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಎದೆಯಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಮೀನು ಮಿಡಕಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಾನು. ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಎದೆಯಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಮೀನು ಮಿಡಕಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಾನು. ಕಡಿಯಾಲೊಲ್ಲೆ ನೀ ಕರುಳ ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಒಲ ಊಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ತಾಯೇ ಬಿಡದ ಗುಯ್ಯ ಮಾಯೇ. ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಎದೆಯಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಮೀನು ಮಿಡಕಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಾನು. ಲಕ್ಷೆ ಗೂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಚ್ಚಗೆ ಅಡಗಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ದೂಡು ಹೊಲಗೆ ನನ್ನ. ಲಕ್ಷೆ ಗೂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಚ್ಚಗೆ ಅಡಗಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ದೂಡು ಹೊಲಗೆ ನನ್ನ. ಓಟ ಕಲಿವೆ ಒಳನೋಟ ಕಲಿವೆ ಓಟ ಕಲಿವೆ ಒಳನೋಟ ಕಲಿವೆ ನಾ ಕಲಿವೆ ಊರ್ಧ್ವ ಗಮನ. ಓ ಅಗಾಧ ಗಗನ ಓ ಅಗಾಧ ಗಗನ. ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಎದೆಯಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಮೀನು ಮಿಡಕಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಾನು. ಹಾಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಸೆಳೆತ ಮೀರಿ ನಿರ್ಬಾಲ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಂಡವನ್ನೇ ಬೆದಕಿ. ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಸೆಳೆತ ಮೀರಿ ನಿರ್ಬಾಲ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಂಡವನ್ನೇ ಬೆದಕಿ ಇಂಧನ ತೀರಲು ಬಂದೇ ಬರುವೇನು ಇಂಧನ ತೀರಲು ಬಂದೇ ಬರುವೇನು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿನ್ನ ತೊಡೆಗೆ ಮೋಲ್ತ ಪ್ರೇಮದೆಡೆಗೆ ಮೋಲ್ತ ಪ್ರೇಮದೆಡೆಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಎದೆಯಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಮೀನು ಮಿಡಕಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಾನು ಗಡಿಯಾಲೊಲ್ಲೆ ನೀ ಕರುಳ ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಒಲವೂಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ತಾಯೇ ಬಿಡದ ಭುವಿಯ ಮಾಯೇ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಎದೆಯಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಮೀನು ಮಿಡಕಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಾನು ಮಿಡಕಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಾನು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಕೀರ್ತಿ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು ಹರ್ಷಿತಾ ಅಂತ. ಶಿ ಇಸ್ ಸಿಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ರೆಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಸಾಕೆ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಮೂವಿ ಚಿನ್ನಾರಿ ಮುತ್ತ. ಲಿರಿಕ್ಸ್ ರಿಟನ್ ಬೈ H.S. ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಂಗೀತ ಅಗೇನ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ C. ಅಶ್ವಥ್.
ಹಿತ್ತರೆ ಸಾಕೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಬೇಕು ಬಾನು ಬಯಲಲ್ಲಿ ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತಾನು ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾರೋಕೆ ಕಾಲೊಂದಿತ್ತರೆ ಸಾಕೆ ಚಿಗುರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಕಾನು ಗಾಳಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ತಾನು ಚಿಗಿದು ಹೋರೋಕೆ ರೆಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿತ್ತರೆ ಸಾಕೆ ಬೇಡನ ಗಾಳಿ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ ಕಂಪ ಬೀಳೋಕೆ ಮುಖ ಒಂದಿತ್ತರೆ ಸಾಕೆ ತುಂಬಿದ ತಾವ ಬೇಡನ ಹೂವ ಚೇನ ಹೀರೋಕೆ ರೆಕ್ಕೆ ಇತ್ತರೆ ಸಾಕೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಬೇಕು ಬಾನು ಬಯಲಲ್ಲಿ ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತಾನು ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾರೋಕೆ ಕಣ್ಣೊಂದಿತ್ತರೆ ಸಾಕೆ ಬೇಡನ ಮಂದಿ ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಾಣೋಕೆ ಕಳುವಂದಿತ್ತರೆ ಸಾಕೆ ಬೇಡನೆ ಹಾಳು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಜೋಡಿ ಕೂಡಿ ಹಾಳೋಕೆ ರೆಕ್ಕೆ ಇತ್ತರೆ ಸಾಕೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಬೇಕು ಬಾನು ಬಯಲಲ್ಲಿ ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತಾನು ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾರೋಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾರೋಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾರೋಕೆ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಹರ್ಷಿತಾ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ದೇವರ ನಾಮ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಮಿತ್ ಹಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಬಾ ಅಮಿತ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ರಿಟನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಂಪೋಸ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಗಜಾನನ ಶರ್ಮಾ.
ಬೇಕೆನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಮ, ನಿನ್ನಷ್ಟು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯು ಎಲ್ಲಿರುವುದು ರಾಮ. ರಾಮ 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 ರಾಮ. ನಿನ್ನಷ್ಟು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯು ಇಟ್ಟಿರುವೆ ರಾಮ, ನನ್ನಿಷ್ಟದಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವೆ ರಾಮ. ಕಷ್ಟಗಳ ಕೊಡಬೇಡ ಎನ್ನಲಾರೆ ರಾಮ, ಕಷ್ಟ ಸಹಿಸುವ ಸನೆ ಕೊಡು ನನಗೆ ರಾಮ. ಕಷ್ಟ ಸಹಿಸುವ ಸನೆ ನಿನ್ನಷ್ಟು ರಾಮ, ಕಷ್ಟ ಸಹಿಸುವ ಸನೆ ನಿನ್ನಷ್ಟು ರಾಮ. ರಘುರಾಮ 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 ರಾಮ, ರಘುರಾಮ ರಘುರಾಮ ಜಗದಾಮ ರಾಮ. ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕೆನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಮ, ನಿನ್ನಷ್ಟು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುವುದು ರಾಮ. ರಾಮ 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 ರಾಮ. ಕೌಸಲ್ಯಾಗುವೆನು ಮಡಿಲಲಿರೋ ರಾಮ, ವೈದೇಹಿಯಾಗುವೆನು ಅರನಾಡು ರಾಮ. ಪಾದುಕೆಯ ಕಲೆಯಲಿರೋ ಭರತನಾಗುವೆ ರಾಮ, ಸಹವಾಸ ಕೊಡು ನನಗೆ ಸೌಮಿತ್ರಿ ರಾಮ. ಸುಗ್ರೀವನಾಗುವೆನು ಸ್ನೇಹ ಕೊಡು ರಾಮ, ಹನುಮನಾಗುವೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಸೇವೆ ಕೊಡು ರಾಮ. ಹನುಮನಾಗುವೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಸೇವೆ ಕೊಡು ರಾಮ, ಶಬರಿಯಾಗುವೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಭಾವ ಕೊಡು ರಾಮ. ರಘುರಾಮ 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 ರಾಮ, ಬೇಕೆನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಮ, ನಿನ್ನಷ್ಟು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯು ಎಲ್ಲಿರುವುದು ರಾಮ. ರಾಮ 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 ರಾಮ.
Thank you, Amit. So we have one more song left. We dedicate this song to all the Kannadigas over here. So now next ಹಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಡು ನಾವು ಆಡುವ ನುಡಿಯೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಅಂತ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಭೀಮಾ.
ನಾವಾಡುವ ನುಡಿಯೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ, ಚಿನ್ನದ ನುಡಿ, ಸಿರಿಗನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ. ನಾವಿರುವ ತಾಣವೇ ಕಂದದ ಗುಡಿ, ಅಂದದ ಗುಡಿ, ಚಂದದ ಗುಡಿ. ನಾವಾಡುವ ನುಡಿಯೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ, ನಾವಿರುವ ತಾಣವೇ ಗಂಧದ ಗುಡಿ, ಅಂದದ ಗುಡಿ, ಚಂದದ ಗುಡಿ, ಚಂದದ ಗುಡಿ, ಶ್ರೀಗಂಧದ ಗುಡಿ. ಆಹಾ 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 ಓಹೋ ಓಹೋ ಓಹೋ. ಅವನ ಸಿರಿಗೆ ಒಲಿದು ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ದಯಗಿಳಿದು ಆ ಹರಿಯುವ ನದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈಡಾಡಿ ಹೂವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಲಿಯುತ್ತ ಹೋಲಾಡಿ ಚಲುವಿನ ಬಲೆಯ ಬೀಸಿದಳು ಈ ಕಂದದ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿದಳು ಇದು ಯಾರ ತಪಸ್ಸಿನ ಫಲವೋ ಈ ಕಂಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ ಪುಣ್ಯವು ಮಾಡುವ ನುಡಿಯೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ನಾವಿರುವ ತಾಣವೇ ಗಂಧದ ಗುಡಿ ಅಂದದ ಗುಡಿ ಚಂದದ ಗುಡಿ ಚಂದದ ಗುಡಿ ಶ್ರೀಗಂಧದ ಗುಡಿ ಅಹಹಾ ಅಹಹಾ ಓಹೋ ಓಹೋ ಓಹೋ.
Thank you, Bhima. So this was our last performance. Before I hand over the mic to somebody else, I would like to thank Krishna Udupa sir and Sumukh sir for joining us. Krishna Udupa sir ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, who is one of the most well-known artist. ಅವರು MD Pallavi ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ಗೆ, C. Ashwath ಸರ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. And he's so kind-hearted that he agreed to come and join us. That's really grateful of you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Sumukh sir.
ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಎಲೆಮರೆಯ ಕಾಯಿ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ವಿಸನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಪ್ರೇಮಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರು, ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರು ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜೀವ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಅವ್ರ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ IME ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೂ ತಂಡದವರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ನಾವು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರಾಗಿ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವರು ನಾವು ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ತುಂಬ ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಏನು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ನವ್ರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರ ಟೀಮ್ನವ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಮೇತ ನಾವು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಅಥವಾ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು 1 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಏನು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನೋಡಿ? ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಬನ್ನಿ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ನಡೆದಿರೋ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಒಂಥರ ಎಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇರೋ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನೀವು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿಂದ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಸಂಗೀತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಎಷ್ಟು ಆಹ್ಲಾದ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನೂ ಮರೆತು ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ. ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾತು ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಸೈನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಕಮ್ ಸೈನ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ನಂಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ನನಗೇನು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಡಿಸೇಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಡಿದ್ನ ನಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ఎందుకంದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿಸಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟು, ಅವ್ರ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡುವಾಗ ಹಾಡುವಾಗಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇದೇ ಮೇಲೆ ತಟ್ಟಿ 1 2 3 ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದು ನನ್ಗೆ ಆ ವೈಬ್ರೇಷನ್ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಹಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm audible? Yeah. So, big round of applause once again for the Srishti Special Academy. Children, each and every participant has performed amazingly, amazing performance. Everyone were so enthusiastic, and I think this was one of the best event throughout the day. Thank you so much. Good evening to everyone. As we draw to a close this truly insightful and inspiring day at the Inclusion Beyond Agenda, Cultivating Community Through the Arts Conference, it is my privilege to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of IME. First and foremost, our heartfelt gratitude goes out to each and every one of you, our wonderful participants and attendees. Your presence, active engagement, thoughtful questions, and openness to share your experiences have truly made this conference a vibrant and impactful platform. Thank you for your time and positive energy. A very special thank you to our esteemed keynote speaker of the day, Professor Amreshwar Galla. His profound insights and unparalleled expertise set an inspiring tone to our discussions, challenging us to think deeper about inclusion beyond mere agenda. We are immensely grateful for his invaluable contribution today. To all our distinguished speakers, presenters, and panelists who shared their knowledge, research, and lived experiences throughout the day, thank you one and all. Your diverse perspectives have enriched our understanding and sparked new avenues for thought and action. Thank you for taking out time from your work to engage with each other and with all of us. It truly means a lot. We extend our sincere appreciation to Kotak Mahindra Investments Limited for generous CSR grant, which has supported our flagship community program, Project Sarita, from its inception. Their belief in our vision has been instrumental in making IME a truly inclusive space and in bringing this conference to fruition. Our deepest and heartfelt thanks to the entire Indian Music Experience Museum team. A special mention and thanks to Lakshmi, our community programs manager, who helped put together this entire conference with our director, Ms. Prima John. And also Shruti, we can't go without thanking her, our communications manager. From the meticulous planning to the seamless execution, every team member has worked tirelessly with passion and dedication. I would also like to thank our hospitality partner, Woodrose Club, for the wonderful lunch and refreshments today. To our wonderful volunteers, who have been the welcoming faces and guiding hands throughout the day. Thank you for your unwavering support always, as always. And thank you also to our sign language interpreters for today. Wonderful, wonderful job done by Priyanka Kalyan and JD Santosh. Wonderful. A very special thanks to our project Sarita partners, Gubbachi Learning Community, Rainbow Care Homes, Swarakshima Foundation, Access for All, Ririti Foundation, Srishti Special Academy, Bubble Center for Autism, Drum Jam Foundation, which was the very energetic session of the day, and our art facilitators, Nisha Abdullah, Pallavi Chandar, Snigdha Prabhakar, and Rakshit Kulkarni. And finally, profound thank you to the community members and caregivers who shared their invaluable perspectives. Your voices are the very heart of all these conversations, reminding us way cultivating truly inclusive spaces is so, so vital. This conference has been a testament to the power of collective thought and shared commitments. It is our sincere hope that the connection made, the ideas exchanged, and the inspiration gained today will not end here. Let us carry forward the spirit of inclusion beyond agenda into our respective organizations and communities, continuing to build a healthier, more equitable, and culturally vibrant society through the transformative power of the arts. Thank you all once again for being a part of this memorable day. We look forward to continuing this journey with you all. Safe travels, and we hope to see you all back to the Indian Music Experience Museum very soon again. Thank you so much. Myself, Dr. Aditi Gudi. I am the head of administration at the Indian Music Experience Museum. Thank you so much.